The morning sunlight spilled through the clouds onto the small village at the foot of the mountain. The village was exceptionally quiet today. No barking dogs, no crying roosters, no scolding women. Everything was eerily silent. Sushi had been lying in the old Sioux family's woodshed at the foot of the western mountain for 2 days. From the first day she woke up, she realized she had transmigrated. Yes, she had come from the apocalypse. This was already her 99th sigh. Why was her fate so cruel? After surviving 10 years in the apocalypse, becoming the second-in-command of the base, how could she die in such a small zombie horde? She couldn't understand. She had weathered storms and extremes, faced mutated plants and animals, yet fell to this trivial horde. She couldn't help but sigh for the 100th time. When she first woke up, she learned from the original Bodis memory that this body was also named Sushi. She couldn't help but marvel. What a damned fate. There had been no rain since the second half of last year, causing the crops to fail entirely. The original body was an only daughter. Her parents went into the mountains last month to find food and encountered a bear, never returning. Her grandparents were biased and ignored her, an orphan. 5 days ago, Sushi went to the mountain to dig wild vegetables, slipped and rolled down the slope, hitting her head and losing consciousness. She was carried back and thrown into the woodshed, then left alone. 2 days ago, people returning from the town said that border enemies were invading and would soon reach their area. The news exploded like a bomb, splitting the small village. The village chief organized the people to start fleeing the next day. The old Sioux family packed their things and joined the fleeing group, completely forgetting about Sushi in the woodshed. Maybe they remembered, but chose to ignore her. Sushi couldn't help but sigh for the 101st time. Through the memories, she was also speechless. The original body had actually been reborn and then died again. This was truly unbelievable. In her previous life, the original Bodis soul had followed her family after death, watching her grandparents fall to bandits, then following her uncles through extreme heat, and finally extreme cold, where all perished. The original Bodis rebirth point was exactly when she slept. She could have avoided falling, but remembering her grandparents and uncles' suffering during the previous exodus, she felt grateful she had died early. This time she didn't want to go through it again. The endless bitterness spread through her body. So she closed her eyes and let herself slide down the slope again, just like before. After the 102nd sigh, she was at a loss. Heavens, she didn't want to come, and I didn't want to either. My previous life in the apocalypse was already tough enough. Why make me relive this crude, ancient apocalypse again? In the previous life, I could at least find supplies, and even get free stuff. Here the poor place has nothing, and is hit by disasters. Aren't you making it hard for me? The more she spoke, the angrier she got. She slapped the mud wall. Boom, crash. The house was about to collapse. Sushi flashed, and in 1 second was out. Ha ha ha. Sushi laughed up to the sky. Using her mind, she swept through her consciousness, and laughed again. Damn heavens, you have a conscience after all, letting my ability and space come with me. Could the original body be your love child? Why else would you insist on her coming again? Then reluctantly take her place and live to a natural end. Heavenly Tao covered its face. This girl is silly. I can't bear to watch. Should I reject her or not? Sushi could hardly contain her eagerness as she concentrated her attention inward. Drawing a deep breath, she swiftly closed her eyes and began to meticulously perceive and examine the mysterious and formidable supernatural power that resided within her. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the surroundings fell into utter silence. Only the connection deep within her soul, the pulsating resonance between her and the power, throbbed and echoed unceasingly. Her wind elemental and wood elemental abilities had returned at full level. Aha, oh ho, I want to sing a song. Aha, oh ho, I want to dance. Heaven covered its face, unwilling to watch, unable to watch. In the midst of her joy, Sushi gently closed her eyes, focused her mind, and summoned her formidable divine sense. Her consciousness surged like an invisible torrent, swiftly flooding into the mysterious and vast space. Within this space, a dazzling array of supplies piled high like mountains unfolded before Sushi's eyes. These supplies were precious treasures she had painstakingly gathered through countless hardships, both before the apocalypse struck and after its onset. The first things to catch her eye were neatly stacked rows of food crates filled with canned goods of various flavors, compressed biscuits, and nutrient-rich energy bars, a stockpile of sustenance. Next came crate after crate of drinking water, their clear bottles shimmering with an enticing luster in the faint light. Besides food and water, a large quantity of medical supplies was carefully arranged on one side. Ranging from common medicines to advanced medical instruments, everything was available to handle any sudden illness or injury. Furthermore, the space housed an array of weapons and equipment. Glinting coldly, there were blades and swords, firearms with formidable firepower and sturdy, durable protective gear. Finally, in the corner were piled all kinds of daily necessities, including clothing, bedding, toiletries, and more. Sushi carefully scanned every item with her divine sense, her heart filled with relief and a profound sense of security. A portion of these supplies had been prepared before the apocalypse, but the majority were acquired through free shopping after the catastrophe began. When her divine sense extended beyond the supplies and expanded outward, she instantly leaped up on the spot. The surprise was too sudden. Her space had previously been a mere cold storage dimension for items. No living creature, not even herself, could enter. Yet now there were rolling mountains, vast black soil, a babbling brook, and even a spiritual spring. I love it, I absolutely adore it. She wanted to test if she could enter. The moment the thought arose, she was already standing inside the space. The mountains, I'm coming. In an instant she stood atop a peak. I can be like this. Then she thought of going to the brook for a sip of spiritual spring water, and in a flash, she was standing beside the spring. How thrilling it was. Gently she cupped a handful of spring water and drank. Instantly a wave of warmth spread through her entire body. The hidden injuries and chronic ailments of this body were all healed. She felt full of vitality, as if she could kill 10 oxen with a single punch. Heaven forgive me, you are my real father, the dearest father. There is no one who understands me better than you. Heaven put its hands on its hips and scolded, so you finally admit that you are my daughter. The surprises of this day were far too many. Sushi was grinning from ear to ear, her mouth almost splitting to the roots of her ears. Yet in the midst of her joy she thought of her current predicament, and her little face fell. Another natural disaster was imminent, and soon there would be military chaos. She could not stay here. Fleeing the famine was out of the question. How could she flee from the famine? She had supernatural powers, a spatial dimension, and supplies. Oh, why would she need to flee? Moreover, disasters were raging everywhere, and there was nowhere to escape. Since she could not avoid them, she would just find a place to hunker down. The original body did not know exactly when the world's calamities would end, and Sushi's past life memories had been cut off after her uncles and elders died. Alas, since she couldn't figure it out, she would stop thinking. Since she was here, she would make the best of it. Sushi exited the space and gazed at the distant mountains, a plan forming in her mind. She intended to venture into the hills to find a sheltered spot to establish an apocalypse refuge, then simply lie low and ride out the catastrophic end of the world. Considering her current circumstances and surveying her stockpiled supplies, Sushi felt it prudent to gather some goods from this era, as well lest her possessions seem too conspicuous if she encountered others. She patted her empty pockets and looked around the barren, destitute room. She couldn't help but release her 100-anthered sigh. She had no money. Well, no, she did. She had gold hoarded before the apocalypse and gold from jewelry stores she'd looted for free afterward. She'd never touched these in her 10 years surviving the wasteland. Mainly because she had supplies and saw no need to use them, but more importantly, she simply adored these worldly treasures of gold and silver. After all, what woman doesn't love these gleaming, sparkling, beautiful trinkets, gold bars and gold and silver ingots? What to do? Perhaps she could go to the town and shop for free. She estimated most townsfolk had probably fled by now. There wouldn't be many people left. Decided, she set off for the town to engage in some free acquisition. Channeling her wind-based ability, she arrived at the town's edge in an instant. From memory, entering the town used to cost 2 copper coins per person. Today it cost 5. MMP Sushi cursed internally. Reluctantly, she produced a silver earring stud weighing less than a gram, which she had painstakingly dug out from a crevice in her jewelry stash. The gatekeeper glanced at the earring, then at Sushi. Isn't this part of a pair? Where's the other one? Suppressing another internal MMP, Sushi forced a fawning smile. Big brother, this is all I have. It was left to me by my mother. My sister has the other one. The gatekeeper looked at her with disdain and waved his hand. Go on, get going. One for each of you sisters, huh? Your mother was stingy enough. Thank you, big brother. You're a good man. With that, Sushi scurried into the town. It wasn't that she hadn't considered using her wind ability to sneak in, but she feared someone might spot her suddenly appearing from the sky, causing unnecessary trouble. For safety, she chose to enter through the main gate. The streets were desolate with shop doors tightly shut. The few that were open had people packing luggage. Sushi decided to return at night, estimating they'd be gone by then. She didn't lack supplies, she just needed to sweep up the leftovers they couldn't carry. Spending money on goods was out of the question. The eastern part of town was mostly home to wealthy households, her prime targets for free acquisition. As for the commoner district in the west, she had no intention of going there. After 2 years of drought and total crop failure, the poor would have taken anything edible or useful with them. It wasn't worth her time and effort. As she wandered, dusk began to fall. Watching the merchants and wealthy families depart, she waved silently, offering a quiet prayer. I hope you all can hold on until the calamity ends. She must not think about it. She absolutely could not continue down that path of thought, for every fleeting memory only deepened her sense of helplessness and despair. Recalling the terrifying scenes of her previous lives' apocalypse was like reliving a nightmare. Yet even in such a harsh environment, she had used her unique abilities to offer invaluable aid to those trapped in desperation. That world shrouded in the shadow of doom was a desolate wasteland. Zombies roamed unchecked and human society plunged into unprecedented chaos. But in that endless darkness, she was like a shining star illuminating the path forward for those around her with her singular gift. Her ability wasn't a world-shattering battle-turning force, but something delicate and warm. Perhaps it was a miraculous healing art, or a special skill to purify water and provide food. In essence, she used this power to silently protect everyone around her, offering them the hope of survival. Now in this distant and ancient era, everything around her felt alien and harsh. Resources were scarce, and people often fought tooth and nail over a morsel of food or a piece of clothing. Natural disasters struck frequently, droughts cracked the earth and withered all crops, while relentless wars only added insult to injury for the already suffering populace. Every war left behind devastation and fields strewn with corpses. Faced with such dire conditions, she felt as though she were trapped in an abyss of darkness with no way out. Survival of the fittest. Such was the law of nature, and she had no desire to play the savior. In her current state, she lacked the power to do so anyway. For now it was wiser to focus on her own survival. She finally arrived before the gates of the largest compound in the northeastern corner, a structure so grand and imposing that it seemed to whisper tales of past glory and prosperity. Pausing at the threshold, she drew a deep breath and summoned her wind-based ability. The air around her began to churn, coalescing into an invisible force that swirled protectively around her form. With a light leap, she soared like a nimble bird, riding the currents of air to glide effortlessly over the towering wall and land with perfect poise within the court. Without a moment's hesitation, her gaze swept the surroundings. Guided by sharp instincts and the intelligence she had gathered beforehand, she pinpointed the location of the storehouse with unerring accuracy. As she hastened toward the storehouse door, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her, tempered by a grim readiness for the worst. Pushing open the heavy door, the sight that greeted her sent a chill through her heart. Just as she had feared, the shelves that should have groaned under the weight of valuables stood bare and empty. The place was unerringly pristine, so immaculate that it felt almost eerie, as if no soul had ever dwelled here. Yet drawing upon years of experience and keen perception, she reasoned that a household of such wealth could not possibly consist solely of the rooms visible on the surface. In some hidden corner there was bound to be a secret chamber, one that might harbor the family's darkest secrets, priceless treasures, or other unforeseen wonders. At that thought, her heart quickened, a surge of anticipation and curiosity racing through her veins for what might lie ahead. When her gaze inadvertently swept across a dim corner, a single brick with an unusually smooth surface immediately seized her attention. Compared to its dull gray and lusterless surroundings, this brick stood out as strikingly unique and conspicuous, as if deliberately placed there. Sue's heart stirred, and she found herself drawn toward it. Reaching out, she gently brushed her fingers across its surface, feeling the peculiar smoothness beneath her touch. Then, applying a slight pressure, she gave the brick a soft push. To her delight, it shifted with surprising ease. Witnessing this, Sue's pulse quickened. Drawing a steadying breath, she pressed against the brick with greater force. With a series of soft clicks, the seemingly seamless wall began to slide aside, gradually revealing a stone staircase descending into the unknown. She tossed a pebble down the stairs and listened as it clattered to the ground. No traps triggered, safe to descend. When Sushi finally reached the bottom, a wave of ecstasy flooded her heart. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before her. The wealthy families of this town were far more opulent than she had ever imagined. The first thing to catch her eye was a mountain of gleaming gold and silver ingots. They were stacked in neat, orderly piles, rising like a small hill that was nothing short of breathtaking. Each gold ingot radiated an alluring luster, as if whispering tales of wealth and fortune. The silver ingots in turn shimmered, like moonlight spilling across the floor, casting a cool, enchanting glow. Beyond them lay countless pearls, and jade, their sheer number staggering. The pearls were perfectly round and smooth, their warm jade-like sheen exuding a subtle, precious glow. The jade stones were crystal clear and vividly green, as if they were nature's most treasured gifts. Some of the jade had been carved into exquisite ornaments, while others remained in their raw, natural state. Yet their value was beyond question. Sushi was beside herself with excitement, practically dancing as her eyes darted from one treasure to another, utterly unable to take them all in. She couldn't help but shriek, overwhelmed by the sheer magnificence before her. She felt as though her eyes might be blinded by the dazzling brilliance of it all. Mine, mine, all mine. Every last piece, not a single one left behind. Humming a cheerful tune, she surveyed the secret chamber and noticed a small door tucked away in the corner. When she pushed it open, her mouth fell agape in a perfect grain, bags upon bags of grain stacked into a towering mountain, as if beckoning her closer. Sushi gently pressed her lips together, forcing herself to remain calm. Stay composed, she told herself. Haven't I seen my fair share of storms? Why get worked up over a room full of grain? It's nothing to fuss about. Composedly, she circled the grain mountain, examining it carefully. Half of it was unhusked wheat, rice, and corn, perfect for use as seed stock, while the other half had already been processed. How thoughtful of this family. Big thumbs up to you. The wealthy family. Oh, you're most welcome. What Sushi didn't know was that this horde belonged to General Liang, a subordinate of King Yu who had colluded with foreign enemies to stash supplies here. They had planned to send men to haul it away in a few days only for Sushi to swoop in and snatch it right from under their noses. Sushi gathered all the grain, humming a tune as she exited the secret chamber. She then went through the storerooms one by one, inspecting every corner. Since this family was so wealthy, she couldn't afford to leave behind even a single needle or thread. Sure enough, she discovered another storeroom. Inside, one wall was stacked with cotton-padded clothes and trousers, another with quilts, and a third with shoes, both cloth shoes and cotton-padded ones. Near the entrance, a pile of coarse cotton cloth lay in stacks, mostly in shades of gray and black, with only a few white pieces. It seemed these were meant for the servants. This master was actually quite considerate, she thought, praising them once more in her heart. She collected everything, reasoning that it would be a shame to leave them to gather dust. Next, she entered the master bedroom. She took the canopied bed, the tables, chairs, and stools, all of it. If they proved useless, they could serve as firewood in the bitter cold. With this thought, she returned to the other rooms and gathered every piece of furniture, whether she fancied it or not. In the kitchen, she found not a single grain of rice or a leaf of vegetable. However, there were plenty of pots, pans, bowls, jars, and bottles. She even took 4 or 5 water vats. The woodpile in the woodshed was substantial, so she collected that too. In the small room adjacent to the kitchen, cured meats and sausages hung densely from the rafters, while pickle jars and preserved vegetable jars lined the floor. She didn't count them. Against the northern wall stood a dozen large vats, all covered. Opening them revealed 2 vats of salt, 2 of brown sugar, 2 of white sugar, and 2 more of brown sugar. Had the owners forgotten to take these when they left? No matter. She collected them all. Gazing at the now empty courtyard, she waved her hand and departed. She had spent over 2 hours here alone, and it was quite exhausting. Time to leave. That night, the miscellaneous items she gathered from other households were not particularly plentiful. Sushi consoled herself, inwardly, be content. This is not bad. From the commercial shops, she collected quite a bit. At the general store, there were abandoned oilcloth, clay pots, bowls, vats, jars, and water skins. At the tailor's shop, she found needles, thread, and unwanted cloth. She also took several large sacks of discarded cotton, likely left behind, because they took up space, along with a pile of ready-made clothes that were probably deemed unattractive. At the blacksmith's, she gathered hammers, shovels, large iron cauldrons, broadswords, and dozens of iron rods, even the smithing tools. Sushi looked at the items with mixed feelings. They must have been too heavy to carry. At the tavern, the meat and vegetables were probably bought fresh daily, so aside from the tables and chairs, there was little else. Sushi didn't disdain them. She collected everything, including the kitchen water vat and the chopping board. From the herbal medicine shop, she took the herbs that couldn't be transported. From the grain store, the remaining seeds. These yields were not substantial. Sushi wondered whether she should go to the county town, where there were more wealthy families. She decided to have a look, just to set her mind at ease. Summoning her wind element ability, she soon arrived at the city gate. Seeing the wide-open gates, Sue's mouth twitched. At least the town had a gatekeeper to collect tolls, but what was wrong with the county? Had they given up completely? Gather freely, my lord. On second thought, the county must have received news a few days earlier than the town. It was understandable that the people had fled. The more she thought about it, the more her heart raced. Since no one was around, she could do as she pleased. Like a whirlwind sweeping through, she covered every direction, east, south, west, north, and center, impartially. Wherever there was air, her wind element ability could reach, and everywhere it touched, silence fell. Finally, she arrived at the county magistrate's office. She collected everything in sight. Whatever she saw, she took. This county office was even poorer than the wealthy family's home in town. Apart from some abandoned quilts and cloth in the storehouse, there were only the large water vat in the kitchen and a few jars of pickled vegetables. The grain was scarce, and the tables, chairs, and furniture were inferior to those of the rich household. She muttered silently, this magistrate really is an honest official. The magistrate, thank you very much. Returning to the dilapidated house at the foot of the mountain, she went into the main room and set up the canopy bed she had taken from the wealthy family. She spread out the bedding, bathed with water from the creek in her space, and slipped into the covers. Lying in bed, she began to review her zero-cost shopping of the day. Her final conclusion was this place was truly poor. After a whole night's work, only the wealthy family's home had yielded substantial gains. She let out a sigh. Her 103rd, she couldn't help but count. Tossing and turning in bed, she suddenly realized a problem she had overlooked. She hadn't eaten all day. A low growl from her stomach echoed in perfect timing. She swept her consciousness through the space, retrieved 2 meat buns and a bowl of millet porridge, and set up a small folding table for the bed. She began her first meal of the day, which also happened to be dinner. After finishing her meal in silence, she stored the table and dishes back into the space. It had been a tiring day, and the washing could wait until tomorrow. Not wanting to sleep right after eating, she decided to organize her supplies in the space instead. This was her second time entering the space. She gazed at the mountains, the stream, and the spiritual spring, then surveyed her stockpiled goods. Puffing out her chest with pride, she pointed ahead and declared, "Behold, this is my kingdom. The supplies within the space were enough to sustain her for several lifetimes. Moreover, now that the space allowed for planting, she would have a continuous supply of fresh grain. Everything produced by the space was of the finest quality. The thought alone was exhilarating. But she couldn't just dream, she had to take action. She found the wheat, corn, and rice seeds she had hoarded before the apocalypse, and tried to control them with her mind. To her delight, it worked. With a single thought, she sowed them all. Then she organized and planted various vegetable seeds as well. With grain and vegetables covered, she still needed fruit. She retrieved saplings, dug holes, placed them and filled the soil, and watered them in one fluid motion. Perfect. Unable to resist, she praised herself. I'm truly capable. Leaving the space, she lay back under the covers and imagined the days ahead when she would feast on the grain, vegetables, and fruit grown within it. The thought was utterly delightful. She couldn't dwell on it any longer, or she'd never fall asleep. It was time to sleep and grow. She drifted off instantly and slept through the night without a single dream. The next morning, she woke up naturally. It was the most restful sleep she'd had since the apocalypse began. No fear of mutated creatures attacking, no dread of zombie raids. What a wonderful night it had been. She glanced at the dilapidated mud brick walls and the thatched roof. She quickly averted her gaze, as staring at them wouldn't make them any better. It was time for breakfast. She took out a bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee, a steamer basket of soup dumplings, and a plate of pickled vegetables. She murmured a silent prayer. Thank you, heavens, for granting me this rebirth, and allowing me to savor delicious food once more. Amen. The heavens. I am the true God, the celestial Tao, not the Amen you speak of. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, and washing the dishes from last night, and this morning's soup, she surveyed the cracked walls and the leaky thatched roof once more. She realized she needed to find a proper shelter quickly. Who knew when outside threats might reach this place? It was urgent. She packed up and set out to find a refuge. She collected the items she had taken out yesterday and made a final sweep of the old Sioux family house. Apart from the broken furniture and wooden planks that couldn't be moved, there was nothing else. With a sigh, she decided to take them anyway. At least they were dry wood, useful for kindling. After collecting, she reluctantly descended into the cellar for a look. Let's go. There's nothing here. What was I expecting? Did I really think they'd leave something behind? Wishful thinking. Leaving the Sioux family home, she searched every other house in the village collecting more wood. She also stumbled upon a pleasant surprise in the village chief's house. She found several large water vats, and tucked away in a crack in the wall 2 taels of silver. Sushi suspected it was the chief's hidden stash that he had forgotten to take when he fled the famine. How lucky for her. Sushi took one last look at the deserted village, then without a hint of reluctance, slung her small decoy bundle over her shoulder and headed into the mountains. She wasn't in a hurry. She strolled along leisurely, gathering dry branches she encountered on the path. These were precious. They could be lifesavers during the extreme cold. Whenever she spotted wild pheasants or rabbits, she used her wood-based ability to capture them and release them into the mountains within her space. She also uprooted any withered medicinal herbs she found, using her ability to revive them and plant them inside the space. After half a day of this Stopango journey, she had crossed one mountain. She recalled that her original body had once followed her father to the fringes of the deep mountains. She remembered her father mentioning that the deep mountains were cursed. No one who entered ever came back alive. She had no intention of entering the deep mountains today. At this pace, she could reach the outer edges by nightfall. She would camp there for the night and venture into the deep mountains at dawn. She glanced at the sun, then checked her watch. It was 52 seconds to noon. Time for lunch. She found a relatively flat spot, set up a small stool and a table. After walking so far, she deserved a treat. She brought out a small bowl of braised pork, a portion of boiled fish, a serving of stir-fried greens, a bowl of rice, and for a perfect finale, a fruit platter. Perfect. These were all dishes she had stocked up on at restaurants before the apocalypse, portioned according to her appetite to ensure she ate well without wasting. She enjoyed a sumptuous lunch alone, truly adhering to the principle of not speaking while eating. She accidentally ate a bit too much and let out a satisfied burp. Now that she was full, she felt sleepy. What to do? Sushi never shortchanged herself. She quickly packed away the table and chairs and left the dishes unwashed, storing them directly in the space to be cleaned later in the evening. It also saved water. She found a shady spot, strung up her hammock between 2 trees, and settled in for a blissful afternoon nap. After sleeping for 2 hours, she saw that the sun was no longer too harsh, so she put away her hammock and continued on her way. The deeper she went, the denser the trees became, and the more small animals she encountered. A chirping sparrow. Collected. An adorable little squirrel. Collected. A caterpillar. She silently withdrew her hand. That one shed skip, lest it wreak havoc on the plants inside. Traveling in stops and starts, she reached the outskirts of the deep mountains before nightfall and decided not to venture further. Looking around, she considered that animals tended to come out to drink at night, so she found a large tree far from the water source, lightly leaped onto it, and settled in. The tree was massive, with 2 branches close together that fit her perfectly like a single bed. Sitting on the branch, she ate 2 steamed buns and drank a cup of milk tea. Feeling a bit too full, she thought life lies in movement and jumped down to do some exercise. 3 circles left, 3 circles right, twist the neck, twist the hips, early to bed and early to rise. Let's exercise. After finishing the routine, her whole body felt relaxed. She jumped back onto the tree, took out a blanket, closed her eyes, and went to sleep. Another day of gratitude to the heavens. She slept soundly through the night. In the morning, she woke to the songs of birds. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, marking the start of a beautiful day. She got up, brushed her teeth, and washed her face, then took out a bowl of millet porridge and a serving of pan-fried buns for breakfast. A little squirrel hopped over to her side, staring at her intently. Have you had breakfast? If not, let's eat together, she said as she took out a small plate of pine nuts from her space and placed it before the squirrel. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little squirrel chirped twice, reached out its front paws, and began munching on the pine nuts, occasionally looking up at she with chattering sounds. She found it so adorable that she ended up eating 2 extra buns and got overly full again. Seeing that the squirrel had finished the pine nuts, she added a plate of spirit spring water. The little creature took a sip, and its eyes instantly lit up. It quickly drank all the water, then looked at she with its big, glistening eyes. All right, you've eaten and drunk your fill. I need to be on my way now. Goodbye, little one. She gently stroked the squirrel's fluffy head to bid it farewell, picked up her bundle, and headed toward the deep mountains. Squeak, squeak. The little squirrel followed closely behind her step by step. She couldn't help but laugh. What, you want to cling to me? Are you planning to come with me? Squeak, squeak. The squirrel nodded vigorously, placing its 2 front paws together in a gesture of supplication, gazing at her with those glistening eyes. She was utterly charmed. She scooped it up in her hands, rubbed its fluffy little head, and said, "You're so cute. All right, you can come with me. From now on, I've got your back. You'll eat well and live well." Squeak, squeak. The squirrel's eyes instantly sparkled, and it nodded frantically. All right, stop nodding. You'll give yourself a headache." She pressed down on its bobbing head. "Since you love nodding so much, I'll call you Dian. How about that, Dian?" Squeak, squeak. Little Dian started nodding excitedly again. She laughed. "You're just too adorable. Let's go then." She let the squirrel perch on her shoulder, and the pair, one human, one squirrel, set off on their wondrous journey. Dian, did you know about the natural disaster? People have all fled south, but little do they realize that even if they go there, the scorching heat and bitter cold to come will be even harder to endure. This world is becoming unlivable. That damned heaven just won't let people have a moment's peace. She muttered to the squirrel as she gathered things into her space. Squeak, squeak. The squirrel proved to be a wonderfully agreeable listener, responding every time she vented. This pleased Sushi greatly, and she couldn't resist blowing it a kiss and making a heart gesture. Deep within the mountains, the trees stood lush and verdant, their towering canopies filling the space, until one felt utterly dwarfed by the vastness of heaven and earth. Sushi marked her trail as she walked, though the signs were visible only to her alone. Precious medicinal herbs dotted the wilderness in abundance. Polygonum multiflorum purple, Ganoderma red, Ganoderma ginseng. Sushi flitted among them like a diligent little bee in a garden of flowers, gathering and gathering, yet the bounty seemed endless, impossible to exhaust. Sushi, heavens, are you punishing me? There's so much I can't possibly gather it all. Heavens, you are just showing off. Only after collecting 200-century-old Ganoderma and 158-century-old ginseng did she remember her true purpose for venturing into the mountains. Ah, careless me. I can't resist precious herbs the moment I see them. When will I ever break this habit? It must be that the heavens don't want me to find shelter, that they want me to suffer, so they blinded me with these herbs. I've fallen right into the heavens' trap. Sushi, you need to be more vigilant. Come on, business first. I've seen plenty of good things in my life. No more gathering for now. They'll come back after I'm settled. Heavens, since you've given me these, you can't take them back. Leave them here for me to collect later. The heavens rubbed its ears. Why has this child become so noisy since arriving here? I'd like to turn her into a mute. Sushi placed the little squirrel on her shoulder. Let's go, Dian. Sister will take you to find shelter. Squeak, squeak. Dian nodded fervently. Sushi. No more words. Nothing more to say. One girl and one squirrel wove through the dense chirp chirp. Faint, thin, and piercing sounds reached her ears. Sushi paid them no mind and continued forward. Chirp chirp. This time the cries came more urgently than before. Sushi asked the little squirrel, Dian, did you hear that? Squeak, squeak. The little squirrel nodded vigorously and pointed its tiny paw toward the left front. Following the direction it indicated, she discovered a snow-white little fox lying beneath a tree. Drawing closer, she realized the fox's leg was entangled in vines. Hold still, I'll untangle you. Don't move, or the vines will tighten even more. With patience, she worked free the layers of vines wrapped around the little fox. Even as she worked, she couldn't resist teasing. Honestly, you managed to get your leg tangled in vines just walking along. And so many layers at that. You're something else. Impressive. The heavens covered its face. I've never seen anyone so foolish. I can't watch this anymore. How embarrassing. A quarter of an hour later, the little fox's leg was freed from the vines. Sushi felt it gazing at her with those beautiful, captivating peach blossom eyes. This description seemed oddly mismatched, and the sensation was rather unsettling. Chirp chirp. The little fox nuzzled affectionately against Su Zai's leg with its fluffy head. Sushi was at a loss. This. The little fox continued rubbing its head against her leg, even hugging it with its tiny paws, gazing up at her with those beautiful, glistening peach blossom eyes full of pleading. You want to follow me? The little fox nodded ecstatically. Sushi, don't imitate Dian. That's Diandian's signature move. You're being so dramatic. The little fox was left speechless, dark lines forming on its forehead. Sushi patted its little head. If you want to follow, then follow. 1 sheep to herd, 2 sheep to herd. What's one more? The little fox stomped its feet, wildly squeaking in protest. I'm a 9-tailed fox, not a sheep. Of course, Sushi couldn't understand that. She interpreted it as, see how happy you are, you're already dancing the jazz. But I don't have time to watch you dance right now. Let's find shelter first, and once we're settled, I'll teach you subject 3. That dance is amazing, absolutely mesmerizing. The little fox lowered its head in defeat, but perked up at the mention of shelter. Feeling confident again, it extended a tiny paw to tug at Su Zai's skirt, pointing ahead, then at itself, then at Sushi. This time Sushi understood. You want me to follow you? The little squirrel was about to nod when it remembered something, and froze mid-motion, then mimicked a nodding gesture with its tiny paw instead. Sushi was overjoyed. You know a good place. That's wonderful. The little fox gestured to itself, then led Sushi slowly deeper into the heart of the forest. The little fox leaped lightly, leading Sushi across several rolling hills. Along the way, a gentle breeze brushed their faces, bringing the fresh scent of grass and trees. Finally, they came to a stop before a steep hillside. The little fox raised its delicate paw, pointing toward the towering mountain beside them. Sushi followed the direction of the little fox's gesture and observed carefully. On one side of the majestic mountain, there were 2 caves, one large and one small. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows around the cave entrance. What pleased her most was that the cave was 3 or 4 meters above the ground, making it difficult for even large animals to climb up. Sushi picked up the little fox and planted 2 smacking kisses on his face. How do you know me so well? I love you to death. The little fox acted coy in her arms, burying his head in the crook of her. Sushi, holding the little fox and carrying the little squirrel on her shoulder, used her wind-based ability to leap up to the cave entrance. She set them down and examined the 2 caves. The larger cave had a flat floor of about 30 to 40 square meters, while the smaller one was separated by a wall with its entrance higher up and an interior of roughly 20 square meters. The large cave could serve as a kitchen and dining room, while the small cave, after some modifications, would be perfect as a bedroom. She planned to carve a doorway in the middle wall to connect the 2 caves. Since the smaller cave was higher, she would dig out a Kong-heated brick bed in the inner half, lower the floor to match the larger cave, and use the small entrance as a window. With doors and windows installed, it would be a perfect 1-bedroom layout. Sushi wondered if she should also add a bathroom in the cave. It seemed possible, but how? Her head hurt. She decided not to think about it for now. Maybe inspiration would strike as she worked. She would take it. Seeing Sushi satisfied, the little fox was also happy. He narrowed his peach blossom eyes, tilted his head, and looked up at her, as if to say, praise me, come give me a kiss. Sushi understood, and not wanting to spoil the mood, picked him up and gave him a smacking kiss. You're so great. The little fox returned the favor without hesitation, hugging Sushi and kissing her twice, leaving her face covered in saliva. Yuck, don't do that again. Look at my face, all covered in your drool. Heaven covered its eyes. This silly girl is truly foolish. Look at the disdain. She took a large broom from her space and cleaned the big cave to use as a temporary shelter. Glancing at her watch, it was 11:59. Noon had arrived, so she decided to eat first. Looking at the little squirrel, and then the little fox, she felt immense pressure. From now on, she was no longer alone. She had a family to support. She had to work hard. A sweet burden. She took out a small table and 3 little stools. In front of the little squirrel, she placed a plate of pine nuts. For the little fox, she brought out a plate of roast chicken. Each of the 2 little ones also got a small bowl of spiritual spring water. Then she served herself a portion of yusiang ro si shredded pork with garlic sauce, a portion of sour and spicy cabbage, a bowl of rice, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Alright, let's eat. The little squirrel jumped onto the small stool and grabbed the food. The little fox walked gently to the small stool and carefully sat down. Its furry body curled up slightly like an adorable little ball. Then it slowly raised its front paws and gently placed them on the table, its movements graceful and The little fox used its agile claws to firmly grasp a piece of roast chicken that was both tempting in color and fragrant. The chicken seemed docile in its grasp, obediently controlled. The little fox first examined the delicacy in its paws carefully, its eyes gleaming with satisfaction and anticipation. Then it opened its small mouth, took a gentle bite of the chicken, and chewed slowly. Each chew was meticulous, as if savoring the most exquisite delicacy in the world. As it ate, its glossy lips occasionally became stained with grease, but this did not diminish the elegant demeanor it displayed while eating. Sushi was stunned by its actions. Were foxes nowadays so competitive? Even foxes were learning etiquette and manners. Maybe she was overthinking. Time to eat. There was still much work to do. The one human, one fox, and one squirrel quietly enjoyed their first reunion meal together. After eating, the little squirrel followed the little fox outside, communicating with a series of chirps and squeaks, and they seemed to have reached a happy agreement. Sushi watched in bewilderment. Could they understand each other's language? Did it transcend species? Unable to figure it out, she gave up. Sushi was a pragmatic person. She went to the small cave first, took out a rechargeable electric chisel, and left half of the entrance untouched. She began chiseling inward toward the bottom of the cave, repeatedly punching holes and collecting the broken stones into her space. After a quarter of an hour, a large pit appeared at the bottom of the cave. Sushi arrived at the large cave, retrieved the door from her apocalyptic zero-cost shopping spree, selected a suitable one, measured its dimensions, marked the stone wall with chalk, and fired up a rechargeable cutter. With a buzz around the rock face, a doorway connecting to a smaller cave was carved out, and she stored the cut stone slab into her space. The floor of the large cave was already level, so no work was needed there, but the small cave she had chiseled out was rough and uneven. She took out a tape measure, checked the dimensions, found the level, and used the cutter to slice horizontally along the floor of the large cave into the small one. The ground of the small cave instantly became smooth. She then used a small chisel to tidy up the edges and corners. Perfect. The remaining half of the small cave adjacent to the entrance was designated for a large heated brick bed. In truth, Sushi had built at least 800 such beds and stoves during the apocalyptic extreme cold, so she was quite adept at it. She measured the bed surface dimensions, used the cutter to score a line along the 3 stone walls at the bed height, and then made a horizontal cut from the front according to the measure. With a crack, the bed surface was cut out. She then chiseled out the smoke channels within the bed, drilled vents through to the large cave outside, and set up a stove to finish the job. Time flew by while working. Before much was done, dusk had fallen. Reviewing the tasks ahead, installing the door and windows, setting up the stove, and fitting the flue for the heated bed, she realized the work wasn't extensive but was indeed troublesome. Just then the 2 little creatures who had been out all day returned. Sushi teased. "Oh, so you know to come home when it gets dark. Not so dumb after all." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little squirrel nodded vigorously. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little fox stretched out a tiny paw, tugging at Suzi's skirt to draw her attention to the cave entrance. Following its gaze down the slope, she spotted a silly roe deer they had brought back, though it appeared to be dead. Sushi asked, "How did you manage this?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little squirrel chattered and gestured, mimicking a chase, then dashed toward the cave wall, colliding with it, and instantly collapsing in a faint. The little fox covered its eyes in exasperation, chirping, "What a fool." Sushi, who had been laughing so hard she was clutching her stomach, was baffled by the squirrel's bizarre act. She quickly scooped it up, gently checked its breath. Thankfully, it was only unconscious. She placed her hand on the squirrel's head and channeled her wood-based ability. Within moments, the little squirrel slowly opened its eyes, gazing at Sushi with a pitiful look. Sushi was charmed by it. "All right, no more foolish stunts. Why would you actually crash into it? You could have lost your life. Does your head still hurt?" Squeak, squeak. The little squirrel gave a gentle shake of its head. Relieved it was fine, Sushi jumped down from the cave, stored the deer into her space, and said, "I'll deal with it after the cave is renovated." Back inside, she filled a basin with stream water, washed her hands and face, and set out a plate of pine, nuts, a roasted chicken, and 2 bowls of spirit spring water for the little ones. Too tired to have much appetite herself, she opted for a bowl of braised beef noodles. The girl, the fox, and the squirrel finished their dinner in peaceful silence. After the meal, Sushi entered her space, drew a basin of stream water for a bath, and afterward, gazing at the crops, fruits, and vegetables planted just 2 days ago, she froze in a daze. Good heavens, don't other people's spaces come with villas? Why is mine bare? Not a single brick or tile. Am not asking for much, forget the villa ID, settle for a courtyard house. Have mercy, pity me. Look, the crops are about to ripen. Where am I supposed to put them? Out in the open, exposed to wind and sun. The heavens, exasperated, huffed, exposed to wind. Do you think your space is a miniature world? Sushi was just venting to herself, and rightly so. The wheat, corn, and rice planted the day before yesterday had already yellowed today. At this rate, they'd be ready for harvest tomorrow. The vegetables had matured, and the fruit trees had set fruit. In her past life, her space had been purely for preserving supplies, so she had never prepared storage facilities. The space itself was the warehouse, no need to gild the lily. Now looking at this space, she was filled with regret. Had she known, she'd have stocked up on shipping containers. Truly, money can't buy foresight. What a painful realization. Alas, there was no way around it. After finishing the cave, she'd have to renovate the space next. The work was endless, absolutely endless. Since the work was never-ending, she decided not to dwell on it, and went out to sleep. Exiting her space, she brought out her carved canopy bed and hung a mosquito net to ward off insects. Just as she was settling in, the 2 little ones started fighting. The fox refused to let the squirrel onto the bed. Sue's head throbbed. She tossed out 2 pet pads she had gathered from an apocalyptic pet store and declared, "Neither of you is getting on this bed. After a long day, you can't even let me sleep in peace. Spoiled brats." The 2 little ones silently lay down on their pads and went to sleep. Sushi snickered from the bed. "I'm too clever. You think I can't handle you two?" In the dead of night, Sushi felt a pair of hands caressing her face, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't open her eyes. A whisper reached her ears, The voice was so enchanting that it sent a thrill through her. Then she was enveloped in a warm embrace and drifted into a deep, peaceful slumber. After a night of sweet dreams, she slowly stirred awake. As her drowsy eyes fluttered open and her vision gradually sharpened, she was astonished to find a ball of snow-white fluff beside her. The snow-white mass was furry soft and as pristine as the first snow of winter. Sushi rubbed her eyes, trying to recall the dreams from the night before. Gradually, the hazy images began to surface in her mind. It finally dawned on her. It was this creature. No wonder she had slept so soundly and warmly, as if enveloped by a gentle, soothing current. Unable to resist, Sushi reached out and gently stroked the soft fur, savoring the warmth and delicate texture beneath her fingertips. The little one in turn squinted its eyes in contentment, basking in the affection and care. Gazing at the adorable little life before her, Sue's heart swelled with joy and tenderness. After she got up and freshened up, the 2 little ones also rose and sat obediently at the table waiting for Sushi to feed them. Sushi was instantly overwhelmed by their cuteness, and she even brought out more food than yesterday. Pine nuts, hazelnuts, roast chicken, and pressed salted duck. The 2 little ones stared at the feast with sparkling eyes. Sushi chuckled and said, "Stop staring, dig in." With that, she grabbed a few steamed buns and a bowl of millet porridge for herself and began to eat. At that moment, the only sound was the soft munching. After breakfast, the 2 little ones, as if by silent agreement, filed out one after the other. Left alone, Sushi felt a pang of abandonment. She looked at the cave before her and felt the weight of a long, arduous task. Rolling up her sleeves, she resolved to get to work. There was no other choice. Entering the cave bedroom she had renovated the day before, she retrieved a window frame from her spatial storage. She measured the dimensions, marked the small cave wall with chalk, and outlined the vent for the stovepipe. Using a cutter, she carved out an opening to fit the window. Then she pulled out a smoke exhaust pipe from her storage, connected it to the flue outlet of the heated brick bed, and threaded it through the hole beside the window. After installing the window frame and sealing the edges with foam sealant, she also filled the gaps around the flue opening. Finally, she covered the cutout section of the heated bed surface and sealed the seams with a ring of foam sealant to prevent it. Next, she retrieved a pane of glass from her storage, measured it, cut it to size with a glass cutter, and fitted it into the frame. For better insulation, she installed double pane glass and used a vacuum pump to evacuate the air between the panes. Given that this world only experienced extreme heat and cold, with no mutant flora, fauna, or zombies like in apocalyptic scenarios, there was no need for tempered glass. And with that, the bedroom renovation. Unable to contain her pride, she praised herself, "I'm just too capable." Then she moved on to installing the outer cave door. She retrieved the door, choosing a design with a glass upper half and a steel-reinforced plastic lower half for better natural light. Again, she measured, marked with chalk, cut, installed the door, and fitted the glass, all in a smooth, fluid motion. Admiring the fruits of her labor, a surge of pride welled up within her. "How am I this skilled?" Time truly flew by. She glanced at her watch, 1:15. It was already noon, time for lunch. Eating on schedule was essential for staying healthy and strong. As if on cue, the 2 little ones returned right at mealtime. Curious, Sushi asked them, "Where have you 2 been all morning?" The little squirrels stepped forward to answer her, chattering away with squeaks and gestures, pointing outside the cave for Sushi to see. Sushi stepped out and looked down. Well, ginseng, fleece flower root, and reishi mushrooms, all over a century old. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurried down to collect them into her spatial storage and dashed back into the cave faster than lightning. Suddenly, a question popped into Sue's head. She curiously asked the 2 little ones, "It's so high up here. How do you manage to get up and down?" The 2 little ones looked at her as if she were an idiot. The little squirrel then, with a swift whoosh, turned and darted out, leaping down the cliff face with nimble, bounding hops. To come back up, it simply clambered up the cracks and crevices of the rock wall. The little fox, however, had it much easier. With a graceful leap, it descended with a whoosh, and with another bound, it was back up. Watching the 2 little ones navigate the sheer, towering cliff with such effortless ease, Sushi was struck with astonishment and bewilderment, and a flicker of doubt began to creep into her mind about her own capabilities. She had, after all, chosen this cave as her dwelling after much careful deliberation. Seeing them move up and down so freely, she was forced to reconsider whether this place was truly as secure and reliable as she had thought. After all, who could guarantee that some other ferocious beast wouldn't come attacking one day? At the thought of these potential dangers, Sue's brow furrowed deeply. The peace of mind she had felt upon finding a shelter began to evaporate, replaced by a renewed sense of tension. Although her special abilities meant these threats were nothing to truly worry about, her heart yearned for a life of ease and idleness. She simply didn't want any trouble disrupting the peaceful life she planned to lead. The little fox seemed to sense her anxiety. It gently tugged at the hem of her skirt, signaling her to follow it out of the cave. Sushi followed it down, looking at it. The little fox waved its front paw, and in an instant the cave before them vanished, leaving only a towering, sky-piercing mountain in its place. Sushi rubbed her eyes, but the cave was still nowhere to be seen. The little fox waved its paw again, and the cave reappeared. Sushi was completely dumbfounded, her mind short-circuiting. After a full 15 minutes, she finally exclaimed in excitement, "This is a formation, isn't it?" The little fox with an air of pride puffed out its chest and nodded. The little fox tilted its head slightly, its eyes shimmering with pride and confidence in adorable tsundere demeanor that was utterly endearing. Sushi stood quietly to the side, observing the charming little creature with great interest, silently marveling. This is just too amusing. She had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary world concealed so many wonders. A tiny fox that actually understood the art of formation laying. This once again shattered her perception of the world. She felt this little fox was no ordinary being. Could it be a hidden master in disguise? You wouldn't happen to be a fox spirit, would you? The little fox was utterly speechless, staring at the sky in exasperation. Those words didn't sound like a compliment, yet there was no fault to find in them. He couldn't even find a reason to be angry. How exhausting. Master, where did you come from? Journey to the west, or strange tales? Could it be that I saved you in a past life, and you've come to repay the favor in this one? The little fox felt cold sweat forming on its brow. Sue's imagination ran wild. That makes sense. With my beauty and kindness, having saved so many people during the apocalypse, it's entirely possible I saved you in my past life too. The little fox. Whatever makes you happy. Sushi was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. Since you know formations and can hide the cave, I can finally just lie back and do nothing. She patted the little fox's bony shoulder and said earnestly, "My future as a lazybones is in your hands now. I'm entrusting my life to you. Go get him, champ." She failed to notice the tender spring-like gaze in the little fox's eyes. "CC, it's rare to see you so carefree. If you want to be lazy, if you want to do nothing, then let me be the one to protect you. From now on, I can't keep calling you little fox. Let me think of a name for you. How about Sumu? At dusk the sky falls silent, where has the one from before gone? How wonderful it is to have you and me together. You don't mind taking my surname, do you? They'll take your silence as agreement." Sushi chattered on endlessly like a chanting monk. Listening to the constant murmuring by his ear, the little fox felt a warmth blossoming in his heart. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. This feeling was wonderful, and he cherished it deeply. Sushi stroked the little fox's fluffy head, her thoughts drifting aimlessly. She savored this rare moment of peace, no longer wanting to concern herself with saving the people, the fate of the world, or the suffering of the displaced. When the apocalypse began, she used her powers to protect people and lead them safely to base. She always prioritized everyone's safety during mutated beast attacks and zombie invasions, only to die a tragic death in the end. She was so tired. This life, she wanted to cast everything aside, do nothing, and live out her days in peace. The little fox looked up at Sushi, and through her eyes, he glimpsed her struggles and her inner conflict. Gently, he nuzzled her hand with his fluffy head as a gesture of comfort. Sushi snapped back to the present. "All right, let's go eat first. Food is the foundation of life. Skip a meal, and you'll be weak at the knees." The girl, the fox, and a squirrel quietly finished their lunch together. After the meal, the two little ones went out again. Sushi shook her head with a sigh. "Well, everyone needs their freedom. Go on then." She couldn't control them anyway, not in the slightest. She retrieved the sand, cement, and bricks she had collected from construction sites during the apocalypse. She had gathered them thinking it would be a waste to leave them behind. Some had been used for base repairs during the apocalypse, but what remained was still enough to build a small neighborhood. Using the Kong Flu as a base, she left space at the mouth of the large cave for a dish cabinet and a cooking area, then began constructing a large earthen stove. Before building the stove, she found a long, thick iron plate to serve as a sliding door for the flue opening. This way she could push the plate in when she didn't need to heat the Kong, and pull it out when she did, a convenient two-in-one design. The large stove she built had 3 burners, one for cooking rice, one for stir-frying, and one for a large pot like those used for boiling noodles in restaurants. This way, while cooking, the water in the pot would heat up simultaneously. When she needed boiling water, she'd just toss a bit of firewood into that burner. Quick, convenient, and hot water was always available. After finishing the stove, she went out to gather some clay from the mountain. She mixed it with water to form mud and thickly coated the inside of all 3 fireboxes. Then she placed the 3 woks onto the burners and sealed the gaps between the pots and the stove surface with the mud. Once the mud dried, the stove would be ready for use. Admiring her newly built stove, she felt immensely proud. "Aren't I just so capable?" She cleaned both the inner and outer rooms, then picked through the furniture she had collected from wealthy households. She arranged the Kong cabinet, Kong mat, and Kong table one by one, and placed her beloved canopy bed in the inner part of the bedroom. Since it wasn't cold, yet she decided to sleep on the bed for now. In the outer room, she brought out the dish cabinet and arranged the pots, pans, bowls, and utensils. Beside the stove, she placed a 3-door cabinet she had collected from a kitchenware section in a mall during the apocalypse. Rice and flour inside, with a cutting board and vegetable basin on top, more than enough space. Next to the cabinet, she set a large water vat. Sushi looked around the rooms inside and out. Isn't this just like the old house her grandmother lived in during the 70s and 80s? It felt like being a child again, with grandparents' father and mother. Coming home, Grandma would ask, "Hungry? Let me make you something to eat." Dad would come home from work and, never too tired, lift her high in the air. Mom would gaze at her with doting affection, and Grandpa would chuckle warmly at everyone. Suzi's grandfather was diagnosed with stomach cancer when she was 15. In her grandmother's words, they had been born in turbulent times when being famished and threadbare was commonplace, and endless toil had left their bodies riddled with ailments. Her grandmother spoke lightly, feigning indifference, yet Sushi could sense the profound bitterness and helplessness lurking beneath that nonchalance. At 16, she entered her sophomore year of high school. In the second week of the new semester, she bid farewell to her grandfather. Her grandmother did not utter a single word for days, nor shed a single tear. Suzi's parents were terrified, fearing that such suppressed grief would make her ill. As expected, her grandmother passed away just before the spring festival. Her parting words were, "Your father never cooked a meal or washed a single piece of clothing in his life. Since I married him, he never let me work in the fields. He couldn't do housework, so he left it all to me while he provided for the family. Now he's alone over there, and I can already picture him pacing about utterly at a loss. I'm going to find him. Don't be too sad. Take good care of yourselves, and raise Cece well. My only regret is not living to see her go to college, find a partner, and start a family. I'm tired. Let me take a nap." Sushi knelt by the bedside, holding her grandmother's hand, waiting for her to wake up. But that sleep was eternal. From that day on, Sushi no longer had the love of her grandparents. She wailed uncontrollably, crying for 3 days until her eyes were swollen like walnuts. At 17, she was admitted to her dream university. After graduation, she joined a listed company, and thanks to her exceptional abilities, she rose to the position of deputy general manager within 2 years. Everything proceeded smoothly and according to plan, except that she never met the right person. In her spare time, she enrolled in a taekwondo and kickboxing class. On her 25th birthday, she inadvertently unlocked a space, a simple preservation space. Based on her years of reading novels, she was certain it signified either an apocalypse or a time travel scenario. After activating the space, she had originally planned to buy a house, but instead she used all her savings to stockpile supplies. Better safe than sorry. Each month after paying rent, she spent the remainder of her salary on provisions. 2 years passed in a blink. The weather that year turned abnormal. By early February, temperatures had soared past 30 degrees Celsius. Sushi concluded that the apocalypse was imminent. She decisively quit her job and returned home, telling her parents about her space and sharing her speculations. Her parents trusted her completely. They gave her their savings to stock up on supplies while they stayed home to reinforce the house. By May, when all their savings were spent, the temperature had skyrocketed to over 50 degrees with no sign of stopping. This weather persisted for an entire year. Then gradually the temperature began to drop. Within a month it fell by more than 30 degrees and life returned to normal. On the day the supermarket reopened, Suzi's parents decided to go take a look. Suddenly, enormous boulders began to fall from the sky, crushing many people. Suzi's parents were among the victims. The rocks kept falling for a full day and night before ceasing. Sobbing, Sushi dug through the boulders to find her parents. Just as she discovered their bodies, rain began to fall. People who hadn't seen a single drop of rain in a year rejoiced, but soon they realized something was wrong. The rain caused their skin to fester, and some began to burn with high fever. Enduring excruciating pain all over her body, Sushi carried her parents home in 2 trips. When she went to the coffin shop to buy caskets, she found it empty. Given the dire circumstances, trembling with fear, she took a large coffin suitable for a joint burial. Back home, she cleaned and dressed her parents, arranged their features, placed them in the coffin, and stored it in her space. Their hometown was over 1,000 kilometers away, so she could not return immediately. She resolved to take them back for burial when the world was peaceful again. After doing all this, she collapsed into unconsciousness. When Sushi woke again, she discovered she had developed abilities, dual abilities to be precise. This discovery brought her no joy. She only cursed the damned heavens for inflicting such suffering on humanity, for taking her parents from her, leaving her utterly alone in this world. While some people awakened their powers, others turned into zombies. Hell on earth had truly begun. Society collapsed. Sushi channeled her grief and rage into frenzied scavenging. She raided supermarkets, malls, warehouses. Everything she saw she collected. Useful or not, she took it all, her motto being leave nothing behind. Like a walking corpse, Sushi mechanically gathered supplies, numbing herself with the endless task. This state of mind lasted for a year. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, the authorities established a base and called for survivors to join. Sushi led the people from her city to the base. After 7 years at the base, thanks to her abilities and competence, she became the second in command. Her one regret was that she had never been able to take her parents back to their home. Her parents still remained in her space. Thinking of her parents, Sushi hurried into the space to take a look. She hadn't been able to enter it before, and she was afraid that if she took their bodies out they would decay, so Sushi arrived before the coffins holding her parents, knelt down, and kowtowed 4 times. Rising, she opened the coffin lid. Her parents inside looked as if they were merely sleeping. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Sushi felt the corners of their lips held a faint smile. Sushi reached out and gently touched their faces. Father, mother, forgive Shishi for not coming to see you all these years. Shishi has missed you so much. Tears fell onto her parents' faces, wetting their clothes. Sushi quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe them. Father, mother, I'm sorry. Shishi has gotten you wet. Let me wipe it dry. Father, mother, after you left I developed superpowers. I hate myself so much. If only I had awakened them sooner, I could have protected you, and you wouldn't have left me when the apocalypse came. After you were gone, some people gained superpowers, and others became zombies. The world fell into chaos. I lived alone for 9 more years, only to die in the end within a tide of the undead. When I woke up again, I had been transported to this place, and became this world's Sushi. Isn't that fantastical? I now have 2 little companions, a little squirrel, and a small white fox. They are full of mischief. The white fox can even set up formations. Isn't that amazing? As she spoke, Sushi suddenly had an idea. She could bury her parents here in the space. No place was better than this. She could come in to see them whenever she wished. Father, mother, would you like Shishi to bury you here? This way you can stay with Shishi forever. Sushi noticed the smiles at her parents' lips instantly widened. Holding back her excitement, she checked their breath and felt for their pulse, but in the end she withdrew her hand in disappointment. She had thought they had come back to life, but it was merely a fleeting hope. It seemed her parents liked this place, so she would bury them here to let them rest in peace. The foot of the mountain was a perfect spot nestled between the hills and the water. She took out a spade, determined to dig their graves with her own hands. After the graves were dug, she moved the coffins into the pits. Before covering them with earth, she couldn't resist opening the lids one last time. Father, mother, let Shishi look at you once more. After this I will never see you again. She lowered her head and kissed them, then reluctantly closed the coffin lids and filled the graves. She found a slab of marble and placed it before the tombs, carving these words with a knife. Father Su, Chi, Mother Shin Yuan's grave. Daughter Su, Shi, May 2030. As she finished carving the last character Su, she broke down, sobbing, her tears soaking the stone. She knelt before the graves and kowtowed 4 times. When she raised her head, her parents' graves were gone. In their place stood a 2-courtyard compound, and she was kneeling right in front of its gate. Sushi stood up and rubbed her eyes. She rubbed them again, and after confirming it wasn't an illusion, she pushed open the gate. The front courtyard had 5 main rooms and 3 side rooms on each side. A passage on the east side led to the back courtyard, which had 6 main rooms and 2 side rooms on each side. Inside the 6 main rooms of the back courtyard were rows of empty 5-tier shelves. The east and west side rooms were completely empty. Returning to the front courtyard, she entered the main building. The exterior looked old-fashioned, but the interior was modernly decorated. The central living room was fully equipped with a television, sofa, air conditioner, water dispenser, and all the standard home appliances. The 2 rooms on the left were bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. The 2 rooms on the right consisted of another bedroom, also with a bathroom and a study. The study contained a desk and bookshelves that reached the ceiling, filled with books neatly organized by category. One of the east wing rooms was a complete kitchen equipped with a range hood, a gas stove, and everything else a kitchen could need. Most importantly, it had water, electricity, and gas. The other east wing room was a storage room, currently empty. The 2 rooms in the west wing were also empty. Sushi returned to the study, feeling that something there was waiting for her. As soon as she entered, she was drawn to a pen on the desk. She recalled it wasn't there before. The pen looked like an ordinary retractable ballpoint with nothing special about it. Sushi picked it up and casually clicked it. A familiar voice sounded and tears instantly streamed down her face. It was her mother's voice. Shishi, our dearest daughter, are you happy seeing this courtyard house? You always used to say when reading novels that you wished you could have a space with a courtyard house like this. Now your father and I have made that wish come true for you. We believe that with your cleverness you'll understand our intentions just by looking at the arrangement of the rooms. We won't say much more. Your world is now full of disasters. We hope you can use this space while protect yourself and live a happy life. Though we regret not being able to say goodbye in person, our mission is complete. Don't be sad. We will definitely meet again. Sushi wiped her tears with her hand, sobbing. Father, mother, Shishi will be obedient. I will eat well, sleep well, and live well. Shishi believes in you. I believe our family will be reunited. Sushi firmly believed that her family would one day reunite. This world was filled with endless mystery and wonder. First there was the magical space she possessed. Then there was her reincarnation after death. And after her parents were buried, the courtyard house she received added another layer of mystery. Not to mention outside there was even a small white fox that knew how to set up formations. All these seemingly unrelated and inexplicable events seemed to possess a certain internal logic and reasonableness. Although some details remained unclear, everything felt so natural, as if it were all guided by some unseen heavenly design. Sushi already knew how to arrange the spatial courtyard. Arriving at her storage area with a single thought, all her supplies were categorized and placed on shelves in the 6 rooms of the backyard. Now she no longer had to worry about her provisions being exposed to the elements. Arriving at the planting zone, the wheat, corn, rice, and vegetables were all ripe. With a thought, they were instantly transported into the east and west wing rooms of the backyard. Sushi sighed with emotion. Now I never have to worry about crops ripening with nowhere to put them. The heavenly Tao twitched its mouth. With such a huge space, how can you claim there's nowhere to put things? You even cried and begged for a courtyard, nearly rolling on the ground. Sushi was like a kitten that had just successfully stolen a delicious fish, her face beaming with irrepressible joy. Her lively eyes sparkled with excitement, the corners of her mouth curved into a faint smile, and she murmured softly, "Hee hee, it seems the heavens are truly looking out for me. It's like all my wishes come true, I get whatever I want." Using her will, she replanted the harvested land with wheat, corn, rice, and various vegetables. Humming a tune, she watered them. The fruits in the orchard would be ripe tomorrow, and from then on she would have an endless supply of fruit and vegetables. The thought was delightful. The golden wind brings joyful tidings, the redbud flowers have bloomed. In February, the spring thunder on the earth stirs, drums beat. Knowing she could be reunited with her parents, Sue's eyes' mood instantly shifted from gloom to sunshine, like ice melting under a bright sun. In her heart she cheered, "Yo." Sushi had grown up by her grandmother's side. When her grandmother was happy, these were the lyrics she would hum. Immersed in this from a young age, these words were etched into her heart, and she would also use them to express her joy. Sushi exited the spatial realm. The 2 little ones had already returned, looking at her with pitiful, tearful eyes. Sushi felt like a cruel mother who had abandoned her husband and child, now confronted by her husband bringing their son to demand an explanation. Ew, that's gross, but this feeling was quite nice. If she ever had the chance to be an actress, she would definitely ask the director to let her play a wicked stepmother, a heartless woman, or a scheming White Lotus. The thought was thrilling. Sushi instantly switched into drama queen mode. "Oh, it's not what you think. It's all my fault. I should have taken you everywhere with me. Abandoning you was not my choice, for I had my reasons, boo-hoo-hoo." She took out a handkerchief and dabbed at the non-existent tears in the corners of her eyes. The 2 little ones were dumbfounded. "Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? To make up for it, how about I cook for you today? Instant noodles with 2 fried eggs each." The 2 little ones nodded dazedly. Sushi swayed her hips like a snake demon as she walked to the cutting board. With a delicate flick of her pinky, she used her will to bring out a gas stove, connect the gas tank, place a frying pan, pour in spiritual spring water, and light the fire. Her movements were so exaggerated and pretentious that the 2 little ones shivered. They stared dumbfounded at this woman possessed by the spirit of the white snake. Once the water was hot, she grandly cracked 6 eggs into the pan. When the water boiled, she added 3 150-gram portions of instant noodles, then added some greens. After 5 or 6 minutes, she turned off the heat. When the 2 bowls of noodles were placed before them, they were still in a daze. Sushi covered her mouth and stifled a laugh. "What's wrong? Eat up. Tell me if it's good." After saying that, she started eating by herself, ignoring them. Seeing her eat, the 2 little ones felt reassured. After one bite, their eyes lit up, and as if afraid someone would steal their food, they quickly lowered their heads and devoured their noodles. Sushi found it amusing. Eat slowly, there's more in the pot. So 1 human, 1 squirrel, and 1 fox happily enjoyed their first meal of instant noodles since they had come together. After the meal, Sushi took out 2 dog beds she had collected from a pet shop and placed them beside the canopy bed. "You 2 sleep here from now on. We each have our own sleeping spots. If I catch you 2 fighting for my attention again, don't blame me for being heartless. They'll banish you to the cold palace. Go and rest now, I'm tired." The 2 little ones, looking dazed, crawled into their respective beds, their wide, watery eyes staring at her in bewilderment. Sushi laughed heartily. "Alright, I'm going to take a bath. You 2 sleep first." With that, she flashed into the spatial realm and chose a bedroom. This would be her resting place from now on. She took out her pajamas and toiletries and enjoyed the first truly proper bath she had taken since her trans. "I was just thinking about how I needed to set up a bathroom in that cave, and now I have one. I get whatever I want. Tisk, I can't even be lazy if I wanted to." After her bath, she thought about sleeping in the space, but then remembered she couldn't always rely on it. She needed to adapt to life here. She couldn't stay in the mountains forever. Once the apocalypse passed, she would have to integrate back into human society. Returning to the canopy bed, the 2 little ones were already asleep. Sushi thought about how she might have scared them today, and the memory was amusing. Today she had seen her parents, heard their message, and knew they would be reunited as a family. She had also received the courtyard. Life now had a purpose and direction. She felt so happy. She longed for that day to come soon, and with these thoughts, she drifted off to sleep. In a daze, she fell into a warm embrace. Finding a comfortable spot, she slept soundly. After a restful night's sleep, waking naturally was pure bliss. Sushi sat on the bed, eyes half-closed, pondering her future life as she waited for her soul to return. When the extreme cold arrived, a heated Kong alone wouldn't suffice in the cave. She couldn't stay on it all day. And during the extreme heat, the cave would become sweltering. Sushi wondered if she could connect the electricity from the space's courtyard house to the cave. After a while, sensing her soul had returned, she got up to wash up, even taking out tooth mugs and children's toothbrushes for the two little ones, teaching them how to use them. The two little ones imitated her, earnestly covering their faces and mouths with fomicite that melted Sue's eyes hard. After washing up, she brought out steamed buns, millet porridge, and tea eggs. Since Shed noticed the little squirrel could eat regular food and not just nuts, she decided to treat everyone equally. Though Shed never admitted, it was mainly because she hated seeing her precious pine nuts and hazelnuts disappear. The two little ones ate their meals in silence, as if they knew any pickiness would result in being sent to the doghouse. Sushi couldn't help but smile, a fond Andy-like smile. That's right, kids who aren't picky eaters are good kids and will grow tall. Today Sushi was playing the role of the caring mother. One human, one squirrel, and one fox finished their breakfast in peaceful quiet. After the meal, Sushi went into the space and found an electrical wire. She connected one end to a power strip and the other to a plug, then plugged it into an outlet at the courtyard house's entrance. She plugged a small night light into the power strip and it lit up. Carrying the power strip and wire, she exited the space. The night light on the strip was still shining. She plugged in another night light and it too glowed brightly. The two little ones chattered excitedly, one chirping, the other squeaking, clearly thrilled. Sushi looked at the glowing night light with a sense of vindication. It was amazing, and she felt a surge of excitement. Forgive her for being at a loss for words, as she could only feel this way. Those fancy high-flown phrases just didn't fit her. The heavenly Tao grumbled. I truly wonder how you got into university and became a deputy general manager with such limited vocabulary. Don't you dare show off your meager skills before an expert. Actually, it wasn't Suzai's fault. She'd always been weak in Chinese, especially composition. But in other subjects, she barely lost any points. In the college entrance exam, where each subject was worth 150 points, she scored over 145 in all of them. Only her Chinese score was disappointing. Just 80, not even passing. Every teacher cherished her like a treasure except her Chinese teacher. She majored in economics and management in university, perfectly avoiding Chinese. When Suzai's parents named her, they originally considered the character She from Dawn, but worried she wouldn't know how to write it. So they changed it to the She from Sunset. Simple, memorable, and above all, easy to write. Back then, Sue's mother felt something was off and asked her father, Honey, our daughter was born at sunrise. Calling her She Sunset doesn't match at all. Sue's father replied, Dear, let's not fuss over such details. Think about it. The character for Dawn has so many strokes, it's so hard to write. When our daughter starts kindergarten and learns to write her name, she'd cry. And during exams in elementary school, she'd still be writing her name, while others have already answered 3 or 4 questions. So we can't let our daughter lose at the starting line. We have to start with her name. Besides, Sue, she sounds the same either way. When people call her, who cares which she it is? As long as it's easy to write and remember, that's all that matters. Don't be. Sue's mother felt something was off, but couldn't quite articulate it, and it did kind of make sense. So the couple happily decided they'd call her Sushi. When Sushi grew up and heard the story behind her name, she was speechless. Those are two completely different things. Her classmates would look at her name and ask, Sushi, were you born at dusk? Must be. Sushi had no words to defend herself. She gave up explaining. It was utterly exhausting. Her thoughts had drifted off track again. Let's get back to since the cave could draw electricity from the space, today's task was to wire up the cave. She went into the space and got a coil of wire. She drilled holes in the rock wall between the main cave and the smaller one, threading the wire through. Considering she'd need an air conditioner in the future, she left 2 power outlets in each cave. For cooking with electricity or gas, she could just use the kitchen in the space, which had everything she needed. No need to make things complicated. She pulled out 2 more wires, connecting them in series to the outlets in each cave. She secured them along the cave ceilings, then attached light sockets and screwed in. Finally, she attached a plug to the end of the main wire in the outer cave and plugged it into the power strip connected to the courtyard house. Flicking the switch, both lights came. Sushi had deliberately chosen thick wires capable of handling high-power appliances. The 2 little ones were chattering away again, one chirping, one squeaking. Sushi ignored them. After all, everyone has freedom of speech, right? Let them say whatever they wanted. Mouths were for eating and talking, even if she couldn't understand a word. Considering that during the extreme cold, leaning against the cave wall, while cooped up on the Kong, would send chills down her spine, Sushi began to address this issue. After much deliberation and searching for materials, she finally found a board that could provide effective insulation panels. Without hesitation, she picked up her tools and began fixing the insulation panels tightly around the edges of the heated Kong. Each panel was carefully positioned and adjusted to ensure no gap was left for cold air to seep through. Over time, a sturdy and warm ring of insulation panels took shape. They stood like a barrier, isolating the icy cave wall from the warm space of the Kong, providing a profound sense of security. The two little ones hopped joyfully on the Kong, and Sushi smiled happily too. This was the greatest affirmation of their hard work. The day hadn't been wasted. This cave was increasingly feeling like home, and she loved it. Sushi was tired today, and wanted to reward herself. She brought out a plate of braised pork, a plate of stir-fried bok choy, a serving of spicy diced chicken, and a large bowl of tomato and egg soup. Except for the spicy chicken, she divided everything into 3 portions. 1 human, 1 squirrel, and 1 fox enjoyed a pleasant lunch. After several consecutive days of work, there wasn't much left to do. This afternoon, she didn't want to work. She planned to take a nap after lunch, then head out when the sun wasn't too harsh to explore the surroundings and gather some firewood. Waking up from her nap, she checked the time. It was 2 p.m. She found her sun hat and applied sunscreen. As she did, she suddenly remembered a long overlooked issue. Several days had passed, and she had never looked in a mirror. She had no idea what her current body looked like. She had only felt that this body was inexplicably well suited to her, as if it were her own, which had led her to overlook the matter of her appearance. She flickered into the space, went to her bedroom, and entered the bathroom. Gazing at the girl in the mirror, she froze for a few seconds. This was her. She was absolutely certain. It was her 18-year-old self. During high school, with the intense study schedule, she had kept her hair short at ear length for easy maintenance. She only started growing it out in university. In the mirror, she was in her sophomore year with hair just past her shoulders. In this ancient era, everyone had hair down to their waist, so this meant she'd been transported here at the age of 18. It was utterly baffling. Where was the original Sushi, and how did she have her memories? Looking at herself in the mirror, she saw a fair oval face with a hint of baby fat, beautiful almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, and slightly upturned lips. Unknowingly, one might think she was smiling, but that was just her natural lip shape. Overall, she looked soft and adorable. This was indeed her. What on earth was going on? Could someone please tell her? Sushi felt her head was filled with mush, as if someone were stirring it with a stick, leaving her unable to think. Sushi let out a cry. Since she couldn't figure it out, she decided not to dwell on it. If this body was hers, then that was a good thing, for who would willingly use someone else's? The two little ones were still waiting outside for her. She tidied herself up and got ready to go out. Sushi put on an ancient-style white shirt paired with a horse-face skirt, tied her hair in a low ponytail, donned a veiled hat, and exited the space. As soon as she stepped out, she was met with 2 pairs of large, reproachful, and aggrieved eyes. Fine, she had now become the heartless woman who abandoned her husband and child. She raised her hand to her forehead, wiping away non-existent sweat. Let's go. Didn't you want to go out? If you're not coming, I'm leaving, she said, trying her best to commit to her heartless act. Without looking back, she exited the cave and leaped down. The two little ones hurriedly chased after her, their small paws moving so fast, they became mere blurs before they could barely catch up. Sushi covered her mouth and chuckled, saying smugly, "See, don't think you can fool me. Let's see if you dare to pretend to be wronged and try to manipulate me again." In truth, she was already trying her best to control her speed. If not, she would have reached the border by now. Sun Wukong could travel 108,000 li in a single somersault, and Suzai's ability could take her to her destination instantly, as long as there was air. She had no idea why her wind-based ability was so ridiculously overpowered. The Heavenly Tao looked at its daughter, who was running like a fool, with disdain. That's called teleportation. After 10 years in the apocalypse, she still hasn't figured it out. It's too embarrassing to watch. The girl, a squirrel, and a fox played a game of chase for a while, and the melancholy that had been lingering in Suzai's heart receded. One day the clouds would part. Misfortune is where fortune relies, fortune is where misfortune lurks. Who knows their ultimate end? Seeing that Suzai's mood had improved, the little fox trotted over, gently tugged at the hem of her skirt, pointed at itself, and then ran towards a dense forest. Sushi picked up the little squirrel and followed. They passed through the forest and arrived at a thicket of brambles. The little fox waved its paw, and the brambles vanished. The little fox gestured for them to follow. After walking forward for several dozen meters, they arrived at the edge of a dense forest shrouded in mist. Sushi caught up to the little fox and asked curiously, "Sumu, where is this? Where are we going?" The little fox's form flickered and transformed into a tall, handsome young man of extraordinary bearing. The young man's thin lips parted. "Shishi, it's been a long time." Sushi looked at the young man before her and asked in confusion, "You are the little fox? You are Sumu?" "No, that's not right. Who exactly are you? Do we know each other? How is it I've never seen you before?" The young man looked at her with deep affection. "Shishi, I am Sumu. You're Sumu. The setting sun fades, the sky is silent. Where is the one from before? Have you forgotten, Shishi? The setting sun fades, the sky is silent. Where is the one from before? Where is the one from before? The one from before left and never returned." Sushi murmured softly. The young man held Suzai's shoulders and said excitedly, "Shishi, do you remember?" Sushi looked at him, a thread of inexplicable heartache welling up within her. "I don't know who you are, but seeing you I can't help but recall these verses." The young man sighed and said with a pang of sympathy, "Shishi, if you can't remember, then don't force it. All you need to know is that I am Sumu." I have waited for you for 500 years and finally you have returned. Shishi, I have missed you so much. Sushi was puzzled. You say you've been waiting for me. Why do you say? Sumu smiled. His smile was very beautiful, warm, and soft. Shishi, I will explain everything in detail once we return. For now, let me take you somewhere. There are some things that need to be collected into your space. Come, I'll take you there. Sumu naturally took Suzai's hand and walked forward. Sushi felt a warmth envelop her hand, a sensation that felt very familiar. A quarter of an hour later they arrived at a valley. The valley was like a small world with mountains and water blue skies and white clouds and a bright sun shining down. What was puzzling was that flora and fauna from all corners of the world were gathered here as if they had deliberately congregated in this place. Sumu urged, Shishi, quickly collect them all. Hurry, my formation is about to give way. Sushi snapped out of her shock. Oh, okay, I'm on it. With a single thought the valley became empty, not even a blade of grass left. Sumu said excitedly, Shishi, take me into your space to have a look. There's a surprise. Sushi, oh. Okay. Sumu reached out and ruffled her hair, chuckling, dazed are we. Go on in. Sushi came to her senses and said crossly, what's the rush? It's not like I said you couldn't come in. Look how anxious you are. She thought to herself, how embarrassing. Beauty is a real distraction, that saying is absolutely true. When Sushi brought Sumu into the space they were both stunned by the sight before them. The sun shone brightly in the sky, a gentle breeze blew, and the sky was clear with white clouds. On the distant mountain the animals that had been brought in each occupied their own territory, without disturbing one another. At the foot of the mountain a vast array of flowers and plants stretched out in a continuous patch. Further off was a vast ocean with various aquatic creatures surfacing from time to time. In the original stream schools of fish and shrimp swam to and fro. The black soil had automatically cleared away the previous crops, fruits, and vegetables, and a large medicinal field had been added with all sorts of herbs gathered there. Next to the spirit spring a large pond had appeared, half filled with lotus flowers and half with water lilies. This was no longer a mere space, it was a small world. Sushi ran around joyfully looking at this, and at her eyes unable to take it all in. Sumu, look. My space has turned into a small world. Sumu watched her run around with a face full of doting affection and said softly, Shishi, you're back. It's truly wonderful. Sushi had never been this happy before, not even when she got into college. Her personal space had evolved into a miniature world. She wanted to burst into song, but no melody seemed to capture the joy swelling in her heart. So she turned to the only one present, Sumu, to share her excitement. Sumu, look. My space has become a little world. Aren't you happy? Surprised? Sumu gazed at her with tender affection. I am happy. Sushi felt his reply was utterly perfunctory, just 2 words. She knew she wasn't one for fancy vocabulary, but if he was going to be that brief it meant he wasn't putting his heart into it. Sushi pouted in dissatisfaction. Seeing her little gesture and her scrunched-up face, Sumu found it amusing and pinched her cheek playfully. Alright, don't be upset. Look, your face is all wrinkled up. Sushi quickly touched her face and shot him a glare. Sumu took her hand. Come on, let's leave the space. They'll take you somewhere else that's sure to make you happy. When they emerged they saw the little squirrel spinning in circles. Sushi picked it up, gently stroking its head. You silly thing, if you couldn't find us you should have just waited. Why spin around like that? Aren't you dizzy? Sumu looked at the squirrel in Suzai's arms, thoughtful. Shishi, since your space is now a world of its own, let it live in there. It's safe. Besides, it's a forest creature. Forcing it to stay with us isn't right, is it? The squirrel squeaked loudly in protest. Sumu pressed on. See. The moment I mention it living in the space, look how excited it is. It's practically ready to set off firecrackers. It's been tough on it following us around all this time. Sushi looked at the squirrel. Was that so? It didn't seem that way to her. Sumu continued his earnest persuasion. Shishi, we should respect others' choices. Every person and creature has the freedom to choose how to live. We can't force our will on them. Since it wants to return to the forest, we should let it go. The squirrel squeaked in frantic protest. Sumu chuckled wryly. You little ingrate. Just the mention of the forest, and you're squealing with joy. It's not like would keep you tied to our side. Sushi watched the 2 of them, one squealing, one persuading. It didn't quite match what Sumu was saying, yet his words felt right. Finally, she said reluctantly to the squirrel in her arms, Dien, I'll let you live in the mountains of my space. There will be plenty of friends to keep you company. They'll visit you whenever I miss you. The squirrel glared angrily at Sumu and squeaked. Sumu rubbed his nose unfazed. If you're happy, why glare at me? Are you showing off? Afraid I'd be jealous. Don't worry, I won't. I'll only wish you joy and happiness. The squirrel turned its head away, refusing to look at him. Sumu said to Sushi, look at it all puffed up with pride. Just put it in there already. I can't stand the sight of it. Amidst Sumu's urging and the squirrel's protests, Sushi reluctantly placed the squirrel into the mountains of her space. Sumu comforted Sushi, don't be sad, Shishi. You still have me. And whenever you miss it you can see it with a single thought. This isn't a farewell forever. Use your mind to see what it's doing. I bet it's dancing with joy and squealing with delight inside. Sushi followed his advice and checked with her mind. Indeed it was true. In the forest the squirrel was stomping its feet and cursing at a fox. But to Sushi it looked exactly as Sumu had described, dancing and cheering. To be fair, when it came to cunning, no one could outdo a fox. Sushi felt abandoned by her friend, as if she were no longer wanted. With the pesky little thing gone, Sumu was in high spirits. Come on, let me show you my hidden treasure. At the mention of hidden treasure, she felt wanted again. She urged him excitedly, let's go. Don't waste time. Take me there now. Sumu led Sushi to a thicket. He parted the bushes to reveal a small cave entrance just big enough for one person to crouch through. Sumu said to Sushi, Shishi, lend me a flashlight. He'll take you inside. A flashlight? This guy actually knew what a flashlight was. How impressive. Should have to interrogate him about that later. Sushi summoned a flashlight with her mind and handed it to Sumu. She followed him into the cave, twisting and turning through over a dozen forks in the path for about 10 minutes until they hit a dead end. Sushi was exasperated. Sumu, did you take a wrong turn? Sumu chuckled. How could I? Watch closely. Don't blink. He waved his hand, and a door appeared on the cave wall, a locked door. Sumu fumbled at his chest for a while before pulling out a key. I thought I'd lost it. Glad I found it. Let me open it. And he opened the door, and Sushi followed him in. But she stopped after just 2 steps. There was no path forward, blocked by stacks of boxes piled up to the ceiling. Sumu said to Sushi, Shishi, there's quite a lot here. Put them all into the open space in your dimension for now. We'll sort through them when we get home. Sushi did as he said, waving her hand to collect everything. A massive cave over 1,000 square meters was revealed. Sushi was stunned. Just how much stuff had she just collected? Sumu smiled at her. Come on, there's more. He led her out, and they went through the same twisting path, hit another dead end, produced another key, and opened another door to find the way blocked, this time by burlap sacks instead of boxes. Sushi numbly collected them, without waiting for Sumu to speak. Another massive cave appeared. Sumu gave a helpless smile. Let's go. There's still more. Another identical winding path, another dead end, another door, but this time it was large bundles wrapped in oilcloth. Sushi collected them all and saw another massive cave. Just as she expected. Seeing her calm expression, Sumu asked, puzzled, Shishi, don't you like it? Sushi shot him a look. She didn't even know what was inside. How could she like it? Where would the like even come from? Sumu understood her meaning and reassured her. Well, look when we get back. I'm sure you'll love it. Come on, let's go home. Back at their so-called home, Sushi eagerly dragged Sumu into the space, much to his amusement. The open area at the foot of the mountain looked more spectacular than an international trade port. The boxes alone covered 40 to 50 acres stacked over 10 layers high, and the sacks and oilcloth bundles were just as extensive. Sushi pointed at them one by one and asked Sumu, what's in all of these? Sumu pointed at the boxes. See how some are darker yellow and some are lighter. The dark ones contain gold bars. The light ones contain silver bars. The black boxes hold gold ingots, and the white ones hold silver ingots. The wooden crates are filled with copper coins, all strung together in strings of 1,000. Sushi was overwhelmed. So much. Sumu was a top-tier tycoon, a hidden big shot. And what are those? The sacks tied with red string are rice, white string is flour, blue string is corn, green string is sorghum, purple is millet, and pink is soybeans. That's all of them. The oilcloth bundles contain cloth and cotton, all labeled. 100 years ago, I foresaw a disaster coming to this world and started preparing. My abilities were limited. I only had a ring space of about 100 square meters. It took me a century to stockpile all this. 100 years. Limited ability. Only hoarded this much. Numb. Was it my own narrow-mindedness, or is my world really too small? Someone from a small place like me just can't make the cut. Sushi looked at Sumu, a bit unwilling to talk to him. What if she just stopped playing with him? It's not too late to say that, she said dryly. So how are you going to deal with all this? Sumu was puzzled. Deal with it? Didn't I already give it to you? What else is there to deal with? How else could it be handled? Sushi stared at Sumu in astonishment. All this gold, silver, grain, and cloth. You just give it away without a care. Don't you feel sorry? Anyway, if it were her, she would never do that. She only hoards things and never gives out. Sumu waved his hand, casually, looking unconcerned. Oh, what use do I have for all? It not only takes up space, but also gets in the way. As he spoke, he gently kicked the piled-up items with his foot. Standing beside him, Sushi frowned and asked in confusion, since it takes up space, why did you hoard so much? Isn't that asking for trouble? She stared intently at Sumu as if seeking an answer from his face. However, to Su's eyes, surprised, Sumu answered without a moment's thought. Of course it's because you like them, so I deliberately hoarded them. After saying that, he flashed a smug smile, as if believing his reasoning was perfectly sound. Hearing this, Su's eyes widened in astonishment. She pointed at herself incredulously and raised her voice. You actually said it's because I like them? But how did you know I liked these? And we didn't seem to know each other before, did we? At this moment, Sushi was filled with curiosity and bewilderment. She simply couldn't understand why Sumu would act this way. Sumu held Su's shoulders and said seriously, Cece, we have known each other for 1,500 years. 500 years ago, we were separated due to some matters. All these years I've been looking for you. 100 years ago, I heard you were coming here, so I arrived first thinking that this time I'd come early, so we wouldn't miss each other. When I learned that a calamity would strike this place 100 years later, I started hoarding supplies for you thinking you might need them when you arrived. Fortunately, we didn't miss each other this time. I finally waited for you. Sushi stared blankly at Sumu. Although she didn't remember him, hearing his words made her heart feel heavy and painful. It was as if something flashed through her mind, but slipped away before she could grasp it. This feeling was awful. Although Sumu spoke lightly, as if stating what the neighbor's family had for dinner tonight, she could detect the desolation and helplessness behind his feigned ease and a faint unwillingness. She wanted to give him a good hug, and she did exactly that, following her heart. She wrapped her arms around his waist, rested her head on his chest, and listened to his strong heartbeat. Sushi said in a muffled voice, "Although I don't remember anything you said, I feel very sad after hearing it. I don't know what's wrong with me, I just want to hug you." Sumu held back tears in his eyes and murmured softly, "It doesn't matter that you don't remember. As long as I remember, it's fine. Haven't I found you after all? This is already the best for me. I only know that waiting to meet you is precious beyond measure. Those days are all in the past. From now on I will be with you. This time we will never be separated again." Sushi was deeply moved and said softly with a sob, "That single was the most beautiful sound Sumu had ever heard. 500 years, 182,500 days and nights of arduous searching. All for this, It was an affirmation of his past and a promise for their future. Sumu's heart burst with fireworks, brilliant and colorful. A big grin stretched from ear to ear, making him look like a total fool. Sushi couldn't help rolling her eyes, but then she felt a pang of sympathy. The sarcastic remark she was about to make died in her throat. The two emerged from the space. It was getting late. Glancing at his watch, it was 5 in the afternoon. Sushi was about to take out some food when Sumu stopped her. "Cece, let me cook dinner tonight. You've had a long day, I'll go rest for a while. They'll call you when it's ready." Sushi looked at him with a skeptical expression and asked, "Can you do it?" As soon as she asked, she wanted to slap herself. What a stupid question. Sumu looked at her teasingly. "Whether I'm capable or not, trying will tell." Sushi, embarrassed and annoyed, glared at him. "They'll go take a nap. Call me when it's ready." She left these words and ran into the inner room. Sumu watched her retreating figure silently and laughed. "She's shy." Sumu decided to make noodles with shredded pork and greens, as it would be easy to digest in the evening. He first scooped a bowl of flour into a mixing bowl, added water little by little, and kneaded it into a smooth dough, then let it rest. Then he took out meat and greens from his ring space and washed them. He cut both into shreds and set them aside. Next he took out a scallion, washed it, and chopped it into small pieces. He used the gas stove that Sushi had used to cook instant noodles the last time. He had learned how to use it after watching her once. He scrubbed the pot and lit the fire. Once the pot was hot, he added oil, stir-fried the shredded pork until it changed color, added soy sauce and salt, stirred a few times, then added water. While waiting for the water to boil, he took out a rolling pin and rolled out the dough. By the time the water boiled, the noodles were ready. He directly added the noodles to the pot, then added the washed greens. Just as he was about to call Sushi, he looked up and saw her standing by the stove watching him. "I was just about to call you. The noodles are almost ready to serve," he said naturally, as if they were an old married couple who had lived together for decades. In fact, she had come out while he was fully focused in front of the stove, stir-frying the shredded pork. The kitchen was filled with a rich aroma, and he skillfully tossed the meat in the pan, every movement fluid, and it is said that a man is most handsome when he is seriously doing something, and that saying is absolutely true. At that moment his brows were slightly furrowed and his eyes were intently fixed on the ever-changing shredded pork in the pan, as if the entire world had shrunk to this one dish. Then she watched him skillfully roll out and cut the noodles, his focused expression so captivating that she, standing quietly by the side, became lost in admiration. Sushi washed her hands, and the noodles were ready. Sumu ladled out 2 bowls, sprinkled scallions on top, and brought them to the table. "Taste it, and give me a good review." Hearing him, Sushi asked curiously, "I've been wanting to ask you for a long time. Have you traveled to the modern era?" Sumu fetched 2 pairs of chopsticks, handed 1 pair to Sushi, and said, "Yes, I have. Over these 500 years I've traveled to many worlds searching for you, but I always missed you. But fortunately this time I was smart. I came first, and that's how I finally waited for you. Eat quickly, but won't taste good when it gets cold." Sushi lowered her head and took small bites of the noodles. This was the most delicious noodles she had ever eaten. She looked up at Sumu, gathered her courage, and said, "Sumu, let's get married." After saying it, she felt a bit of regret, as she didn't know how the words had slipped out. But looking at the person before her, she became utterly resolute. Sumu, overjoyed, asked excitedly, "Cece, is that true?" Sushi nodded seriously. "I don't know why I suddenly said that. I don't have memories of the past, but there's always a voice in my ear saying that if we miss this chance again, we'll never have another. This feeling is very strong, and I don't want to regret it. Don't you want it?" Sumu said excitedly, "I do, of course I do. I've waited 500 years and finally I have you back. How could I not want it?" He hugged Sushi tightly. "Cece, when should we get married? How about tomorrow? Tomorrow is the 6th day of the 9th lunar month, an auspicious day for marriage. Sushi chided him playfully. You're too impatient. Tomorrow is too rushed, we haven't prepared anything. Sumu replied, I've waited 500 years for this day. Tell me, how can I not be impatient? Besides, I prepared everything for the wedding 100 years ago. If you don't believe me, look. He waved his hand, and on the ground appeared over 100 large chests tied with red silk. Sushi teased him. You didn't steal these from someone's wedding trousseau, did you, eh? How could that be? I made all these hairpins myself, Sumu said, quickly bringing the jewelry box over for Sushi to see. Look, your name is even engraved on them. On every single one. Sushi took the exquisite jewelry box and opened it with great care. Her eyes widened as she meticulously examined each set of jewelry. Every piece was impeccably crafted, from the necklaces to the bracelets to the earrings, each one radiating a captivating charm. Some were adorned with sparkling diamonds, others embellished with lustrous pearls, and still others intricately carved with elegant patterns, all showcasing superb craftsmanship and unique design. What surprised Sushi even more was that each set of jewelry was delicately engraved with two small graceful characters, Sushi. Seeing her name so finely etched onto these beautiful ornaments, an indescribable wave of emotion and joy welled up in Suzui's heart. At this moment, Sushi displayed a shy, girlish demeanor. How do you know how to do all this? Sumu gazed at the jewelry, lost in memory. I couldn't find you no matter where I searched, and time passed so slowly. So I traveled through different worlds learning crafts. I thought since I had nothing else to do, I might as well prepare your dowry. I studied jewelry design and clothing design. Wait until you see the clothes I designed for you. There are styles for every era, every age, and every season. I even made the wedding dress myself, both in Western and traditional Chinese styles. Which one do you prefer? Sushi was rendered speechless with astonishment. She had truly found a treasure. What else can you do? Sumu smiled mysteriously. That, my dear wife, you will have to discover in the future. Sushi completely ignored his infuriatingly smug words, and instead turned her gaze to the exquisite chest before her. She carefully lifted the lid, revealing neatly folded gorgeous garments inside. Gently she picked up one of the dresses and examined it closely. The design was unique and innovative. Every line flowed naturally, perfectly accentuating the female form. The fabric was of the highest quality, soft and smooth to the touch like silk with a subtle sheen. The craftsmanship was impeccable, with fine, even stitching and no flaws in sight. Clearly the work of a master. Sushi could hardly believe her eyes. These clothes were top tier in both design and workmanship. She had never imagined she would one day own and wear such luxurious high-end attire, and an inexpressible joy and excitement surged within her. She loved them. Sumu asked cautiously, does Sisi like them? Seeing his timid expression, Suzui's heart softened. She sighed and said, I love them. Seizing the opportunity, Sumu pressed on. So shall we get married tomorrow? All right, she said softly. The moment the words left her lips, she felt the tension that had been gripping her heart finally release, and she felt utterly at ease. Indeed, what difference did it make whether she married sooner or later? She was destined to marry him anyway. And when she thought about it, the man before her was actually quite wonderful. He was handsome and dashing, exactly to her taste, pleasing to her eye. At this thought, a smile graced her lips, and the fear and anxiety she had harbored about marriage gradually dissipated. Perhaps this was fate's design. Since that was the case, she would accept it willingly. He had waited for her for 500 years, she would repay him with the rest of her life. Overjoyed, Sumu lifted her and spun her around in circles. Sushi quickly protested, stop, stop, stop. This is such a cliché, cut it out. Sumu was speechless. He just stood there holding her, and they stared into each other's eyes. Are you stunned? Put me down now, Sushi said, giving him a disdainful glare. Sumu chuckled. Sushi was speechless. The next morning, Sushi was in the middle of a sweet dream when the scene shifted. A big sinister wolf was staring at her menacingly, startling her awake. She found Sumu staring at her with dark circles under his eyes. Sisi, you're awake. Sushi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Can't you see for yourself? Why are you staring at me? Look, you have dark circles. Didn't you sleep last night? Sumu said, pitiful and cautious. Yesterday you agreed to marry me. I was so happy. I was afraid it was all a dream, afraid that if I woke up I would lose. So you stayed up all night just watching me. Sushi found it both amusing and heartbreaking. How insecure must he be to be so anxious like this? She scooted over in the bed, patted the empty space, and said in a huff, well, we have nothing to do today anyway. Come and get some sleep. You're not going to get married with dark circles, are you? Sumu quickly got into bed and soon began to snore. Sushi gave him half of the blanket and tucked him in. The next moment she was pulled into a warm embrace by a pair of strong arms. Sisi, let me hold you for a while. I can't sleep without you. Sushi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Ever since she arrived here, she had felt someone holding her in her sleep every night. She thought it was just a dream, but it turned out he had been sneaking into her bed all along. She was furious, but when she saw his dark circles, her anger evaporated. Never mind. She decided not to hold it against him, considering he had searched for her for 500 years. Sushi drifted off to sleep as well. She was awakened by a rustling sound. Opening her eyes, she saw someone bustling about the room, now touching the double happiness character on the window, now tugging at the red silk hanging from the ceiling. Seeing Sushi awake, he hurried over to seek her approval. Shishi, take a look at my decorations. Are they satisfactory? Is there anything I've missed? Sushi nodded with satisfaction. Very good. It's just the two of us, no need for anything more elaborate. Sumu quickly interjected. Shishi, you don't know how many times I've rehearsed the proposal, the betrothal gifts, the procession, and the wedding ceremony alone over these past centuries, just waiting for your arrival. Given our current circumstances, I've had to compromise, and I'm sorry for that. Once we are settled, we will hold a grand wedding. Sushi nodded and said, all right. After lunch, Sumu brought out the wedding attire and asked Sushi, Chinese or Western style, which one will you choose? Sushi looked at them. They'll go with the Chinese style. Sumu approached with the garment, a fawning look on his face. Let me help you change. Sushi rolled her eyes at him and said with mild exasperation, no need. You go on out. I can manage. Sumu had no choice but to leave reluctantly. To be fair, the bridal attire Sumu had prepared was complete from the inner robe to the outer garment, even undergarments, all in her size, and fitting perfectly. Sushi was undeniably moved. Every stitch on this wedding dress carried his longing for her and his vision for their future. He had traversed countless worlds for 500 years clinging to this obsession, searching for her. Sumu, guessing she was probably done, entered wearing a matching groom's attire. He was a handsome young man like Jade, an orchid, walking towards her with deep affection. My lady, let your husband do your makeup for you. With that, he produced a professional makeup kit. My lady has a good base. Her skin is fair and rosy, so just a bit of facial cream will do, he said, pulling out a new set of high-end cream and showing it to Sushi. This brand suits you well. He opened it, gently dabbed some on his fingertip, and applied it evenly to her face. He then meticulously shaped her brows, lined her eyes, and finally chose a peach red lipstick for her, his technique both skilled and professional. To better serve my lady upon our reunion, your husband learned this especially. Are you satisfied? Looking at herself in the mirror, her brows like distant mountains, her lips red and teeth white, Sushi was quite pleased. Sumu picked up a comb to dress her hair, murmuring a chant. First comb to the end, mutual respect and love. Second comb to the end, flying side by side like a pair of lovebirds. Third comb to the end, tied together with eternal hearts. He deftly styled her hair into a bride's bun and selected a set of red kingfisher hairpins from a jewelry box to adorn her. He uttered a cliché phrase, my lady, you are so beautiful. Sumu then lifted the red bridal veil and placed it over Suzai's head. He put one end of the red silk ribbon in her hand, holding the other end himself. He brought out a pre-prepared recorder and pressed play. Sumu's own voice slowly emanated from it. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to ancestors, third bow to each other, and lead into the bridal chamber. After the bows, Sushi was already in tears. She never expected him to have prepared so much. She must have saved the galaxy in her past life to be blessed with such a devoted and cherished husband in this one. Sumu solemnly guided her through the entire ceremony, from lifting the veil to drinking the nuptial cup. Sushi knew he must have rehearsed this countless times, so she decided to let him go through with it lest he have any regrets. Fighting back his nervousness, Sumu said with feigned calmness, my lady, we are finally married. I don't ask for 3 lifetimes, only for this present life. To grow old together for all eternity. Sushi smiled through her tears. My husband, please guide me well in the years to come. I hold your hand, and we will grow old together. The embroidered bed curtains fell gently, brushing against 2 souls, as if bearing witness to this happiness. Sushi and Sumu reveled in their blissful, shameless life as a couple, spending all their days in bed except for meals. If it were up to Sumu, they would never even leave the bed to eat, but Sushi refused, so he grudgingly cooked for her, coaxing her to eat before carrying her back to bed. After 7 days of this, she broke down and kicked Sumu out of bed. Aren't you ever going to stop? Give you an inch, and you take a mile. Sumu looked at her with a face full of grievance like a wronged little wife. Sushi said with exasperation, even an ox needs rest. Aren't you afraid you'll die from exhaustion one day, collapsing right there in bed? Don't you know that there's plenty of time ahead, and we should take things slowly? Sumu. Sushi. Days spent with a beloved companion always passed quickly, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. One day after breakfast, the two stared at each other, eyes wide. Sushi ran her fingers through her hair. I'm so bored. This life of lying around isn't easy either. Sumu quickly chimed in. How about we go back to bed for a while? Sushi shot him a glare. Get lost. Sumu stopped teasing and spoke in a more serious tone. I heard that in the northwest corner of this forest, there's an ancient secret realm from a bygone era, filled with countless astonishing magical. These artifacts are no ordinary treasures. Each one contains ancient and formidable power. Some can summon wind and rain, commanding the forces of nature. Others can instantly boost a cultivator's power, greatly enhancing their strength. And some even possess incredible special abilities that can help one break through cultivation bottlenecks. Sumu grew more excited as he spoke, gesturing wildly in the air, trying to paint a picture of these magical artifacts' wonders. Sue's eyes widened as she listened, captivated, her heart filled with longing and anticipation for this legendary secret realm. She asked eagerly, "Can we go explore that secret realm? Who knows, we might even find an artifact that suits us." Sumu pondered for a moment. "It's hard to say, it all depends on fate. If you really want to go, we can try our luck. It's not like we have anything better to do." Before long they arrived at the northwest corner of the forest. There was nothing but trees as far as the eye could see. Sushi looked at Sumu with suspicion. "Didn't you say there was a secret realm here? Where is it?" Sumu found her amusing. "Have you ever seen a secret realm just lying out in the open? Do you think they're all like temples? Secret realms are always hidden. Let's search together." Sumu looked around at the towering ancient trees, and the few trees on his right caught his interest. Sushi followed his gaze, a thoughtful look on her face. Sumu led her closer to those strange trees. After a careful inspection, he reached out and touched the trunk, murmuring incantations under his breath. In an instant, a faint glimmer of light flashed, and the scenery around them shifted. The ordinary forest transformed into a colossal maze-like formation. Sushi was astonished, and the two exchanged smiles, deciding to break the formation together. Sumu channeled his spiritual energy, trying to identify the key to the formation, while Sushi relied on her sharp intuition to sense its weak points. After some searching, Sumu located a node, and at the same moment she sensed something unusual there as well. Combining their formidable powers, they unleashed a brilliant burst of light, and the formation slowly opened a gap. Without hesitation they stepped through. Before them lay a breathtaking sight, a wondrous scene unfolding in their view. Small shimmering crystals floated in the air, exotic flowers and herbs emitted enchanting fragrances, and in the distance an ancient palace loomed half-hidden. Sumu and Sushi walked toward the ancient palace. Along the way, Sushi couldn't resist reaching out to touch one of the floating crystals. The moment she made contact, the crystal melted into her palm, and a surge of warmth spread through her entire body. Sumu asked, "What do you feel when you touch the spirit crystal?" Sushi paused to sense it. "I feel warm all over, it's very comfortable." "You said it's a spirit crystal. What exactly is a spirit crystal?" Sumu seemed thoughtful. "Spirit crystals are used to enhance spiritual power. The fact that you can absorb them proves you have spiritual energy. You've always thought it was wind-based powers, but it's not. Have you ever seen anyone with wind powers that strong? They'll explain it to you in detail when we get back." Sushi suddenly understood. No wonder her powers, though seemingly the same wind element, were so different from others. As they neared the palace, a group of translucent guardian spirits suddenly appeared, lunging at the pair with fierce clawing movements. Sumu swiftly drew the sword at his waist, its blade blazing with light, while Sushi channeled her spiritual energy. Working in perfect harmony, they quickly repelled the guardian spirits. Entering the palace, they found it resplendent and opulent, yet utterly devoid of life. At the center stood a stone platform upon which rested two items, a sword radiating a faint azure glow and a brocade box etched with mysterious runes. Sushi opened the brocade box to reveal a crystal ball within. Sumu exclaimed with delight, "Sisi, this is the mystic orb. Legend says it can be used to observe all living beings under heaven. Sisi, try it. Use your spiritual energy to lift it." Sushi attempted to channel her spiritual energy, and the mystic orb slowly rose, hovering in midair and emitting a resplendent five-colored light. Both Sushi and Sumu fixed their gazes intently upon the orb. Through its smooth mirror-like surface, a harrowing scene unfolded before their eyes. The outside world seemed caught in a terrible nightmare. In the streets and fields, the bodies of common folk lay scattered haphazardly, some already decomposing and emitting a foul stench. The living were gaunt and haggard, clad in rags, their eyes reflecting sheer despair and helplessness. The once bustling and prosperous cities now lay in deathly silence. Farmlands were barren, yielding no harvest. Famine and plague ran rampant, pushing the entire society to the brink. Witnessing this scene, Sue's heart was pierced with profound sorrow. She bit her lower lip, tears glistening in her eyes. In that instant, a cascade of images flooded her mind. Visions of this small world's past calamities and its future perils. It turned out this orb was the core of the small world, holding dominion over its vitality and crises. Sushi reached out, grasped the orb tightly, and channeled her spiritual energy. The orb transformed into a wisp of white light that vanished into her brow. Closing her eyes, she felt a surge of energy flow into her body. When she opened them again, her gaze was resolute, and her entire being, body and mind, had undergone a fundamental transformation. After a moment's contemplation, she looked at Sumu and said, "Husband, are you willing to join me in saving the people? To save this world?" Sumu gently took her hand, gazing earnestly into her eyes, and said solemnly, "It would be my utmost honor." They exchanged a smile, a world of understanding passing between them without a word. Sushi pulled Sumu over to the stone platform, urging him, "Quick, look at this sword." Sumu picked it up, and the moment it touched his hand a fierce surge of sword energy shot up his arm. Startled at first, he quickly regained his composure. He examined the blade, closely finding it covered in ancient mysterious runes that emitted a subtle azure light. "This sword is extraordinary," Sumu murmured. Sushi leaned in for a closer look, tracing her finger along the runes. Suddenly a sharp sting shot through her fingertip, and a drop of blood fell onto the blade. In that instant the runes seemed to answer a summons, flashing wildly. Then the entire sword erupted with a blinding light, forcing them to shut their eyes. As the light gradually faded, a line of small characters appeared on the blade. "The sword of salvation is wielded only by the virtuous. Now that you have bonded with it through blood, may you not fail the people of the world." Sumu and Sushi exchanged a glance, seeing unwavering determination mirrored in each other's eyes. Sumu gripped the hilt, feeling a strange and wonderful connection established between him and the sword. He swung the longsword, and a burst of sword energy slashed toward a nearby boulder, cleaving it cleanly in two. "It seems we are one step closer to saving the people," Sumu remarked, and Sushi nodded with a smile. Just then a voice echoed throughout the palace. "My children, from the moment you stepped into this palace, the fate of the world's people has rested in your hands. You are the chosen ones blessed by heaven. For over 1,000 years you have trained across various worlds, all for the purpose of saving the people. Now the mystic orb has become your third eye, allowing you to see every corner of the world. Sumu's sword of salvation can purge the filth and miasma from this world, such as plagues and pestilence. Furthermore, behind this palace lies a field of spiritual plants. The spiritual fruits they bear can greatly enhance your spiritual power. Go gather them, and cultivate diligently to strengthen yourselves. Only then can you better utilize the resources in your hands to help this world overcome its trials. Good luck, my children." Sushi looked at Sumu in astonishment. "Husband," that was father's voice. "When mother and father gave us the courtyard house last time, they told me our family would— How do you think father knew we were here?" Sumu was at a loss for an answer, so he could only mutter awkwardly, "Perhaps your parents accumulated so much virtue in their past lives that they ascended to heaven." What else could he say? He couldn't exactly tell her that her father was the heavenly god, the Lord of Heaven itself. Since they hadn't revealed it to her, the time wasn't right. The two made their way to the back of the palace and indeed found a vast expanse of spiritual plants laden with spiritual fruits the size of fists. Even from a distance, a faint sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Sushi said proudly to Sumu, "Father is truly prophetic. He even knew there would be spiritual plants here. Last time he gave us a courtyard house, this time spiritual plants. What's next, an aircraft carrier?" Sumu chuckled and tousled her hair affectionately. "Cece, don't you know your teleportation is far more impressive than an aircraft carrier?" "Teleportation? You mean I can teleport?" "I didn't know that." Sushi asked, puzzled. Sumu explained, "The ability to go wherever you think of in an instant. That is teleportation." Sushi said sheepishly, "I thought it was just a top-tier wind type ability." Sumu tapped her forehead gently with his fingers, saying fondly, "You little scatterbrain. Well, we've been out for quite a while now, or it's time to head back." As they stepped out of the palace gates, the entire structure began to tremble violently. Sumu scooped up Sushi and leaped a dozen meters away in a single bound. With a thunderous crash, the palace was instantly reduced to rubble. Sushi looked at the ruins with a wistful sigh. "Oh, what a pity. A perfectly good palace gone just like that. That old man in heaven is really something. If he didn't want it, he could have given it to me. This bad habit of demolishing things on a whim is no good. This must have cost millions to build. People who don't manage a household never know how expensive firewood is." Sumu, glancing at the sky, quickly covered her mouth with his hand to stop her rambling. "All right, Cece, that's enough. Let's hurry back. It's getting dark and the beasts will be coming out soon. Let's not get in their way. Come on, let's go home." Upon returning to the cave, Sushi eagerly produced 2 spirit fruits, handing one to Sumu and keeping the other for herself. After consuming the spirit fruit, she felt a surge of immense spiritual power spread through her body. Her depleted dantian instantly filled to the brim, and she even sensed a faint sign of— Sumu, sitting nearby, was in a similar state. Her small face flushed crimson as spiritual energy overflowed around her. It took about 2/4 of an hour for the sensation to subside. In truth, Sue's spiritual power was not weak, she simply hadn't realized it, and had never considered it. After consuming the spirit fruit today, her spiritual power had grown considerably strong. She believed that from now on she and Sumu could roam this world with impunity. Using her spiritual power to control the hovering pearl in her mind, she sought to view the current situation. An image immediately formed in her mind's eye. The heavenly calamity had not yet arrived, only a drought plagued the land. Yet this, combined with external invasions, had forced countless commoners to abandon their homes and flee. The most pressing issue was the foreign invaders. Through the pearl, she learned this was a small world with only 5 nations: Donglin in the east, Nanshu in the south, Shichu in the west, and Baitsong in the north. These 4 small countries surrounded the central larger nation of Dayong, where she currently resided. The nation currently invading Dayong was Baitsong in the north. As fate would have it, her home was situated precisely on the border between Baitsong and Daeong. No wonder everyone had fled south en masse at the first sign of invasion. They got out cleanly and quickly. Sushi shared what she had seen, with Su Mu asking for his advice on their next course of action. After a moment of thought, Su Mu suggested, "How about we go to Baitsong and tell them about the imminent heavenly calamity? They should cease hostilities so we can all overcome this crisis together." Su's eyes lit up, thinking it was a brilliant idea. "But how can we make the kingdom of Baitsong believe us?" she voiced her concern. Su Mu flashed a sly grin. "Don't worry, Cece. I have my ways." Trusting Su Mu, she dropped the subject. She looked around the cave. This was her true home in this world. Her original plan had been to rely on her spatial dimension and ride out the calamity in comfort. But plans changed. A catastrophe was about to befall the world, and with their abilities, how could they simply hide away and enjoy their own peace while others suffered? Yet they had worked hard on this place for days and hadn't even settled in. It was a pity to leave so soon. Sensing her reluctance, Su Mu took her hand and reassured her. "Cece, once we return from Baitsong and settle things for the future, we can come back. We can just lie low and laze around together, okay?" Sushi beamed with satisfaction and nodded eagerly. The next day, they set off towards the kingdom of Baitsong. Upon reaching its capital, they found the city gates heavily guarded and under tight security. Su Mu channeled his spiritual power, conjuring strange and ominous visions in the sky. It seemed as if scenes foretelling the arrival of the heavenly calamity were projected for all to see. Panic and terror gripped the city's inhabitants. Soon the king of Baitsong hurried over with his ministers. Gazing at the sky in horror, the king demanded, "What is the meaning of this? Is this your doing?" Su Mu stepped forward, clasped his hands in a formal salute, and declared, "Your Majesty, I am an envoy of the spirits. I have come specifically to inform you that a great calamity is approaching. Is this your doing?" Su Mu stepped forward, clasped his hands in a formal salute, and declared, "Your Majesty, I am an envoy of the spirits. I have come." The king was skeptical, and Sushi couldn't blame him. She reasoned that if she were in his shoes, she wouldn't believe it either. It was like someone you've never met showing up at your doorstep and telling you that you'll get into a car accident tomorrow. Who would believe that? They'd be lucky not to be thrown out. Using her spiritual power to control the pearl, she projected vivid images of the impending disasters onto the city wall like a movie. Passers-by gathered to watch, seeing scenes of brutal warfare, desperate refugees, fleeing famine, bodies strewn across land scorched by extreme heat, the spread of plagues, and the final crushing blow of a bitter winter, the world facing its end. The king, his civil and military officials, and the common people were all shaken with fear. The citizens and ministers knelt before their sovereign, pleading, "Your Majesty, please save Baitsong. Save the world." The king was terrified. "Both envoys, please guide me. What must I do to survive this calamity?" Su Mu addressed the king. "Your Majesty, both Baitsong and the northern border of Daeong are currently suffering from drought. Let us first help the people overcome this immediate crisis, and then we can join forces to face the disasters to come." The king replied helplessly, "Noble envoys, Baitsong itself has had a total crop failure due to the drought." Sushi understood. In times of peace and plenty, no one wants war. It was the lack of food that drove them to fight. Thinking of the grain stored in her spatial dimension, she decided to use it to help them through this crisis. She said to the king, "I can provide you with some grain, but you must swear not to embezzle it for your own gain, or you will face divine retribution." As if on cue, a loud clap of thunder boomed across the sky. The king trembled in fear and hastily promised, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Satisfied with his pledge, Sushi waved her hand. A large pile of sacks filled with grain, over 100,000 jin in total, appeared at the city gates. "Distribute this grain to the people first, Your Majesty. We will return to inspect the situation later and bring more supplies as needed. But remember, no embezzlement. Or else." Another thunderclap roared in the sky, punctuating her warning. The king of Baitsong repeatedly thanked them. "Thank you, envoys. I will personally oversee the distribution and act with absolute integrity." Following the plan agreed upon during their journey, Cece addressed the king of the northern Song kingdom. "Your Majesty, you are now well aware of the impending calamity. I trust Your Majesty will devise a response. We will also continue to monitor the situation closely." She then produced a conch shell for long-distance communication that Su Mu had given her before their departure, a device that functioned much like a two-way radio. "I present this conch to you. Should any crisis arise in the future, simply call out to it, and we shall hear you. Do not lose it." The king of the northern Song kingdom accepted it with trembling hands, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you, envoys. I shall treasure it dearly. I will personally oversee the implementation of all necessary defensive measures." Seeing that matters were concluded, Su Mu interjected, "In that case, we shall take our leave. Within a day or two, send a representative with authority to the border. The Grand Marshal of Daeong will be there to negotiate and sign a peace treaty. Our nations must coexist peacefully and aid each other through this crisis. I believe that in the future, when one of us faces hardship, the other will offer support from all directions." Take care, and keep the count close. With those words, Su Mu took Cece's hand, and they vanished on the spot, leaving the king, his ministers, and the gathered citizens utterly stunned. After a long moment of silence, they knelt as one, shouting, "We bid you farewell," envoys. Later Cece looked at Su Mu with undisguised admiration and praised him without reservation. "Husband, you are truly brilliant." Su Mu puffed out his chest with a touch of pride and said, "Of course. After all, look who my wife is." Cece giggled, covering her mouth at his smug expression. After a bit of playful banter, they decided to head to the border of Daong to meet the Grand Marshal and discuss. They arrived at the Daong border swiftly. The military camp stretched before them, a forest of tents guarded with strict vigilance. A soldier barred their path, barking, "Halt! Who dares trespass upon a military camp?" Su Mu stepped forward, calmly clasped his hands in salute, and said, "Officer, please do not be alarmed. Kindly inform your commander that we are divine envoys, and we seek an audience with the Grand Marshal on a matter of utmost importance." The soldier scrutinized them, noting their extraordinary bearing, but still hesitant. "Do you have any proof? This is a military installation. We cannot grant access to just anyone seeking the Grand Marshal." Cece waved her hand, and the spear in the soldier's grip vanished into thin air. Panic flickered across his face. With another wave, the spear reappeared as if it had never been gone. Cece smiled. "Is this proof enough?" The soldier quickly bowed. "Please wait a moment, envoys. I will report your arrival immediately." In a short while he returned, and respectfully led them into the main. Inside, the Grand Marshal sat rigidly upright, his gaze sharp and piercing. Su Mu offered another salute before speaking. "Grand Marshal, our purpose here is to discuss a peace treaty between our two nations. A great calamity is approaching. If our kingdoms are at war, it will only lead to mutual destruction. Only by joining forces can we hope to survive this tribulation." The Grand Marshal had already been informed of their strange abilities by the guards, and did not take them lightly. He furrowed his brow in deep thought for a moment, then slowly spoke. "What is this calamity you speak of, and how do you know of it?" Cece resorted to their previous tactic. Using her spiritual energy, she activated the mysterious pearl within her mind, projecting the impending disaster onto the tent walls with startling clarity, like a vivid film. The Grand Marshal watched, his heart pounding with shock and fear. He could no longer remain composed, and quickly interrupted. "Envoy, wait. I must fetch the prince. He should see this as well." With that, he rushed out of the tent. Soon he returned with a young man about 20 years old, tall and handsome, with a striking countenance, clad in armor. Cece and Su Mu exchanged a quick glance. The Grand Marshal introduced him. "Envoys, this is the Prince of Yu from Daong. He is our true commander, while I am his deputy. My name is Han Song. Prince, please take a look at what the envoys have shown me." The Prince of Yu had remained silent since his arrival, simply observing the two strangers. It was clear he doubted Han Song's words. With a resigned sigh, Cece once again channeled her spiritual energy and replayed the vision for him. The prince watched intently, searching for any sign of trickery. But by the end, he found his back was drenched in a cold sweat. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Cece and Su Mu, his voice laced with apology. "Envoys, I was discourteous earlier. Please forgive my rudeness." Su Mu waved his hand dismissively. "It is only natural. We understand that no one would believe such a tale without proof. Now shall we discuss the details?" The Prince of Yu replied respectfully, "Please speak freely." Thus the two parties began a detailed discussion of the treaty terms. The atmosphere was serious, yet filled with a glimmer of hope, a vision of two nations uniting to face the coming catastrophe. In the end, the Prince of Yu decided to leave Han Song at the border to await the Northern Song delegation and sign the treaty. He himself would return to the capital to report the impending disaster to his father, the Emperor, and discuss countermeasures. Seeing his sincere commitment, Su Mu decided to lend a hand. "Your Highness, the calamity will strike in no more than half a year. The journey back alone would take over a month. If you trust us, we can escort you, and it will be much faster." The Prince of Yu looked puzzled. "Escort me? How?" Su Mu smiled mysteriously. "Once you have settled matters here, just say the word, and I will take you there. We also have matters to discuss with the Emperor." King Yu thought the spirit envoys must possess boundless divine powers. Perhaps they would even use immortal arts to transport him. As it happened, his guess was not far off. King Yu quickly settled matters at the border and came to find them. Su Shi and the others were also in a hurry, as there were still 3 other kingdoms to visit. Without delay, Su Mu pulled King Yu along, and in a flash the 3 of them appeared outside the imperial study of the Great Yong Palace. King Yu felt as though he had only taken a single breath before arriving, not even having time to savor the experience. He had expected to ride the clouds, and missed not this. It was nothing like his imagination. If Su Shi and the others knew his thoughts, they would surely say, "Brother, you are quite the drama queen." The young eunuch outside the imperial study was startled by the sudden appearance of the 3 figures, and upon seeing King Yu among them, he quickly bowed, and said, "This servant pays respects to your highness." King Yu addressed the young eunuch, gesturing toward the imperial study. "Is his majesty inside? Go and announce my arrival." "His majesty is within, your highness." "Please wait a moment, this servant will go and inform him at once." After saying this, the young eunuch hurried into the imperial study to announce their arrival. It wasn't long before he emerged and respectfully said to King Yu, "Your Highness, His Majesty summons you inside. Please enter." He bowed respectfully. King Yu led Su Shi and the others into the imperial study where the great young emperor was reviewing memorials. King Yu bowed with reverence and said, "Your son pays respects to your Majesty, Father." The great young emperor set down his brush and looked at King Yu, asking, "Were you not at the border? Why have you returned? How goes the war there?" King Yu replied, "Father, this son has returned to report a matter of great urgency. Father, these two are the spirit envoys sent from heaven to save all living beings." The great young emperor looked at his son, thinking to himself, "Has this child gone mad after a trip to the border?" Seeing his father's confusion, King Yu continued, "Father, the two spirit envoys have already calculated that in half a year a period of extreme heat will begin, lasting 2 years. After the heat comes a bitter cold, which will also last for 2 years. The spirit envoys have been entrusted by the heavens to save the people from this calamity. The border conflict has already been pacified by the spirit envoys. The Northern Song Kingdom has agreed to a ceasefire and the signing of a peace treaty. The spirit envoys have said they will persuade the other 4 kingdoms as well, so that together we can all strive to overcome this natural disaster." The great young emperor listened stunned and bewildered, thinking to himself, "This son of mine is truly unwell." Seeing that his father wasn't convinced, King Yu grew anxious. "Father, please trust your son. The spirit envoys brought me back from the border this time. We arrived in the blink of an eye. Spirit envoys, please show my father the coming calamity once more." Sushi was reluctantly forced into action, channeling spiritual energy to project an image onto the wall of the imperial study. Even the usually composed great young emperor could no longer remain calm. The world was about to fall into chaos. This was not an ordinary natural disaster, but a catastrophe for the entire world. The great young emperor looked at his son. "Did you say the spirit envoys brought you back?" Seeing that his father finally believed him, King Yu sighed with relief and quickly answered, "Yes, father. I was anxious to return, and the spirit envoys said the journey from the border to the capital would take at least a month. With less than half a year until the calamity strikes, they feared you wouldn't receive the news in time to prepare, so they sent me back. I arrived in the blink of an eye." After hearing this, the great young emperor was filled with awe and wonder. The spirit envoys truly possess boundless divine powers. Seeing that the matter was settled, she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that the great young emperor was no easy man to fool, far more astute than the Northern Song ruler. Not wishing to waste more time, Su Mu clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this calamity is not the concern of a single nation. It requires the united efforts of all countries. The most urgent task is to stockpile grain and provide shelter for the people. Furthermore, we must summon artisans to craft items to withstand the extreme cold, such as reinforcing buildings." The great young emperor nodded slightly. "King Yu and the 2 spirit envoys must be weary from your journey. Go and rest for now. I will make arrangements for this matter immediately." Su Mu declined, "Your Majesty, we still need to go to the other 3 kingdoms to deliver the news. This calamity concerns all of humanity, and time is of the essence. We cannot stay. I am confident Your Majesty will make the proper arrangements," he said, producing a conch shell. This is a sound-transmitting conch. It can send messages across distances. If Your Majesty ever encounters difficulties, you may speak into it, and we will hear and come immediately. I hope Your Majesty will take this matter seriously." With that, Su Mu pulled Su Shi and they departed. Watching the 2 people who had just been speaking suddenly vanish into thin air, the great young emperor finally believed it all. He clutched the conch tightly in his hand. This was a divine object, one that could save his life in a critical moment. The great young emperor noticed King Yu staring fixedly at the conch in his hand and glared at him. "Since you are back and know more about this calamity, you will be in charge of the preparations. If you encounter any difficulties, let me know, and I will contact the spirit envoys. Go on, time waits for no one. Do a good job. The fate of great Yong rests on your shoulders." King Yu was speechless, thinking to himself, how afraid his father that I might snatch his conch. I'd better get to work. This is a race against time. Su Shi and Su Mu exited the Grand Yong Imperial Study. After a deep discussion, they reached a momentous decision to simultaneously project massive spiritual illusions over the capitals of every nation, revealing the terrifying visage of the coming calamity to all. This was no simple feat, but they understood its profound significance. They planned to repeat these chilling projections for 2 consecutive nights, hoping to galvanize the world into heeding the dire warning. Furthermore, to instruct people on how to confront and prepare for such a catastrophe, they meticulously compiled detailed methods and strategies into written form, placing them within the Grand Yong Imperial Study. Yet this alone seemed insufficient. Considering the impracticality of personally notifying each nation, they devised an ingenious solution. They prepared a special conch shell for every country. An accompanying letter would clearly explain the correct usage of this conch. In times of emergency, a simple blow on the conch would rapidly transmit a message, allowing other nations to be informed promptly and make necessary preparations. Su Shi and Su Mu were well aware of the immense difficulty of their task, yet they did not flinch. They were resolute in their determination to use their power to save as many lives as possible. They immediately began their preparations. After a period of intense work, everything was ready. They chose a night of the full moon, a time when spiritual energy was at its. Channeling their spiritual energy, Su Shi and Su Mu ascended into the sky. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward as a beam of light shot up, swiftly coalescing into a lifelike illusion of the apocalypse above the capitals of various nations. The populace was stricken with terror, and the monarchs of the nations were deeply shaken. The following night the same illusion appeared once more. Afterwards, Su Shi and Su Mu secretly infiltrated the imperial studies of the various nations, leaving behind documents on disaster response and the miraculous conch shells, along with simple, easy-to-understand instructions. With their task complete, Su Shi and Su Mu quietly departed. It was now up to the rulers of each nation to respond, and they would provide further assistance as needed. Su Shi thought of the refugees who had fled south from this region recently, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. There was always endless work and endless worry. She glanced at the calm and composed Su Mu beside her and pouted, "Husband, why is my life so hard? How should we arrange for those refugees on the road? Why did they have to leave in such a frantic hurry? They're scattered everywhere now. What are we supposed to do?" Su Mu looked at her with amusement and comforted her, "Cece, don't worry. We'll figure things out slowly. We've been on the move for 2 days straight. Let's head home and rest for the night. The people have just received the news and need time to process it. In a couple of days we can assess their reactions and responses, and then make further plans. Come on, let's go home." Su Shi nodded, slightly pondering to herself. He's right. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, though everything must be done step by step steadily. One must not be overly rash and impetuous, or it could easily backfire. She knew well that haste makes waste. With this thought, Su's eyes' restless heart gradually calmed, and her gaze became resolute and steady. "Good thing I have you. Without you I'd be running around like a headless chicken. How can you be so wonderful? Come here, let me give you a reward." She stood on her tiptoes and quickly pecked him on the cheek. As she tried to pull away, Su Mu cupped her face and deepened the kiss. He only released her when she was breathless and gasping for air. Su Mu's voice was husky with emotion. "Cece, let's go home, okay?" Su Shi buried her head in his chest and whispered, "Okay." Su Mu scooped her up, channeling his spiritual energy, and in a flash they were on the large bed in the mountain cave. "Cece, I missed you." With that he leaned in and covered her lips, which he could never tire of kissing. Su Shi quickly stopped him. "Let's take a bath first. We haven't washed in 2 days, we're starting to smell." Su Mu reluctantly got up. "They'll go heat some water." Su Shi pulled him back. "Let's go into the space, there's a bathroom with running water there." A delighted smile spread across Su Mu's face, and he pleaded, "Then let's bathe together. It saves water." Su Shi thought that since they had already done everything intimate, bathing together was nothing. She nodded in agreement. An hour later she regretted it. They washed again, and it wasn't until the wee hours of the morning that Su Mu finally carried her out of the bathroom. The next morning she was carried into the bathroom for another hour-long wash. Su Shi felt that if she were a pig, she'd be clean enough to butcher without any scraping. Su Shi was so exhausted and sore she didn't want to move. When Su Mu called her to eat, she shot him a glare. "Don't touch me from now on." Su Mu looked aggrieved. "Cece, I'm sorry. I love you so much that I lose control when I'm overcome with emotion. I won't do it again. I promise I won't touch you anymore. Now please come and eat." Su Shi rolled her eyes at him and said crossly, "You silly fool. You need to feed me. I don't have the strength." Su Mu happily scooped her up and began feeding her with great care, alternating between bites of food and sips of soup like a true professional. In the following days, Su Shi and Su Mu conducted a meticulous inventory of the various supplies within the space. After a thorough check, they were delighted to discover that the grain reserves were substantial enough to sustain them for a considerable period. Likewise, they found a plentiful supply of cotton-padded clothes and cloth for warmth. Confronted with such abundant resources, the two fell into deep thought and engaged in an in-depth discussion. Eventually, they reached a consensus to refrain for now from taking these supplies out to distribute among the people. After all, with the calamity at hand, everyone needed to learn to face difficulties independently and gradually adapt to the changing environment. They also decided against distributing gold, silver, or other money. In these years of famine with food scarce everywhere, money would be useless and would only invite disaster. As the saying goes, a liter of rice fosters gratitude, a bushel of rice fosters enmity. If they were to offer unreserved aid from the start, it would not only breed laziness and dependence, but also lead people to believe that even if the sky fell, someone else would always bear the responsibility for them. Consequently, when truly faced with dire straits, people might lose the will and ability to fend for themselves. Within the space, they harvested grain and vegetables for 2 more cycles, this time planting high-yield satiating crops like corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. They planned to keep the rice and wheat from previous harvests for their own consumption. Who would eat outside food when they had grain from the space? They decided to cease planting these and instead cultivate high-yield coarse grains for future distribution. With a harvest every 3 days combined with their previous stockpile, they calculated they could barely manage. Thinking of the severe cold in the final 3 years and the people's shortage of cotton, she searched through their hoarded seeds and indeed found a small packet of cotton seeds. Though few the seeds from each subsequent harvest could be replanted. They would accumulate slowly cycle by cycle, and over 3 years they could amass a considerable amount. Her head throbbed with the suffocating tension. Seeing her pulling at her hair again, Sumu held her tightly with concern and soothed her softly. Cece, don't worry. Let's take it one step at a time. We've done our best. Don't push yourself too hard. He gently kissed her forehead. Leaning against Sumu, Cece caught her breath and said the hardest part now is gathering the people together. We can't just go door to door looking for them. After a moment's thought, Sumu said, we can spread the word that we've found a blessed land with a water source and some wild vegetables, a place to temporarily escape the disaster. Those willing can come there. Cece's eyes lit up, thinking it was a viable plan. Immediately putting their plan into action, she used her spiritual energy to activate the hanging pearl and search for a suitable location. She found a basin surrounded by mountains on all sides where people could use local materials to build their homes upon arrival. Sumu was also very pleased. After pondering, he said, "He'll set up a defensive formation to repel most beast attacks, and also some warning formations to alert us promptly if danger approaches." Sushi nodded in agreement. Then let's spread the message quickly. They used the same method as before, simultaneously projecting a massive spiritual illusion along the sky above the refugee route, displaying the terrifying scenes of the disaster. They also transmitted a voice message urging everyone to hurry to the basin and take protective measures against the impending calamity. Seeing the apparition in the sky, the refugees on the road believed it was a divine manifestation and knelt in worship. They hurried to the basin with their families, fearing they would be too late to secure a spot, as there were so many fleeing the disaster. Sushi put away the hanging pearl and took a sip of tea. The common folk are much easier to deal with, unlike those kings who question everything and force me to put on a show. Sumu affectionately tapped her little nose. They have a hard time too. A single decision of theirs concerns the fate of the entire world. They can't afford to be careless. The common folk are different. They have no such burdens, seeking only shelter and a peaceful life. Sushi nodded. True. Should we prepare the basin area for them in advance? Sumu shook his head. No need. They need to participate in building their new home. We should only help when they encounter difficulties. That way they will cherish the hard-won peaceful life. Perhaps invigorated by a new purpose, the refugees arrived at the basin in droves within just 3 days. Standing on the mountaintop, Sushi and Sumu looked down at the vast crowd below. Using a sound transmission technique, they spoke clearly, ensuring every corner heard. Su's clear voice rang out, "Everyone welcome. This will be your new home, but everything depends on your collective effort." Sumu continued, "Although this place is temporarily safe, many challenges remain. Since you have come here, you must abide by the rules of this place. First, fighting robbery and other misconduct are strictly prohibited within the basin. Second, there is no place for idlers here. The lazy and good for nothing are. Lastly, we must all work together to build our home and jointly face the impending disaster. Since you are here, know that we can see all your actions. Do not try to be clever. If you violate the rules, I will expel you. Everyone knows why they are here. Since you've come, work hard. Every bit of effort you put in today will mean less suffering when the calamity strikes. Most of you have come as entire villages or groups. Village chiefs or leaders, please come to the foot of the mountain so we can discuss the next steps." The people at the foot of the mountain watched in awe as Sushi and the others leaped from the summit and landed steadily at the base, their composure shaken. Did you see that? They must be immortals. Absolutely. Who else would dare such a feat? We're truly fortunate, fleeing from disaster and catching the eye of immortals. From now on we must heed their words, work hard, and better days are sure. The village chiefs arrived swiftly. When the chief of Xiaohe village spotted Sushi, a flicker of recognition crossed his eyes, though Sushi failed to notice. Seeing no more arrivals, Sumu decided to proceed without further delay. He swept his gaze across the assembled crowd and declared, "By now you must already be aware of the impending calamity, so I won't dwell on it. Your foremost task is to construct shelters and fortify them against the coming disaster. Starting today, you will oversee and allocate duties, with each village managing its own people. 23 of you stand here, meaning we have at least that many villages represented. This is a map of the basin which I've divided into 25 numbered plots. Shortly, you'll draw lots to claim your territories. Then return and lead your people to your designated lands. You've endured a long and arduous journey, so settle in and rest tonight. We'll discuss construction plans tomorrow. Now let's draw lots." With that, he produced 25 paper slips for them. After each chief determined their territory based on the number drawn, Sumu dismissed them to make their arrangements. The chiefs hurried back, promptly rallying their villagers and leading them without pause toward their designated lands. Along the way, despite their exhaustion, their eyes gleamed with hope and longing for a new beginning. These villagers had traversed the harsh road of escape, overcoming countless trials and tribulations, and had long since amassed a wealth of survival experience. Thus, upon reaching their destination and settling in briefly, no excessive direction was needed. Everyone sprang into action. The more robust villagers took it upon themselves to gather firewood. Armed with rudimentary tools, they ventured into the nearby woods, meticulously scouring for dry branches and fallen timber. Each find brought them joy as they collected and hauled it back to camp. Meanwhile, the women and children fanned out, bending low to carefully dig for wild greens across the fields and along the hillsides. Their movements were practiced, and their eyes keen, missing no corner that might conceal a tasty find. Before long, every basket brimmed with lush verdant. Seeing nothing more to attend to, Sushi and Su Mu departed. The villagers, while working, kept a watchful eye on them, and when the two vanished in the blink of an eye, astonishment gave way to a collective sigh of relief. In Xiaohe village's territory, the members of the Su family had barely dared to breathe moments earlier. Old Madame Su had recognized Su Shi at once, and in her excitement moved to tell Old Man Su, only to be silenced by a stern look from him. She held her tongue until Su Shi and her brother had left, then asked in confusion, "Old man, why wouldn't you let me speak?" Old Man Su sighed deeply. "We wronged Sierra in the past, abandoning her when she lay unconscious. Now that she's found her destiny and become a spirit envoy, we must not disturb her. Let each of us live in peace. There's no need to cause her more grief." He then turned to his sons and grandsons, admonishing, "And the rest of you, stay away from Sierra from now on." "Understood." His sons responded in unison, "Father, rest assured. Would have no face to approach her anyway. Seeing her well is enough for us." The grandsons echoed, "Yes, grandfather." Old Man Su then fixed his wife with a pointed look. "Mind your tongue. Don't blurt things out. We're not in Xiaohe village anymore, and with so many eyes watching, don't stir up trouble for Sierra." Old Madame Su shot him a glare and retorted, "I know that. I'm not stupid." The chief of Xiaohe village also made the rounds, warning each family to avoid Su Shi and to bring any concerns to him instead. With so many mouths and ears about, they must not add to her burdens. Every villager pledged to keep their distance. Only then did the chief retire satisfied. In truth, Su Shi had recognized the original owner's family the moment they set foot in the basin. They stood not far off, their gazes wavering, seeming to want to approach, yet hesitating with evident restraint. Sensing this, Su Shi merely cast a brief, indifferent glance their way before turning her eyes elsewhere, as if they were complete strangers. Though she possessed all the original owner's memories and understood the history between her and her family, curiously, she felt no trace of the resentment that perhaps time had washed it all away, or the original owner had long since let go of past grievances. Given that, Su Shi saw no reason to dwell on such stale, trivial matters and burden herself with needless worry. After all, life is short. Why waste energy on inconsequential people and events? And so she simply chose to look the other way. Under the patient and meticulous guidance of Su Shi and Su Mu, through the concerted efforts of everyone working day and night, sturdy houses with excellent warmth and cold resistance finally rose from the ground. Inside each house, a heated kong was built to withstand the coming bitter cold. When the basin's residents laid eyes on these brand new homes, a tidal wave of joy surged within their hearts. They could no longer contain their overwhelming emotions, weeping with joy, and some even embraced each other, sobbing uncontrollably. For from this moment on, they truly possessed their own warm dwellings, no longer needing to wander aimlessly or live in constant fear and anxiety. Even if terrifying disaster struck again in the future, they could safely take refuge in the haven of their homes, shielded from the storms outside. Moreover, the ingenious and creative Su Shi and Su Mu skillfully constructed a massive water tower at the foot of the mountain, laying pipes to bring clear, sweet spring water into every household. Then they personally taught everyone how to properly use the magical faucet. When the people gently turned the tap and saw the crystal-clear running water flow endlessly, their faces were radiant with an indescribable joy. At that moment, they truly felt their lives growing better and better, with boundless hope and anticipation for the days ahead. During the construction of the basin settlement, Su Shi used the Mystic Pearl to broadcast live across the entire nation, allowing people in every corner to witness. Through this unprecedented live broadcast, other nations could not only see the basin's remarkable infrastructure achievements, but also draw valuable experience and inspiration. Some countries began to reflect on their own shortcomings in infrastructure and actively sought improvements. Others developed a keen interest in the advanced technologies and innovative concepts employed by the basin. They took out their conch shells to contact Su Shi, and she did not disappoint them, providing voice explanations on the live broadcast to answer their questions. This live broadcast, spearheaded by Su Shi, brought new ideas and momentum to the development of the small world's nations. The basin, with its outstanding infrastructure achievements, became the focus of global attention. The people in the basin were as joyful as if it were New Year every day. A month ago, they had been wandering the roads hungry and terrified, not knowing if they would survive the next day. Now their lives were beyond anything they had ever dared to imagine. During these days, Sushi did not provide them with food, wanting to test their ability to survive on their own. And they did not disappoint Sushi. They never asked for food. After arriving, the able-bodied men worked while the elderly and children went up the mountains to gather wild vegetables and collect firewood. They also cleared the open ground in front of their houses to plant vegetables, and once the houses were built, the men would reclaim wasteland for farming. Sushi also used an excavator to dig a wide river beside the arable land, its waters flowing endlessly, a symbol of hope for survival. Cradling the cool river water, they wept with joy once more. In just 1 month, the people of the basin had returned to normal life, with men tilling the fields and women weaving, thriving and prosperous. Sushi told them that this was only temporary. Sumu's formation could only last for 1 year. She urged them to plant high-yield crops during this year, providing the seeds herself. They should plant as much as possible, not become complacent, and maintain a sense of urgency. The entire basin erupted into action. Men, women, young, and old began clearing land, planting crops, digging wild vegetables, and gathering everything edible from the mountains. As for firewood, every household's front yard was piled high like a mountain. But thinking of the 3-year extreme cold, this was far from enough, so they quickened their pace. In their spare time, the men formed teams to hunt in the mountains, hoping to stockpile more meat. Sushi felt deeply gratified. This was good. Although she could help them, self-reliance was the foundation of life. As a great man once said, self-sufficiency brings abundance, a true maxim. People from various nations in the small world followed the basin's example, renovating houses, stockpiling grain and firewood, and digging water cisterns. Sushi told them that once the cisterns were dug, she would help fill them with water, instructing them to dig as large as possible. She placed cement at the county offices of each nation and taught them via live broadcast how to use it to waterproof their cisterns. When Sushi helped them fill the cisterns, she saw that every household had dug a cistern of over 100 cubic meters, almost like a swimming pool. She thought, was that really necessary? Wouldn't it be better to have fresh water delivered every few days? But she let it go as long as they were happy. When the people saw their cisterns full of water, they knelt down, clasped their hands to the sky, and said, "Thank you, spiritual envoy, for bestowing upon us the sacred water." 3 months later, the temperature outside the basin soared wildly. Within just a few days, it rose from the already scorching 40 degrees Celsius to over 60 degrees. Gazing at the blazing sun and the cracked earth, the people knew that the true calamity had begun. Fortunately, they were mostly prepared, so there was no panic or fear. Sushi periodically broadcasted voice messages from above, teaching them how to protect themselves and respond during the disaster. She told them not to panic, but to report to their king, who could contact her. Later, she thought it over and had Sumu equip every county office with a conch shell, so they could contact her only when they encountered problems they couldn't solve on their own. The kings who received the news breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of natural disaster was indeed beyond their ability to handle. Suzai's voice broadcast informed people that the daytime temperature was high, urging them to reduce outings and stay indoors unless necessary. She looked up the recipe for Hoxiangjingqi water and found the required herbs. When Sumu saw her preparing to use the large pot in the space to boil it, he quickly stopped her. "Cici, I can make the herbs into pills in batches, which saves time and effort. How long would it take to boil one pot after another?" Hearing this, Sushi rubbed his face with both hands and said happily, "Husband, how are you so skilled at everything? You're such a treasure." Sumu said proudly, "I have many more skills, you'll discover them gradually." The two of them gathered the required herbs, and Sumu took out his pill-making machine. Half a day later, bags of pills filled the small courtyard of the quadrangle. "First distribute these, or later we can just make a small batch daily to keep in stock." Sushi and Sumu split up to deliver heat-stroke relief pills to the government offices of each country, telling them not to hoard the pills, as they would oversee the entire process. Fortunately, there were only 5 countries, any more would have been too much for them to handle. Suzai's voice broadcast instructed each village to send someone to the government office to collect the pills and distribute them to every household. She also broadcast the instructions on how to take the medication. During those days, they received an endless stream of gratitude. After the heat began, Sushi and her companions had little to do. They distributed pills on schedule, added water to the springs, and responded to emergency calls for help. Everything proceeded in a tense yet orderly manner. Half a year later, the basin's protective formation failed. The people in the basin did not complain. They were grateful to Sushi for buying them a year of preparation time, so they wouldn't be caught unprepared when the natural disaster struck. That year, they harvested 2 crops of corn, each yielding over 2,000 jin per mu, and 3 crops of potatoes and sweet potatoes, each yielding over 6,000 jin per mu. Having farmed all their lives, they had never seen such bountiful harvests. With the weather now hot, potatoes and sweet potatoes did not keep well, so they dried them into slices for easier storage. They also stockpiled plenty of dried vegetables and meat. With careful consumption, this year's food could last 5 or 6 years. During the cooler parts of the day, they still went up the mountain to chop firewood, tirelessly collecting as much as they could, fearing that they would freeze during the severe cold if they didn't stockpile enough. The lives of the people in the basin were much better than those outside. They had running water, and every house had a kitchen and bathroom, all designed by She to minimize the need to go outside during the extreme cold. Each household had a huge underground septic tank, and the waste from the bathroom flowed through underground pipes into the tank. This design earned praise from every household after using the bathroom during the severe cold, leaving She both amused and speechless. During the 3 years of heat, She transformed into a customer service lady answering distress calls from all over every day, while Mu became an after-sales guy traveling back and forth to solve their problems. They had originally planned to distribute their stored grain to help people, but the sovereigns declined, saying, "The divine envoys have already helped us greatly, and we are The national treasury still has grain reserves, so we won't trouble the divine envoys for now. When the reserves run out, we will ask for your help." Since they refused, She and Mu could not force the issue, and had to wait and see. Time flew by, and the heat had lasted 3 years. In recent days, She had a premonition that the severe cold was coming. She used a voice broadcast to repeatedly warn people across all countries to prepare cold-proof measures, bring firewood indoors, and be ready to light fires. They should stay alert while sleeping at night, and listen to the broadcast. She broadcast continuously for 3 days, barely sleeping, ready to alert everyone as soon as the severe cold arrived. On the night of the 3rd day, heavy snow began to fall. She quickly mobilized her spiritual energy to broadcast repeatedly, "The severe cold has arrived. Close doors and windows, immediately light fires, and put on cotton clothes and quilts." Seeing through the suspended pearl that people had risen and followed her instructions, She felt relieved. "Don't panic. For now, just stay indoors as much as possible, heat your beds, and take cold-proof measures. Follow my lead and walk with me. Together we will get through this severe cold." The heavy snowfall persisted intermittently for 7 or 8 months. Gazing into the distance, the entire world seemed to be reduced to a single hue, white. This whiteness blanketed the earth like a thick quilt, stretching endlessly to the limits of one's sight. It also resembled a vast surging ocean without end. The white was not only dazzlingly painful to the eyes, but also carried a bone-piercing chill. Each snowflake, like a frigid needle, mercilessly stabbed the ground and any exposed skin. Even through layers of thick clothing, one could feel the biting cold seeping in bit by bit, causing uncontrollable shivers. Fortunately, long before the heavy snow arrived, people had already taken ample precautions. They had meticulously reinforced their homes to withstand the overwhelming snow disaster. Thus, despite the ferocity of the snowstorm, it did not result in many casualties. She distributed ginger and medicine for dispelling colds and wind chills to every household. In this extreme cold, the biting wind howled across the land, as if seeking to freeze everything in its path. The sky was overcast, devoid of any sunlight. Thick snow blanketed the entire village, transforming it into a world of silvery white, like a fairy tale. People stayed indoors, sealing their doors and windows tightly to ward off the penetrating cold. Women gathered around the warm Kong, holding needles, thread, and saws, meticulously stitching them. They would pause now and then to exchange a few words of domestic chatter, then return to their work, their faces beaming with contentment and tranquility. Besides stitching saws, they were busy cutting fabric and sewing padded cotton clothes, hoping to bring more warmth to their families during this extreme freeze. The children, however, were far from quiet. They jumped and bounced on the Kong, their laughter echoing one after another as they chased and played, filling the small room with vitality and energy. Seeing the children's innocent joy, the adults felt their hearts swell with happiness. Meanwhile, the men were busy indoors repairing various farming tools. Hoe blades and sickles had become worn from extended use. They carefully inspected each tool, hammering and replacing damaged parts, ensuring they would be ready for the farming season once the extreme cold subsided. Despite the freezing weather, these diligent men had fine beads of sweat on their foreheads. As they worked, they discussed their plans for after the freeze, dreaming of a break. During this bitterly cold winter, every household was enveloped in an atmosphere of warmth, comfort, and peace. Though it was icy outside, the interiors were filled with cozy warmth. She lay on the large Kong in the cave, eating grapes and drinking freshly squeezed juice, while surveying the outside world through her hanging pearl. Every few days, the pair would venture out to deliver supplies to the villagers. Some rice flour and vegetables, enough for a few days. It wasn't that they were unwilling to give more, but if they gave it all at once, the people would have nothing to do and be too bored. This way, visiting every few days felt like a casual drop-by, helping to pass the long, dreary days of the severe cold with no other entertainment. 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Shi and Mu had nearly distributed all the grain and cloth they had stockpiled. Only then did they realize just how much they had accumulated, enough to sustain the people of this world for 3 years. For these 3 years, they had been distributing from their stockpile, leaving the produce from the spatial realm untouched. They decided to save that to hand out as seeds once the disaster passed. In the early spring of the 4th year of the disaster, the temperature gradually rose, and the snow covering the mountains and plains began to melt. Worried about potential floods, Shi remembered that Mu still possessed the sword of salvation that had yet to be used. Over these years, although the disaster had struck, their preparations had prevented any major casualties. There had been only natural deaths and births, no epidemics, so the sword had remained unused. Sumu, upon hearing this, was thrilled that his moment had finally come. He changed into a brand new set of clothes, combed his hair, neatly slung the sword over his shoulder, and strutted out the door with an arrogant swagger. Sushi followed behind him, amused. Sumu steadied his breath, concentrating his spiritual energy into the palm of his hand. The sword of salvation in his grasp began to radiate a brilliant, dazzling light. With a sweep of his arm, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted like a raging torrent, hurtling straight towards the thick layers of ice and snow. In an instant, the ice and snow began to melt, rapidly transforming into trickling streams. However, this was only the first step. Gripping the sword tightly, Sumu manipulated the spiritual energy to guide the melted water into the air, forming a spectacular pillar of water. Then, with deft control, he directed the flow of the water pillar towards the distant rivers, lakes, and seas. Meanwhile, Sushi was seated inside a massive excavator, operating the machine with intense. She skillfully maneuvered the excavator along the riverbed, clearing away accumulated silt and rocks to widen the channel and deepen the riverbed, ensuring the water could flow smoothly without overflowing into nearby villages. Seeing how diligently Sumu and She were working, the villagers were deeply moved and spontaneously picked up various tools to join the flood prevention efforts. Some wielded shovels, digging new drainage channels. Others busied themselves carrying sandbags to reinforce the riverbanks. Some built temporary levees along the river as a precaution. Everyone worked together in a bustling, spirited manner. As time passed, the snow on the ground gradually melted away completely. Thankfully, despite the massive amount of water from the melting snow, no floods occurred, thanks to the timely intervention of Sumu and others, as well as the active cooperation of the villagers. The entire region remained safe and sound, and the lives and property of the people were effectively protected. 3 months later, the temperature finally returned to normal, drawing to a close the 6-year calamity. Sushi retrieved precious seeds from her space and prepared to distribute them to the people. Old Man Su and Old Lady Su came to find her. Sushi found it strange they hadn't come during the 6 years of disaster, so why did they come now that it was? Sushi remained silent, merely watching them calmly. The couple felt flustered under her gaze. Seeing that her husband remained silent, Old Lady Su broke the ice. Girl, we know we were wrong in the past, leaving you behind during the famine, especially while you were unconscious. We were at our wits' end then. We came to tell you something important. You're not actually Old Su's child. He found you in the deep mountains. Upon hearing she was found in the mountains, she felt a sense of inevitability. She asked Old Lady Su, was there anything with me when I was found? There was a letter, not for you, but for us. She perked up. Oh, for you. What did it say? Old Lady Su's gaze shifted to her husband beside her, their eyes meeting, as if conveying a silent message. She gave a slight nod, signaling her husband to speak. Old Man Su, seeing this, felt a bit resigned, but cleared his throat and slowly began a hymn. While the letter said that you are a celestial maiden from heaven sent down to the mortal world to undergo tribulations. It specifically instructed us not to be too kind to you. It mentioned something about heaven's mandate, and that you were destined to suffer. We were to let you face everything on your own and not interfere. His voice trailed off by the end, as if afraid of provoking her. Sushi was taken aback, then laughed. If that's the case, why have you come to find me now? Aren't you afraid of defying heaven's will? Old Man Su scratched his head. Well, we've had better years recently, and we've been thinking about you. Besides, the letter didn't say we could never contact you again. Old Lady Su nodded eagerly in agreement. A playful smile curled at the corner of Su's eyes lips. Perhaps I truly am a celestial maiden. Having endured my trials, I am about to return to the heavenly court. If you treat me well, you might even catch a wisp of immortal energy. Their eyes lit up. Sushi continued, what's done is done. I won't hold the past against you. I only ask that you never appear before me again. Let's leave each other alone. You never truly raised me, and any debt I might have owed has been repaid. Startled, Old Man Su and Old Lady Su fell to their knees with a thud. Girl, we were wrong. We came today for nothing else but to tell you the truth. Well, listen to you, and never show our faces again. Sushi looked at them, finding it amusing, and sent them away without another word. She then began to ponder the mystery of her true origins. Upon receiving the seeds, the people eagerly plunged into their work, reclaiming wasteland, tilling soil, sowing seeds. Every action brimmed with strength and determination. On this land once ravaged by calamity, the people used their hard-working hands to cultivate fertile fields anew. They toiled, drenched in sweat, yet without a single complaint, for they knew this was their hope for survival, their guarantee for the future. Sushi was deeply moved watching their bustling figures. She knew these people had endured immense suffering, yet they never gave up their love for life or their hopes for the future. In this new beginning, they were filled with drive. They believed that as long as they worked diligently, they would surely reap a bountiful harvest. With life back on track, Sushi and her group, having accomplished their mission, prepared to retire to the deep mountains and live a life of ease. These past few days Suzai's eyelids had been twitching incessantly, her heart restless and uneasy. Night after night, she found herself trapped in the same recurring dream, though she would occasionally drift into other strange and unfathomable reveries. In the dream she and Sumu grew up side by side, frolicking beneath the peach blossom trees and catching fish by the babbling brook. Those scenes were so vivid, so real, they felt like memories from a past life. Each time she awoke, gazing upon Sumu lying beside her, a wave of inexplicable melancholy and deep attachment washed over her, as if something precious had been lost somewhere in the long river of time. The night was as tranquil as water. Sushi tossed and turned upon her couch, unable to find rest, until at last she succumbed to a deep slumber, only to step once more into that ethereal dreamlike realm of her former existence. Sushi, daughter of the heavenly emperor, had grown up in the boundless adoration of her parents since the moment of her birth, free from all worries. Deep within the celestial palace, amidst swirling immortal mists, there lay a fantastical peach grove. One day, as was her custom, she played within the grove. It was spring and the peach trees were ablaze with brilliant blossoms that rained down like vibrant petals, scattering softly upon the tender green grass. Little Sushi, adorned in a goose-yellow silk gown with a delicate peach blossom pinned in her hair, chased joyfully after a resplendently colored butterfly among them. Little butterfly, don't run away. She giggled, her steps light as she darted through the orchard, a lively little yellow blossom herself. Suddenly, a faint rustling came from a nearby thicket. Curiosity piqued little Sue. She halted, blinked her big watery eyes, and crept cautiously closer. There, nestled within the grass, lay a snow-white fox. Its hind leg was stained with blood, its beautiful eyes filled with pain and helplessness, watching her with wary vigilance. Tenderness instantly flooded little Sue's eyes. She crouched down, reached out her small hand, and whispered softly, "Little fox, are you hurt? Don't be afraid, I won't harm you." The fox flinched, but was too wounded to flee. She inched closer, gently stroking the fox's head to soothe its trembling, then extended her tiny hand to heal its wound. "There, it won't hurt anymore. It'll be all better soon." Sensing her kindness, the fox gradually relaxed and allowed her to tend to it. Little Sue, she gazed at the injured hind leg, her heart aching with pity. Carefully she fashioned a simple bandage from leaves and vines, silently thinking, "This little fox must be in so much pain. It must be so scared. I must be gentle. I can't hurt it anymore." Determination and tenderness shone in her eyes as her hands moved with even greater care, as if handling the most precious treasure in the world. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, casting dappled light upon the small clearing. Little Sue, she and the injured fox formed a serene and beautiful tableau within the peach grove. The little white fox's fur was immaculately pure, as pristine as the first snow of winter. Its silky coat shimmered with a gentle luster beneath the fragmented sunlight that streamed through the peach branches as though blessed with a sacred halo. Its eyes were like crystalline lakes, deep and unfathomable, as if concealing countless secrets, yet they sparkled with a keen, intelligent light, always attuned to the subtlest shifts in Sue's emotions. Whenever Sushi ran and played joyfully through the grove, her laughter echoing like silver bells among the trees, the little fox's delicate ears would instantly perk up. It would leap gracefully, its paws as if treading upon clouds, darting effortlessly through the rain of peach blossoms. With every bound it stirred a gentle breeze, sending even more petals spiraling from their branches to drift lazily through the air, creating a dreamlike cascade of flowers. Within this floral downpour the fox reveled with unbridled delight, as if striving to paint Sue's happiness with even richer hues. Should Sushi ever sit beneath a peach tree, a trace of wistfulness clouding her eyes, the little white fox would silently draw near. First it would gently sniff at her scent, then nuzzle its head affectionately against her arm, its soft fur bringing a faint warmth and a teasing tickle. It would then creep along her arm, curl up beside her leg, and emit a soft rhythmic purr from its throat, as if humming a soothing lullaby. Through its companionship and warmth it would dispel the shadows from her heart, offering the most tender wordless comfort, until the furrow in Sue's brow gradually smoothed. Only then would it cease, lying quietly beside her, guarding that precious serenity and peace. Deep within the peach grove, where blossoms flourished in resplendent abundance and petals fell in a ceaseless cascade, Sushi crouched upon the ground, cupping the little fox's face in her hands, bringing it. The fox's eyes were like clear amber, blinking with a lively innocence, brimming with curiosity and wonder. A sweet smile curved upon Sue's lips, her eyes full of tenderness and hope. Softly she murmured, "From now on your name shall be Sumu. At dusk's twilight words fall silent. Where does the one from days gone by reside? If you don't protest, I'll take that as your agreement." A gentle breeze swept through, swaying the peach branches as petals drifted down, like snow swirling around them, adding a touch of enchantment to the scene. The little fox tilted its head, as if pondering the meaning of this new name. Its ears twitched slightly. After a moment it softly nuzzled Sue's palm, and let out a low whimper, as if in reply. Seeing this, Sue's eyes sparkled with delight. She reached out and gently tickled the fox's chin, laughing. "Then from today on you are Sumu. We shall always be together. At that moment sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting its glow upon the girl and the fox, sketching a warm and beautiful portrait. The peach grove lay still, and time itself seemed to stand still in perfect tranquility. It was as if the troubles of the world had no claim on them, and only this pure bond was quietly taking root, like a bud just beginning to bloom in the orchard brimming with life and hope. Time flowed, and 1,000 years passed swiftly. During this millennium, Su-Shi and the little white fox witnessed many mysterious transformations of the heaven. Every full moon night, the little white fox would bathe in the bright moonlight, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, its body growing increasingly radiant. Su-Shi stood guard nearby, preventing any evil spirits from disturbing. Beneath the vast sky, the once prosperous towns had become a mortal hell. Thick gloom like ink pressed heavily upon every inch of land, completely devouring the light. A howling gale swept in, carrying the pungent stench of blood and decay. It whipped the tattered flags among the ruined walls, their sound like the wailing of wronged spirits echoing through the dead streets. Everywhere were broken walls and collapsed beams. Charred wooden beams lay scattered, still emitting wisps of smoke. Corpses littered the streets, and blood gathered into dark red streams pooling in the hollows. Demonic figures roamed freely among the ruins. Some were enormous, shrouded in black mist, draining the breath of life wherever they passed. Others were ghostly, with flickering green eyes, emitting hair-raising shrieks as they searched for survivors among the debris. The terrified shouts and desperate wails of the people intertwined, echoing through the skies. The elderly women and children huddled together in corners, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Trembling hands tightly covered their mouths, afraid to make a sound lest they attract the demon's attention. Though the able-bodied men held crude weapons, despair was etched on their faces. Their bodies seemed so small and fragile before the demons, every resistance. The entire world seemed plunged into an endless abyss of darkness, with no glimmer of hope in sight, only the shadows of death and despair spreading mercilessly. In the heavenly court, auspicious clouds drifted and celestial music echoed, yet they could not dispel the unease in Suzai's heart. The heavenly emperor sat high upon a throne of gold, and jade, his gaze majestic and profound. He spoke slowly. Su-Shi, you were born from the essence of heaven and earth, bearing the destiny to save all living beings. Now demons run rampant in the mortal world, causing devastation. You must step forward, go to the mortal realm, and subdue the demons. This is your mission and the meaning of your existence. Suzai's body trembled. She instinctively clutched her sleeves, biting her lower lip. A myriad of thoughts swirled in her mind. The happy time she had spent with Su Mu in the peach forest flashed before her eyes like a lantern show. Those carefree days were the warmth she treasured most. But now she had to face this heavy choice of destiny. She raised her eyes to the heavenly emperor, her gaze holding both a maiden's innocence and fear, as well as a trace of stubbornness and reluctance. Father, I have lived in the peach forest for many years, and have never known the affairs of the mortal world, nor do I know how to fight demons. This mission is too heavy. I am afraid. Afraid I cannot bear it. Suzai's voice was soft, but trembling, tears glistening in her eyes. The heavenly emperor frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on Su-Shi, a sense of helplessness and reluctance in his heart. He knew well that this mission was too heavy for Su-Shi, yet the sight of suffering mortals was like a thorn in his back, leaving no room for hesitation. He hoped she would bravely take on this divinely ordained responsibility, yet worried about her suffering in the mortal world, and feared she might shrink back in cowardice, leaving the world without hope. But as the heavenly emperor, weighing the pros and cons, he could only steel his heart and compel her with authority, hoping that on this journey, she would awaken her spiritual power, return safely, and live up to the trust of all beings, and her title as the Chosen One. The heavenly emperor could only speak sternly. Su-Shi, you are the chosen maiden, containing boundless spiritual power within you, though it has not yet awakened. This journey to the mortal world through trials and tribulations will unlock your potential. This is your destined path, and you cannot escape it. Suzai's tears finally burst forth. She knew that once she left, she would be separated from everything familiar, and the road ahead was filled with unknown danger. But seeing the heavenly emperor's unyielding expression, she knew she had no choice. After a long silence, she slowly knelt down, lowered her head, and said softly, but firmly, I accept the command, and I will fight for the sake of all beings. The words, though soft, echoed long in the vast heavenly court, alike the prelude to a magnificent, yet arduous chapter of destiny. Within the peach grove the blossoms still bloomed brilliantly, yet they seemed tinged with the sorrow of parting. Su-Shi gently stroked the snow-white fur of the little fox, tears glistening in her eyes, her voice choked with emotion. I have to go now, and I know not when I shall return. Live well in this peach grove, and do not worry for me. The little fox, however, nuzzled its head against her palm, its gaze filled with unwavering determination and reluctance, letting out low whimpers from its throat, as if voice. Suddenly a soft radiance surged from within the little fox, enveloping it tightly. When the light faded, a tall, handsome man with a stern countenance stood before. He clasped Suzai's hand firmly, gazing at her with burning intensity, and said, "Sierra, how could I let you go alone? From the moment you saved me, our fates have been intertwined in life and in death. No matter how perilous the path ahead, I will stay by your side." Sushi looked at Sumu, her tears finally breaking free and streaming down her face. "But the journey is fraught with danger. How can I let you take such risks?" Sumu gently wiped away her tears, a tender, yet unyielding smile curving at his lips. "Don't say such foolish things. Without you, what meaning would these long years? Even if it means braving a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, as long as I can stand with you, I would embrace it willingly." With that, he gently drew Sushi into his embrace, as if trying to impart his courage and strength through his arms. A gentle breeze swept through the peach grove, sending petals dancing in the air, bearing witness to their unwavering devotion and their shared resolve to face any hardship together. A testament to the journey ahead, where they would weather every storm hand in hand, never to be parted. Sushi and Sumu descended lightly to the mortal realm, but the scene that greeted their eyes left them instantly stunned. What was once a bustling town now lay in utter ruin. Crumbled walls and broken beams were everywhere, with wisps of smoke still curling from the debris, as if recounting the disaster that had struck not long ago. Corpses littered the streets, and the dried, dark crimson stains of blood were a horrifying sight. The pungent stench of blood hung thick in the air, enough to turn one. The surviving townsfolk, clad in rags and gaunt with hunger, wore expressions filled with terror and despair. Children wailed pitifully from hunger, the elderly lay slumped weakly by the roadside, and women clutched their children tightly, staring around in fright. Suzai's eyes widened in sheer shock. The devastation far exceeded anything she had imagined. Her lips trembled and her hands clenched unconsciously, her nails digging into her palms. Without her innate kindness stirred a wave of unbearable sorrow within her. Her eyes reddened as tears welled up. She had never imagined the mortal world could be so desolate. Each scene pierced her pure heart, and it steeled her resolve to save the suffering. Amid the ruins of the city, a few ragged and emaciated townsfolk gathered timidly around Sushi. An elderly man with white hair, his eyes filled with fear and grief, spoke in a trembling voice. "Oh, immortal, deep in the forest lurks a terrible beast with green eyes. It emits a nauseating stench of decay, and its eyes glow with an eerie green light. Every time it appears, it brings a sinister wind that destroys our homes and carries away many of our kin." A young mother, clutching her crying child tightly, sobbed uncontrollably. "My husband was taken by that monster. Immortal, please, you must save us." The surrounding villagers fell to their knees, their pleas rising in a chorus. Sushi looked upon the suffering people, compassion surging within her, and a flicker of resolve passed through her eyes. "Fear not, good people. I will do everything in my power to rid you of this beast." With that, she turned and flew swiftly towards the dark, foreboding forest. The trees in the forest were tall and dense, their branches and leaves layered so thickly they almost completely blotted out the sky. Only a few faint rays of light struggled through the gaps, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A thick, damp, and chilling mist filled the air, carrying the mingled scent of decaying leaves and earth. Sushi advanced cautiously, her senses keenly attuned to her surroundings. She gripped her longsword tightly, ready to face any hidden danger at a moment's notice. Sushi and Sumu cautiously stepped deeper into the forest. The surrounding silence was unnerving, broken only by the rustle of fallen leaves beneath their. Sushi held a sharp sword, its blade gleaming with spiritual energy, illuminating a small area around them. Beside her, Sumu moved with agile grace, foxfire flickering at his fingertips, poised to strike. Suddenly, a putrid stench swept toward them, followed by a sinister, eerie gust of wind that rattled the branches violently, the leaves trembling as if in fear. The green-eyed monster lunged from the darkness, its massive frame blotting out the light, carrying a thick, foul wind. It stood tall yet hunched like a twisted, ancient tree, looming ominously within the forest. Its body was covered in a layer of slimy, dark green scales that glistened with a sickening sheen under the faint light. Each scale seemed to radiate malevolence, with strands of unknown mucus dripping from their edges, sizzling and corroding small smoking pits into the ground. Its head resembled that of a colossal lizard, with eyes as large as brass bells glowing with an eerie green light, like two dancing wisps of ghost fire reflecting cruelty and greed. Its gaping maw was lined with sharp fangs, and between them flowed foul-smelling saliva. Whenever a drop fell, it evaporated into a pungent, stinging smoke upon hitting the ground. The greeny beast was cruel and cunning by nature, lurking in the swampy depths of the forest where toxic miasma permeated the air, a natural sanctuary. It was nocturnal, hunting by daybreak and relying on its acute sense of smell and hearing to track down prey. Once it locked onto a target, it would approach silently, using the environment to conceal its massive form. When the prey drew near, it would launch a sudden assault, using its immense strength and speed to capture the victim instantly and drag it back to its lair to devour at leisure. It also patrolled its territory periodically, leaving deep claw marks on trees to assert dominance. Any creature that trespassed would face its merciless attacks, making it the undisputed terror of the forest and plunging all nearby life into deep dread. The battle escalated into a frenzy. The green-eyed monster thrashed wildly, its attacks growing fiercer. It leaped high, bringing with it a foul, rotting wind, its claws shrouded in black mist, lunging straight for Suzai's face. Suzai's gaze sharpened. She twisted to dodge, but the dry branches and vines underfoot slowed her by a fraction. In that critical moment, Sumu rushed in like a streak of white lightning. He moved with agile grace, robes fluttering loudly, shouting, "Cece, be careful." His voice was urgent and filled with worry, as if trying to pierce the forest's eerie silence. Sumu swiftly positioned himself in front of Su, she forming hand seals. A barrier of foxfire erupted instantly, its azure flames infused with his spiritual energy, clashing with the monster's attack in a sizzling crackle as acrid smoke billowed outward. He turned to look at Sushi, his eyes brimming with concern and anxiety. "Cece, are you alright? Are you hurt?" Sushi shook her head, slightly, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. "I'm fine, Mo. Thanks to you." Sumu gave a slight nod, shielding Sushi behind him as his gaze refixed on the green-eyed monster, a glint of resolve and ferocity in his eyes. "As long as I'm here, I won't let it harm you." With that, spiritual energy surged around him as he braced for the monster's next onslaught. Sushi tightened her grip on her sword, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sumu. Their figures, resolute and unwavering in the dim forest, stood united against the formidable demon before them. Sumu swiftly positioned himself in front of Su, his hands forming intricate seals, as a barrier of foxfire burst into existence. The azure flames imbued with his spiritual energy collided with the green-eyed monster's attack, producing a sizzling sound, while acrid smoke billowed outward. He turned to look at Sushi, his eyes filled with deep concern and anxiety. "Shishi, are you alright? Are you hurt?" Sushi shook her head, slightly, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. "I'm fine, Mo. Thanks to you." Sumu nodded, gently shielding Sushi behind him as his gaze locked back onto the green-eyed monster, a resolute and fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. "As long as I'm here, it won't lay a claw on you." With that, spiritual energy surged around him as he readied himself for the monster's next assault. Sushi tightened her grip on her longsword, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sumu. Their silhouettes, steadfast and unwavering, stood resolute in the dim forest, united against the formidable demon before them. Sumu stood protectively in front of Su, his gaze fixed warily on the green-eyed monster, as spiritual energy swirled around him, forming a faint, ethereal protective barrier. Seeing its initial strike thwarted, the green-eyed monster let out a furious roar that shook the surrounding trees, sending leaves cascading down. It lunged forward again, claws slashing through the air, conjuring dark gales that sought to tear into Sumu. Sumu's form flickered as he swiftly sidestepped to the monster's flank. He thrust both palms forward, unleashing a torrent of foxfire that surged like raging waves toward the creature. The green-eyed monster, however, refused to evade, its hardened scales absorbing the flames as it whipped its thick tail around, sweeping viciously at Sumu. Seeing this, Sumu leaped nimbly into the air, twisting mid-flight to evade the fierce blow. Seizing the moment while the monster was distracted by Sumu, she circled behind it. Her long sword gleamed with a cold light as she drove it deep into the creature's back. The blade pierced through the gaps between scales, and the green-eyed monster howled in agony. It whirled around violently, sending she flying with a brutal swipe. Witnessing this, Sumu's heart burned with desperation. He charged recklessly at the green-eyed monster, his hands weaving seals at lightning speed to unleash a far more powerful foxfire incantation. In an instant, flames blazed, illuminating the entire forest. The green-eyed monster was momentarily driven back by the foxfire. Seizing the opportunity, Sumu rushed to Suzai's side, helping her up with deep concern etched on his face. "Shishi, are you alright?" Sushi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze resolute. "I'm fine. Let's keep going." At that moment, the green-eyed monster seemed utterly enraged. Its body began to swell, the green light in its eyes intensified, and the air around them grew thick and heavy with menace. It opened its maw wide, spewing forth a torrent of dark green venom. Wherever the venom touched, grass and trees withered instantly. Sumu and Sushi exchanged a glance, silently understanding each other, and split apart to act in tandem. Sumu darted through the air, drawing the monster's attention, while Sushi prowled on the ground, biding her time for an opening. As the green-eyed monster lunged upward at Sumu, she seized the perfect moment. Channeling all her spiritual energy into her longsword, she leaped with all her might, aiming directly for the creature's throat. The monster sensed the danger and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The sword pierced cleanly through its throat, and green blood gushed forth in a torrent. The green-eyed monster thrashed violently for a few moments before crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, kicking up a cloud of dust. As it lay still, Sushi and Sumu both let out a long, relieved breath, their taut nerves finally easing. Sushi leaned on her sword, her body trembling slightly. The fierce battle had nearly drained her strength, yet her eyes still shone with determination and quiet. Sumu hurried over to support her, his face etched with worry. Shishi, are you alright? Are you hurt? Sushi shook her head and whispered, I'm fine, just a little time. Slowly the forest around them returned to a state of peace. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy, casting down golden pillars of light. Sushi gazed upon the forest scarred by battle, a myriad of emotions welling within her. The green-eyed monster is finally defeated. This land should know peace. Sumu nodded in agreement. Yes, but this is only the beginning. There is still much suffering in the mortal world that we must strive to alleviate. Sushi clenched her fist, her eyes burning with unwavering conviction. No matter what trials we face, we will never back down. Just as they were about to leave she suddenly noticed a bead emitting a strange glow on the ground, seemingly left behind after the green-eyed monster's death. Filled with curiosity, she bent down to pick it up and examined it closely. The bead was entirely emerald green, with a light swirling within its depths, exuding a mysterious power. Sumu came closer and exclaimed in surprise, could this be the inner core that the green-eyed monster cultivated for years? According to legend, this kind of inner core contains immense demonic power. If used wisely, it might help us enhance our spiritual energy and better combat demons. Sushi hesitated for a moment, then said, although this inner core belongs to a demonic creature, if we can use it to strengthen our power, we would have a better chance of saving the world in the future. But how exactly should we use it? Sumu pondered for a moment, then said, I once heard that on the distant Kunlun mountain there lives a reclusive, immortal sage who is proficient in all kinds of spells and the ways of spiritual energy. Perhaps he could guide us on how to safely absorb the power of this inner core without being corrupted by its evil side. Su's eyes lit up. Then let's head to Kunlun Mountain to seek the sage's help. After a brief rest, the two of them set off towards Kunlun Mountain without delay. The journey was long and desolate. They relied on dried provisions and stream water to stave off hunger and thirst, and at night they found a cave or a sheltered hollow to sleep on the ground. As Sushi walked, she suddenly slipped on a loose stone. A sharp pain shot through her ankle, and with an involuntary cry of ah, she stumbled sideways. Quick as a flash, Sumu rushed forward and caught her just in time, asking anxiously, Cece, are you alright? Sushi frowned, biting her lip. I think I twisted my ankle. It hurts so much. Sumu carefully helped her to a large rock nearby and sat her down. He crouched, gently lifted her foot, and examined the injury. Her ankle was already red and swollen. His heart ached as he gently massaged it, murmuring, it's all my fault. I didn't take good care of you. If only I had been more. Afterwards, Sumu searched for some medicinal herbs nearby, pounded them with a stone, and applied the paste on Suzui's ankle. He then tore a strip from his own clothes and carefully bandaged the wound. Helping her to her feet, he said, Cece, let me carry you on my back. It will make things easier for you. Sushi felt a bit embarrassed. But that will tire you out. Sumu said resolutely, don't worry, I'm not tired. I just want you to get better soon. With Sushi on his back, he trudged forward step by step. The mountain path was rugged and walking was difficult. Sweat kept dripping from his forehead, but he held Sushi tightly the whole way without a single complaint. And so they journeyed on with frequent stops, Sumu caring for she with utmost attention until her injury gradually healed and she could walk on her own. Afterwards, the two continued their journey towards Kunlun Mountain. Facing the unknown road ahead, their eyes burned with unwavering determination and courage. Sumu and Sushi stepped into a secluded valley. Precipitous cliffs and jagged rocks surrounded them, standing like towering guardians that enclosed them. With a thin mist permeated the valley. Sunlight struggled to pierce through the clouds, casting hazy patches of light and shadow that made the surroundings seem even more sinister and mysterious. The path beneath their feet was rough and uneven, strewn with gravel of all sizes and withered weeds. Here and there they could see the bleached bones of animals seemingly having rested there for ages. On the slopes on either side of the valley grew twisted trees, their gnarled branches reaching out like clawing hands towards the sky, as if telling tales of years of hardship and weathering. The sound of wind echoed through the valley, sometimes like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, sometimes like low sorrowful sobs, as if the valley's very spirits were warning intruders away. Suddenly a cacophony of shouts shattered the silence. A band of brigands swarmed out from behind the massive rocks on both sides of the valley, each brandishing a sharp blade, with fierce menacing. Sumyu's gaze instantly sharpened like an eagle's. With a swift movement he shielded she behind him, whispering, Cece, be careful. At the same time his right hand tightened around his sword hilt and slowly drew the blade. The sword gleamed with a cold light, as if eager for the coming fight. Suzui's expression also turned serious. She flicked her longsword, assuming a defensive stance, and stood shoulder to shoulder, with Sumu responding softly, Mu, let's face this together. Seeing the two showing no sign of fear, the bandits flew into a rage. The burly leader brandished his great blade and charged forward, first the weapon whistling through the air as it swung straight at Sumu's head. Sumu sidestepped effortlessly, evading the fierce blow. In the same motion his sword darted out, like a viper striking from its lair thrusting toward the leader. The bandit leader's eyes widened in terror as he hastily raised his blade to parry. But Sumyu's swordplay was too swift, a numbing shock ran through his arm, and his weapon nearly slipped from his grasp. Meanwhile the other bandits surged forward, attacking both Su Shi and Su Mu from all sides. Su Shi moved with ethereal grace, weaving through the encirclement with nimble steps. Her long sword danced in a dazzling display, each stroke drawing a spray of crimson. Her exquisite swordsmanship was a blur of motion that left the eye struggling to follow. Catching a glimpse of Su Shi being surrounded by several bandits from the corner of his eye, Su Mu's heart tightened. With a thunderous shout, spiritual energy surged within him, and his sword blazed with brilliance. He unleashed a ferocious sword technique. Amidst the flashing sword shadows, the bandits' attacks were all neutralized, and several of them were wounded by his strikes. Su Shi, seeing Su Mu come to her aid, smiled knowingly, and called out, "Mu, let's attack from both sides." With that, her sword style shifted, becoming even more aggressive. She and Su Mu fought in perfect sync, their combined assault throwing the bandits into complete disarray. Under their coordinated onslaught, the bandits gradually lost ground. More than half were killed or injured, and the remaining few, sensing the tide turning, scattered and fled in every direction. Su Mu and Su Shi sheathed their swords and exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with the relief of having survived and the joy of seamless teamwork. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey toward Mount Kunlun, their steps growing ever more resolute. The further they traveled, the more brutal the weather became. A howling gale whipped up thick goose-feather snowflakes, ravaging the land mercilessly. The sky was crushed low by leaden gray clouds, seeming almost within reach and suffocating the breath. Su Mu and Su Shi trudged laboriously through the knee-deep snow, each step requiring immense effort to pull their feet free from the drifts. The biting wind cut across their cheeks like a knife, stinging their skin and leaving their ears and noses bright red from the cold. Su's body trembled uncontrollably, her teeth chattering as her steps grew heavy and sluggish. Seeing this, Su Mu's heart ached with worry. He quickened his pace to her side, took her icy hands in his, and pressed them against his chest, trying to warm her with his own body heat. At the same time, he removed his cloak, carefully draping it over Su's shoulders and fastening it tightly at the collar. He said softly, "Cece, this should keep you warmer. Let's push on a little further. We're sure to find shelter from this storm." Su Shi looked up at him, her eyes shining with gratitude and determination. She nodded slightly and replied, "All right, Mu. With you by my side, I'm not afraid." Leaning into each other for support, they pressed on through the shrieking wind. Snowflakes continuously landed on their hair, and eyelashes quickly crystallizing into a layer of frost. Su Mu would often reach out to brush the snow from Su's face, and she would in turn grip his hand tightly, offering her own response and encouragement. After enduring countless hardships and obstacles, Su Mu and Su Shi finally caught sight of the silhouette of Mount Kunlun on the horizon, their hearts filled with both exhaustion and anticipation. Mount Kunlun towered into the clouds, its colossal form shrouded in swirling mist, appearing dreamlike and surreal. As if a divine stroke connecting heaven, the peaks were steep and rugged with jagged rocks jutting out in strange formations. Pristine snow blanketed the summits, glimmering with a golden radiance under the sunlight, lending the mountain an air of ethereal mystery and solemn grandeur like a celestial realm. Filled with hope, they scoured the area, meticulously searching every nook and cranny that might conceal the dwelling of a reclusive immortal. As they stepped into the cave, a refreshing, serene aura greeted them. The walls shimmered with a faint fluorescent glow, illuminating the path ahead. Su Mu's heartbeat quickened, a mix of nervousness and excitement coursing through him. He mused inwardly, "After all this arduous journey, we've finally found this place. This cave might hold the key to unlocking the secrets of the inner core. If I can gain the true teachings of an immortal, not only will I grow stronger and protect Cece, but I'll also gain an extra power to defend against the demons and monsters plaguing this world. But I wonder what trials await us within. I hope both Cece and I can overcome them." Su Shi clung closely to Su Mu's side, her eyes brimming with curiosity and unease. She quietly surveyed the unfamiliar and mysterious surroundings, thinking to herself, "This cave may seem tranquil, yet it appears to conceal boundless secrets. The immortal's willingness to guide us and must mean he has granted us an opportunity. Yet this unknown power inspires awe. Can we truly harness the inner core's energy? What if a mistake occurs and brings danger to those around us? But no matter what, for the peace of the mortal realm, and to live up to the hopes of the suffering common folk, I must give my—" The two exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve and mutual trust. Taking a deep breath, they steadily followed the elder deeper into the cave, preparing to face the trials and opportunities that lay ahead. The conviction to protect the mortal world grew ever stronger within their hearts, guiding every step they took through this enigmatic cavern. As they arrived at a secluded valley, a hidden cave emerged before their eyes. At its entrance, a white-haired elder stood in silent stillness. The elder wore a flowing gray robe that swayed gently with the breeze, exuding an aura of transcendent refinement. His visage was gaunt yet youthful, with a ruddy complexion as smooth as a newborn's. His deep, luminous eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, radiating wisdom and profound insight into the workings of the world. A long white beard cascaded down to his chest, swaying softly in the wind, adding to his ethereal and immortal bearing. Su Mu and Su, she hastened forward, respectfully straightening their garments before kneeling and performing a formal bow of great reverence. Cupping his hands before his chest, Su Mu bowed his head and said, "This junior Su Mu, along with Lady Su, she has endured countless hardships to reach this place. Having heard that an immortal on Kunlun Mountain can assist us in mastering the inner core's power, we humbly beseech your aid." Su, she likewise bowed her head, her eyes filled with sincerity and hope, and softly added, "We beg the immortal to take pity on us and grant us your guidance." The elder tilted his head, slightly clasping his hands behind his back. His gaze lingered on the two for a moment before a faint smile graced his lips. With a gentle nod, he turned without a word and walked toward the cave, clearly signaling for them to follow. Joy surged within Su Mu and Su Shi at the sight. They quickly rose and with cautious steps followed the elder into the mysterious cavern. As they ventured deeper, the temperature around them gradually dropped, and the air grew thick with an ancient, enigmatic aura. Suddenly, a spacious chamber opened up before them, its walls shimmering with strange radiant light like a canopy of stars in the night sky. Upon closer inspection, they saw countless crystals embedded in the walls, each emitting a soft blue glow. These crystals were arranged in mysterious patterns, as if whispering tales of ages long past. At the heart of the chamber stood an ancient stone platform upon which rested a translucent jade casket. A faint golden halo enveloped the casket, with runes flickering within its glow, radiating a formidable and enigmatic power. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Su Mu and Su Shi approached the casket. Inside lay an ancient tome, its cover bare of any inscription, yet it exuded an allure that was impossible to ignore. The cover's material was neither metal, nor would its surface warm and smooth to the touch, seemingly imbued with a life of its own. As their gazes fell upon the book, a gentle radiance suddenly emanated from within. Visions seemed to materialize in the light, revealing wondrous cultivation techniques, insights on practice, and crucial knowledge regarding the utilization of the greenied beast's inner core. Just as Su Mu and Su Shi focused on the ancient tome, the previously dormant book suddenly reacted. A soft light seeped through the gaps between the pages, beginning as a faint glow, like the first ray of dawn piercing through the clouds, and gradually intensifying into a brilliant radiance. It was as if a moon imprisoned within the book was straining to break free, eager to unveil its hidden secrets to the two before it. The instant Su Mu and Su's eyes gazes fell upon the ancient tome, it seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, radiating rings of soft, mysterious light. At first the light rose like wisps of silver smoke, curling upward, as if carrying the ethereal breath of distant stars, gently enveloping the book. Gradually the glow thickened, coalescing into countless shimmering specks that danced like sprites in the moonlight, weaving a dreamlike tapestry of light and shadow. Then with a resounding burst the light erupted, as if a portal to a mysterious otherworld had been flung wide open. Radiant beams shot outward in all directions, illuminating the cavern hall. Within, the brilliant stars seemed to flicker and die, hinting at the primordial chaos and enigma of the universe's dawn. Deep within the dazzling glow, strange phantoms began to materialize, as if whispering ancient tales buried by time, awaiting Su Mu and Su Shi to uncover and heed them, embarking on a fantastical and unknown journey. Su Mu's heart jolted violently, his breath quickening as he pondered. Could this be the fortune we have been desperately seeking? These phantoms within the light must hold the key to mastering the inner core's power and elevating our cultivation. Such a heaven-sent opportunity must be seized firmly, so that we may better protect Cece and the suffering common folk in the days to come. His eyes blazed with intense curiosity and unwavering resolve, fixed intently on the apparitions, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. Su's heart also raised, her eyes brimming with delight and anticipation. She mused, all the hardships along this journey now seem worthwhile. This enigmatic book appears to sense our purpose, willingly unveiling the secrets of the inner core. If we can master its techniques, our spiritual power will surge, granting us a greater edge against demons and monsters. I must unravel this mystery together with Mu and not squander this rare fortune. Instinctively she clenched her fists, a resolute light gleaming in her eyes. Amidst the radiant glow the phantoms began to flicker in and out of view. Figures clad in ancient robes moved within the light, their motions fluid and graceful, each stance brimming with formidable power, a display of a wondrous cultivation art. Some figures sat cross-legged in midair, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, seemingly demonstrating profound insights into cultivation. Then the scene shifted, revealing the image of the greenied monster and a detailed diagram of the inner core. Text and symbols emerged alongside, clearly explaining the crucial techniques for wielding the core's power, including how to channel its energy guard against its malevolent aura and merge it with one's own spiritual force through precise steps. Su-mu and Su-shi stared unblinkingly at the phantoms in the light, wholly immersed in absorbing this mysterious knowledge. They understood this marked a pivotal turning point on their path to protect the mortal realm, and only by fully grasping its essence could they honor the trials they had endured in this extraordinary encounter. As time passed, the phantoms within the glow revealed the intricacies of inner core manipulation with ever-increasing clarity. Su-mu's gaze grew more focused, the incantations and mental techniques from the visions echoing in his mind like the resonant toll of a great bell, stirring and enlightening. Every detail, every movement was etched firmly into his memory. He began attempting to guide his spiritual energy in slow, deliberate currents, seeking the faint resonance with the power of the green-eyed monster's core. Su-shi too was lost in the experience, her face marked with earnest dedication. Her hands unconsciously mimicked the gestures from the visions, her body swaying elegantly as her robes fluttered, seeming to merge with the mystical atmosphere. She devoted herself to comprehending the pathways of spiritual energy flow, extending her perception to its limits in a bid to grasp the secrets of the core's power. After what seemed like an eternity, the light gradually dimmed, and the phantoms faded away, yet Su-mu and Su-shi remained, as if still ensconced in that enigmatic realm. They exchanged a glance, each seeing in the other's eyes the joy of discovery and an unshakable conviction. Su-mu spoke first, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. "See, what this book imparts is truly profound. If we can master it thoroughly, we can bend the inner core's power to our will, and our strength will soar." Su-shi nodded gently, her eyes gleaming. "Though the path may be arduous, as long as we advance hand in hand and cultivate diligently, we will surely master this key. With this we will have greater means to contend with the demons of the mortal realm." With that, they carefully lifted the ancient tome, cradling it as if it were the most precious treasure. Under the old man's watchful gaze, they left the cave and found a secluded spot to begin their secluded cultivation. In that tranquil valley, Su-mu and Su-shi embarked on their arduous cultivation journey. Su-mu found a flat stretch of rock, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, his expression focused and solemn. His hands rested on his knees, palms facing upward, fingers slightly curled, as if receiving the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As his breathing gradually grew long and deep, the surrounding air seemed to be drawn and converging toward him in strands, forming a faint vortex of energy around his body. His robes fluttered gently in the wind, rustling softly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, testament to his complete absorption in cultivation. Su-shi, on the other hand, chose a secluded spot by the stream. She stood gracefully on a stone polished smooth by the flowing water, like a green lotus blooming in the middle of the stream. Her hands danced through the air, each movement creating a string of sparkling water droplets that shimmered in the light, like lively notes playing the melody of cultivation. Her gaze was resolute and bright, fixed intently on her own hands, as if searching for the key to a breakthrough in every subtle motion. Each attempt to channel the power of the inner core felt like taming a frenzied beast. The spiritual energy rampaged through their bodies, causing waves of excruciating. But they gritted their teeth, relying on their indomitable will and mutual encouragement, repeatedly suppressing that rebellious force, gradually finding a rhythm that harmonized with the inner core. As time slowly passed, the sun, moon, and stars in the valley bore witness to their relentless effort and unwavering perseverance. The spiritual light around Su-mu grew increasingly dense, occasionally flickering with an azure glow, a sign of his initial fusion with the inner core's power. Su'ai's body also radiated a soft pink light, like blossoms in spring, as the spiritual energy circulated within her, constantly refined and purified. Immersed in the world of cultivation, they forgot all external distractions, focusing solely on mastering this mysterious and powerful force, advancing step by step toward the goal of protecting the human realm. Even if the road ahead was strewn with thorns, they would not retreat, forging ahead with determination on the path of cultivation. After countless days and nights of arduous training, Su-mu and Su-shi finally succeeded in mastering the power of the green-eyed monster's inner core. Their spiritual energy flowed smoothly, and every movement exuded a powerful yet restrained aura. Finally, on a night of the full moon, Su-mu and Su'ai's bodies radiated brilliant light. They had successfully mastered the use of the inner core, and their spiritual energy underwent a qualitative leap. Now their eyes shone with unprecedented confidence and strength. They were fully prepared to face the countless unknown challenges of this world, to fight tirelessly for the protection of humanity, letting this mysterious power shine with the light of justice in their hands, becoming the nightmare of demons and the beacon of hope for the common people. One day they came to the entrance of the old man's cave and waited respectfully. Soon the old man slowly emerged from the cave. His gaze swept over them, instantly perceiving their cultivation progress, and a faint, barely perceptible look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Sumu stepped forward, first bowed deeply with clasped hands, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Immortal, for your guidance and protection, allowing us to learn the use of the inner core. Our cultivation has greatly increased, and we can now better fulfill our duty to protect the human realm." Sushi also knelt in a curtsy and said softly, "I am deeply indebted to the Immortal for your great kindness. I have no way to repay it, but I will do my utmost to contribute to the peace of this world." The old man nodded slightly, and said calmly, "You too are blessed with deep fortune and harbor righteousness in your hearts, which is why you have attained this opportunity and achievement. Although the power of the inner core is formidable, you must use it with caution lest it cloud your mind." Sumu and Sushi replied in unison, "We shall humbly follow your teachings, Immortal." The elder gazed at Sumu and Sushi with profound eyes, slowly speaking, "Though you have mastered the method of utilizing the greeny demon's inner core, today, all things in this world are subject to change, and the power attributes of demon cores vary greatly. The subtlety of the cultivation techniques recorded in this ancient tome lies precisely in its ability to adapt to all changes. Should you encounter other inner cores in the future, you must uphold the core principles taught in this book, using inner vision to discern the spiritual energy meridians within the core, guiding its power to merge with yourselves with a calm mind. Do not act rashly lest you be swayed by the violent aura within the core." Sumu nodded slightly thoughtfully, saying, "Your Immortal's meaning is that no matter how complex and changeable the external manifestation of the inner core may be, as long as we rely on the fundamental methods of this ancient book to sense and harmonize, we can find a way to tame its power. Is that correct?" The elder smiled and nodded, "Precisely so. Though the inner cores of this world differ greatly, they are essentially aggregates of spiritual energy. You must grasp their common principle and apply your learning flexibly so that you may handle different cores with ease." Sushi spoke softly as well, "I understand, sir. I shall surely remember your teachings. In the future, when encountering inner cores, I will carefully and cautiously use this method to absorb them, turning them into aids for protecting the mortal world rather than sources of disaster." The elder looked at them with satisfaction and urged again, "Go now. The road ahead is perilous. I hope you will remember your original aspirations and use what you have learned to benefit all living beings." Carrying the elder's counsel, Sumu and Sushi carefully stored away the ancient book, turned, and set foot on a new journey. They knew well that the road ahead was still long, filled with unknown challenges. Yet with the wisdom of the ancient book and the elder's guidance, their hearts held a newfound assurance and confidence to courageously face the uncertainties and perils to come, writing the legend of guardians with their own strength. The elder raised his hand and waved, and a soft glow enveloped them, seemingly containing boundless blessings and expectations. "Go now. There are still many sufferings in this world awaiting your resolution. May you never forget your original intent and press forward." After bowing once more, Sumu and Sushi turned and departed. Their steps were firm, their eyes gleaming with hope and resolve for the future. At this moment, they were no longer the green youths who had just embarked on their journey, but guardians bearing a mission and responsibility, about to step into the vast and complex mortal world, using their power to dispel darkness and embrace new challenges and journeys. At this moment, they were no longer the green youths who had just embarked on their journey, but guardians bearing a mission and responsibility, about to step into the vast and complex mortal world, using their power to dispel dark. One day they arrived at a town called Changshi. As they stepped into Changshi town, a wave of chilling, deathly stillness washed over them. The streets and alleys were deserted, and the flagstone paths glistened coldly under the dim sky. Not a single pedestrian was in sight, only the wind swirling fallen leaves in corners. The shops along the street all had their doors and windows tightly shut, their faded signs swaying precariously in the wind. The mottled carvings on the door panels seemed to whisper of past bustle, now leaving only silence behind. Occasionally a few barks of dogs would abruptly pierce the air, only to be swallowed by the boundless stillness, as if the entire town were sealed within a cold palace of time, its prosperity gone, leaving only this desolate emptiness. Sue's brows furrowed, as if she were deeply pondering something, lending her entire countenance an air of gravity. Sumu's expression was equally solemn. "Cece, you sense something wrong too, don't you?" Sushi nodded. "Yes, something is very wrong. Let's go find out what's going on." They went to the first house and knocked for a long while without any response, so they moved on to the next, only to meet the same silence. No one even came to open the door. They continued knocking on over a dozen more doors. Just as they were about to give up, a door creaked open. Standing at the entrance was a man who appeared to be around 30 years old. His bright, piercing eyes were especially striking, paired with a square, resolute face that conveyed a sense of firmness and steadiness. He wore a simple set of coarse cloth garments, plain in style, yet impeccably clean and neat, giving off an air of crisp efficiency. He looked at Sushi and the others with a calm gaze and asked, "May I ask what business brings you all here?" His voice was deep and forceful, carrying a hint of weariness. "Cece, wake up. Cece, don't sleep anymore." Sushi heard Sumu calling her repeatedly, but her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pry them open. In the depths of her chaotic consciousness, Sushi struggled desperately to break free from the suffocating drowsiness that clung to her like quicksand. Sumu's calls drifted into her ears like distant ethereal wind chimes, faint and elusive yet impossible to grasp. Scenes from her dreams flashed before her eyes like a revolving lantern. Sushi saw another version of herself fighting side by side with Sumu. Pairs of eerie green eyes glowed with a sinister light in the darkness as grotesque, green-eyed monsters lunged at them only to be driven back time and again. Then the scene shifted. The majestic Kunlun Mountains loomed faintly through the mist and clouds. They climbed relentlessly, the bitter wind cutting like a blade, yet they never paused their ascent. Afterward, a lifeless, desolate town appeared before her. Sushi desperately tried to cling to these visions, but she felt herself sinking ever deeper into an abyss of darkness, Sumu's calls gradually fading into silence. She remained immersed, watching her dream self, following her footsteps closely. Changshi Town. Sumu's expression turned grave. Clasping his hands in a respectful salute, he addressed the man before him with earnest sincerity. Sir, my companion and I are passing through this area. We noticed that every household in the village has its doors tightly shut, which strikes us as highly unusual. We would be grateful if you could enlighten us as to the reason. The man's brows were furrowed, his face etched with deep worry. He let out a heavy sigh, his voice tinged with helplessness and dread. Alas, you two had best leave this place at once. For reasons unknown, a demon appears in our village every night. It comes and goes without a trace, possesses immense strength, and is utterly savage. It feeds exclusively on human flesh. In recent days, many villagers have already fallen victim to it. Everyone is terrified and dares not venture outside. We can only rush through our farm work during the day, and as soon as dusk falls we bolt our doors and windows and hide indoors, praying to escape its wrath. Sushi and Sumu exchanged a glance. Another man-eating demon, but they were not afraid. Kill one if it comes, kill a pair if two show up. After making brief preparations, the two slipped silently into the village under the cover of nightfall. Moonlight spilled across the narrow alleyways, casting patches of shadow. The entire village was eerily silent, broken only by the occasional bark of a dog, piercing the deathly stillness. They moved cautiously through the village, carefully observing their surroundings, and leaving no stone unturned in their search for any clue connected to the demon. Suddenly a gust of chilling wind swept past, carrying with it a faint, sickening scent of blood. Sumu's eyes sharpened as he whispered, "It's here." The two swiftly ducked behind the corner of a nearby house, their gazes fixed ahead. A three-headed serpent demon burst forth from the shadows, its forked tongues flickering in and out, exuding a nauseating stench. Sue's eyes blazed with intensity as she struck first. Her figure moved like lightning, her sword slashing toward one of the serpent's heads. The serpent dodged nimbly while its other two heads simultaneously spewed plumes of black venomous mist at her. Seeing this, Sumu immediately unleashed his foxfire, dispersing the toxic haze. He then teleported behind the serpent, his claws wreathed in spiritual energy, as he struck down viciously. The serpent howled in pain and lashed its tail furiously in retaliation. Sumu sidestepped with ease, evading the serpent's fierce tail strike. His claws traced a cold arc through the air as he lunged once more at the serpent's vital spot, the area just below its heads. Sensing the danger, the serpent's central head reared up high. Its jaws gaped wide as it unleashed a beam of pitch-black light, solid and menacing, straight at Sumu. Dared not meet the attack head-on. With a light tap of his toes against the ground, he vaulted backward, landing several zhang away in an instant. Meanwhile, seizing the opening created by the serpent's assault on Sumu, she flourished her longsword. Blossoms of sword energy bloomed in the air, each imbued with potent spiritual power, shooting toward the serpent's other two heads like shooting stars. The serpent frantically twisted its heads to evade, but several blossoms still carved deep gashes across its scales. Dark green blood oozed from the wounds, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling hiss, corroding small pits into the earth. Enraged beyond reason, the wounded serpent's three heads began to thrash wildly. Its massive body spun rapidly in place, whipping up a storm of sand and stones. The very air around them grew thick and oppressive. Sushi and Sumu exchanged a look, both seeing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. They knew the serpent was gearing up for a far more. Sumu immediately unleashed his foxfire, dispersing the poisonous mist, then blinked behind the serpent. His claws wreathed in spiritual energy, slashed down viciously. The serpent, wincing in pain, lashed its tail back furiously. Sensing the danger, the serpent's left head lunged at Sumu with lightning speed. Instead of dodging, Sumu's body dissolved into a ball of flames, scattering apart just as the fangs were about to sink in. The serpent bit nothing but air. Before it could react, Sumu rematerialized on its other side, driving a spear of fire deep into its flesh. The serpent let out a pained hiss as its other two heads launched a frenzied assault. Sumu wielded his flaming spear, engaging in a fierce and violent clash. Sushi seized the moment to join the fray. Her longsword blazed with brilliant light as she executed a flawless sword technique. Coordinating with Su Mu's attacks, she carved wound after wound into the serpent's body. Under their combined assault, the serpent's movements grew sluggish, its body increasingly riddled with injuries. The ground around them was splattered with dark green blood, a scene of absolute chaos. Yet it fought on, stubbornly refusing to fall. Suddenly the serpent's 3 heads roared in unison, and a powerful black aura surged from within its body, quickly enveloping it completely. Sensing the immense energy contained within that aura, Sushi and Su Mu hastily retreated, watching the shrouded serpent with wary eyes. As the black aura churned relentlessly, the serpent's body began to transform. Its scales became thicker and tougher, gleaming with an ominous black light. Its already colossal frame grew even more massive, and the eyes in its 3 heads blazed with a blood-red glow, radiating boundless ferocity and savagery. Su Mu frowned, his voice low. "This is bad. The serpent is evolving. We must stop it now, or once it completes the transformation, we'll be in grave danger." Sushi nodded, her gaze resolute. "All right, let's go together." As they closed and the serpent burst forth from the black aura, moving several times faster than before. Its 3 heads attacked simultaneously. The central head spat a bolt of black lightning, the left head unleashed a powerful suction force, and the right head shot out countless sharp venomous spines. A relentless barrage descended upon Sushi and Su Mu. With a thunderous shout, Su Mu hurled his flaming spear with all his might. The spear, carrying an unstoppable momentum, collided head-on with the black lightning. In an instant, light exploded. A shockwave of immense energy radiated outward, uprooting nearby trees and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Sushi, meanwhile, employed a mystical movement technique. Her form flitted between the venomous spines like a phantom, deftly evading every single one. Simultaneously, she swept her sword, sending a crescent-shaped sword chi arcing toward the source of the suction emanating from the serpent's left head, aiming to break. Amidst this intense battle, Su Mu and Sushi managed to hold the serpent at bay, but they had expended a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, their faces turning. The serpent, however, seemed largely unaffected. It opened its 3 maws once more, readying its next assault. In that critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck Su Mu. He remembered the inner core within the serpent's body. If they could strike the core, it might inflict fatal damage. He shouted to Sushi, "Shishi, attack its inner core." Sushi understood instantly. Her gaze locked onto the serpent's abdomen, searching for the core's position. The serpent, seeming to sense their intent, writhed desperately, trying to protect its vital organ. Ignoring their own safety, Su Mu and Sushi charged at the serpent once more. Working in perfect tandem, Su Mu used his foxfire to blind the serpent, while Sushi circled around to its back. Gathering the last remnants of her spiritual energy into her sword, she thrust it fiercely into the serpent's belly. The sword struck the inner core with pinpoint accuracy. The core's light instantly dimmed from the impact. The serpent let out a miserable shriek, its colossal body trembling violently as the black aura around it became chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mu and Sushi relentlessly attacked the core. Finally, under their continuous assault, a crack appeared on its surface. With a resounding crack, the core shattered completely. Deprived of its core's support, the serpent's body rapidly withered, the light fading from its eyes. At last it collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning to ash that scattered into the air. Sushi and Su Mu looked at the scene before them and let out a long, weary breath. They knew the battle was finally over. Supporting each other, they prepared to leave this place. The moment Sushi and Su Mu stepped out of the town, they were surrounded by the townsfolk. An elderly man with white hair took the lead and knelt down, saying, "Thank you both for your help. Had it not been for you, our town would have faced utter catastrophe." Sushi hurried forward to help the elder to his feet, his eyes filled with warmth. "Old sir, please rise. This was our duty." Su Mu nodded in agreement, beside him, his gaze full of concern for the crowd. Carefully tucking away the jade pendant, she once again clasped his hands in gratitude to the crowd. "Good folks, we still have important matters to attend to, so we must take our leave here. Should you ever encounter difficulties in the future, you may send word to us at Qingfeng Mountain." With that, amidst the gratitude and blessings of the crowd, Sushi and Su Mu turned and departed, their figures gradually fading into the distance at the end of the road, leaving behind only a tale of heroism to be passed down through the town. Thus they journeyed on with occasional rests, until one day they arrived at Jia County. The county lay at the foot of a great mountain from which an ominous, eerie mist seeped outward, shrouding the entire area in its gloomy embrace. Sushi furrowed his brows slightly and whispered, "This mist carries an aura of malevolence. It seems far from ordinary." Su Mu nodded with a grave expression, his hand instinctively resting upon the hilt of his sword. The two slowly made their way into the county town. Pedestrians were scarce, and those they did encounter were pale-faced and listless. Most shops along the streets stood deserted, with only a few half-open doors casting faint glimmers of light into the gloom. They found an inn to take lodging and inquired about the situation from the attendant there. The attendant's eyes darted nervously as he stammered, This mist has lingered for months now. Ever since it appeared, folks in the county have been falling ill one after another, weak, unconscious, and beyond the help of any medicine. And come nightfall, strange noises echo from the mountain, like something is roaring, filling everyone with dread. Su Shi and Su Mu exchanged a glance, a shared sense of purpose welling up within them both. As night descended, the mist grew even thicker. Under the veil of darkness, Jia County resembled a silent, ghostly city. Fierce winds howled and whipped through the narrow alleys, rattling doors and windows with a clamor that sounded like the anguished wails of countless tormented spirits. The moonlight, which should have been bright, was now obscured by the sinister mist rolling down from the mountain. Only a few faint pallid beams seeped through, casting twisted shadows upon the cobblestone streets. The houses lining the streets appeared dilapidated and foreboding under the dim light, their mottled walls seeming to harbor countless secrets. Occasionally a window would reveal a dim, flickering lamp, feeble and unsteady, as if it might be swallowed by the darkness at any moment. A damp, putrid stench hung in the air, mingled with a faint trace of blood enough to turn one's stomach. Apart from the howling wind and the rattling of doors and windows, not a single human sound could be heard throughout the county, as if every living being had vanished into the terror of the night. Only the occasional unknown roar from the distant mountain broke the deathly silence, only to be swiftly swallowed by the boundless darkness, leaving behind a bone-chilling stillness. Su Mu whispered, "Shishi, let's head up the mountain to investigate." Su Shi nodded in agreement, and the two set off into the night, advancing toward the mountain that exuded such an eerie aura. The mountain was overgrown with brambles, and the path was rugged and treacherous. The sinister mist seemed almost sentient, constantly coiling around their forms, hindering their every step. Yet Su Shi and Su Mu pressed on without the slightest hesitation, drawing closer and closer to the summit with each determined stride. Dense darkness soaked through the entire forest like ink, and the ever-present mist grew even more sinister and terrifying under the cover of night. Moonlight struggled to pierce through layers of foliage and fog, casting a few dim, cold patches of light that only made the surrounding shadows deeper and more elusive. An eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the rustling of wind through the treetops and the occasional low growl of an unknown beast in the distance. The mist drifted slowly in the faint currents of air, as if countless phantoms were silently weaving through and lingering. Beneath their feet lay thick, decaying leaves that emitted a pungent odor. Every step felt like stepping into an unseen trap, producing a muffled and oppressive sound. The trees in the forest seemed to transform into colossal guardians under the night sky, their twisted branches reaching out, like claws casting shadows, that resembled ferocious monsters hidden within the mist, seemingly ready to devour any intruder at any moment. The pervading fog not only obscured their vision, but also clung to them like a cold, thin veil, sending chills down their spines, and stirring an inexplicable dread and unease from the depths of their hearts. Su Mu and Su Shi advanced cautiously through the misty forest, their view obstructed by the surrounding fog. Suddenly a rustling sound came from ahead. They halted warily as a massive 9-headed centipede slowly emerged into view. The centipede's carapace gleamed with an eerie luster, its 9 heads twisting constantly, while spewing clouds of poisonous mist from their mouths. Su Mu and Su Shi quickly covered their mouths and noses, retreating swiftly. A hint of tension flickered in Su Mu's eyes as he whispered to Su Shi, "Be careful. This poison mist is lethal. Do not inhale it." Su Shi nodded slightly, gripping her weapon tightly, poised to counter the centipede's attack at any moment. Seeing the pair retreat, the 9-headed centipede seemed provoked and lunged toward them at greater speed, crushing branches and leaves with a crackling noise in its wake. Su Mu let out a fierce shout and swung his sword at the centipede. Several of its heads dodged the strike with agility, retaliating swiftly by emitting an even denser cloud of poison mist. Su Shi cast a spell, summoning a gust of wind that briefly dispersed part of the mist. Seizing the moment, Su Mu swung his sword again and struck off one of the 9-headed centipede's heads. The centipede shrieked in agony, its remaining 8 heads attacking the duo with even greater ferocity, filling the air with poison mist. Su Mu's swordplay was fierce, each swing generating a powerful gust as he tried to sever the centipede's antennae. Yet the 9-headed centipede was incredibly agile, darting swiftly between the ground and branches, constantly seeking an opening. The eyes on its 8 remaining heads gleamed with an eerie light, fixed unwaveringly on their every move. Su's hands glowed with magical radiance as she used wind spells to dispel the poison mist while preparing a more formidable offensive spell. Sensing the danger, the 9-headed centipede abruptly turned most of its heads towards Su Shi and unleashed several streams of poison mist at her simultaneously. Caught off guard, Su Shi inhaled a trace of the poison mist and immediately felt dizzy, her body beginning to grow numb. Seeing this, Su Mu's heart burned with anxiety. He charged recklessly at the 9-headed centipede, unleashing every ounce of his strength in a relentless barrage of sword strikes against its body. Wincing in pain, the centipede turned its attention back to Su Mu and lashed out with its tail. Sumu dodged to the side, but was grazed on the shoulder, sending him flying through the air to crash heavily against a tree. Now thoroughly enraged, the nine-headed centipede reared its body high, its 8 heads writhing in the air as it prepared for a killing blow. At that critical moment, Sushi fought through her discomfort, focused her mind, and began chanting an ancient incantation. Instantly the elements around her began to stir, converging into a powerful vortex of energy centered on Sushi. The nine-headed centipede sensed the danger and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Sushi unleashed the concentrated spell at the nine-headed centipede. A blinding flash of light struck its body, and with a thunderous boom the creature was blasted to pieces, flesh and blood flying in all directions. Sumu rushed to Suzai's side to check her injuries. Both were wounded, but fortunately their lives were not in danger. The mist had not yet dissipated, indicating that other monsters still lurked within. They decided to rest where they were for a while before venturing deeper. Sushi and Sumu cautiously pressed deeper into the misty forest, the silence around them broken only by the rustle of their footsteps on the fallen leaves. Suddenly a pungent, overwhelming stench assailed their senses. They halted warily as a giant stinkbug emerged slowly from the underbrush. The creature towered over them, twice the height of a man, reeking of a nauseating odor. Its mottled dark green carapace glistened as if coated in viscous. On each side of its head bulged a massive venom sac, steadily pooling with toxic mist, while its tail, like a thick sturdy whip, lashed through the air with a whoop. Sumu swiftly shielded Sushi behind him, his gaze sharp with vigilance. The giant stinkbug struck first, jerking its head forward and spraying a dense cloud of venom. Sumu grabbed Sushi and dove aside. Where the venom mist touched the ground, flowers withered instantly, and the earth was scorched into black pitted craters. "We can't let it keep spraying poison," Sushi shouted. Sumu nodded in acknowledgement, drew his sword, and charged at the bug. He moved with agile grace, dodging the creature's flailing forelegs as he tried to close in on its head. But the giant stinkbug seemed to anticipate his intent. Its tail suddenly whipped forward with tremendous force. Sumu couldn't evade in time. The edge of the strike clipped him, sending him staggering to the ground. "Sumu!" Sushi cried out. Her hands moved swiftly through seals, and a curtain of water rose before Sumu, momentarily deflecting the bug's next attack. Sumu rose to his feet, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with resolve. They exchanged a glance, deciding to change tactics. Sushi continuously cast spells to disrupt the bug's movements, using water-based techniques to restrict its range, while Sumu circled to its flank, searching for the perfect opening. As the bug focused on Suzai's spells, Sumu seized the moment. He leaped high, his long sword gleaming with a cold light, and plunged it viciously into the venom sac on the creature's head. The giant stinkbug shrieked in agony, its venom spraying wildly and erratically. Seeing this, Sushi intensified her magic, conjuring a powerful vortex of water that enveloped the bug, slowing its movements. Seizing the advantage, Sumu attacked relentlessly, carving deep wounds into the creature's tail. The giant stinkbug struggled to break free from the water's grip, but under their coordinated assault, its strength waned. Finally, with a decisive thrust from Sumu's sword into the bug's vital point, the colossal creature crashed to the ground motionless. Both of them gasped for breath, bearing minor scrapes and bruises. Yet they knew that within this misty forest the danger had only just begun. After a brief respite, Sumu and Sushi cautiously moved forward, soon arriving at a secluded valley. The valley was a riot of color, with myriad blossoms in full unrestrained bloom. A rich, fragrant perfume saturated the air, subtly teasing their senses. At first the scent was merely pleasant, bringing a sense of tranquility. But as they ventured deeper, the fragrance grew more potent and heady, seeping into their nostrils and permeating every fiber of their being. Sumu was the first to sense something amiss. His body felt progressively heavier each step, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. His internal energy, once abundant, now seemed shrouded in a viscous mist, its circulation sluggish and labored. Sushi fared no better. Her legs grew weak, trembling uncontrollably, and she nearly lost her grip on her staff. Her face turned pale, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, a hint of panic and confusion in her eyes. "Sumu, this floral scent is strange." Her voice was weak and frail, echoing in the silent valley. Sumu fought to steady himself, trying to summon his spiritual energy to dispel the numbing weakness. But the aroma seemed to possess a will of its own, tangling around his chi and preventing it from gathering. He gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with vigilance. The flowers swayed gently in the breeze, looking delicate and alluring, yet concealing a deadly. Glistening dewdrops on the petals reflected an eerie, unnatural light under the moon, as if mocking them for walking into a trap. Meanwhile, the valley's mist began to creep in, silently intertwining with the floral fragrance and blurring their vision further. Sensing the imminent danger, Sumu acted without hesitation, his hands swiftly forming seals to unleash foxfire. This was no ordinary flame. Its hue was a deep blue tinged with an eerie purple glow, radiating extreme heat that warped the very air around it. The spirit fox enveloped in blazing fire lunged toward the surrounding sea of flowers, igniting the dry petals in an instant as the conflagration rapidly spread. The once serene and perilous valley of enchanting mists was abruptly illuminated by the foxfire's radiance. The flowers exuding their hallucinogenic fragrance sizzled under the fierce blaze, their sweet scent replaced by the acrid stench of burning. Yet these flora seemed to resist desperately. Some branches thrashed wildly, attempting to smother the flames with their petals, while others released even denser, intoxicating aromas that mingled with the fire, creating a chaotic, murky smoke. As the foxfire raged through the valley, Su-mu watched the inferno intently, his eyes betraying a glimmer of exhaustion mixed with unwavering resolve. While maintaining the blaze, he remained vigilant against new threats, thinking to himself, "This fire may suppress the enchanting flowers for now, but I must leave quickly before any further complications arise." Sushi, equally alert, fought against her own bodily weakness, carefully scanning their surroundings for an escape route from the valley. Suddenly she pointed toward one side of the valley and called out, "Su-mu, the fire seems weaker over there, and the smoke is thinner. Perhaps that's the way out." Su-mu followed her gaze, nodded slightly, and replied, "Right, let's go." Together they advanced with difficulty toward that direction. The scorched earth beneath their feet radiated intense heat, each step kicking up clouds of ash. Su-mu channeled his spiritual energy to form a faint protective shield, warding off the searing temperatures and stray sparks. Sushi followed close behind, her hands weaving intricate patterns as she cast wind-based spells to disperse the thick smoke ahead, clearing their path. However, as they moved, the fire in the valley seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, and several tendrils of flame began surging toward them. Su-mu's expression tightened as he quickened his pace, shouting, "Shishi, watch out." Su's heart jolted, her steps faltering for a moment before she regained her balance, and answered, "Su-mu, I'm fine." Just as they neared the valley's edge, a colossal venomous scorpion, startled by the flames, burst from beneath a rock formation. It lunged at Su-mu, its massive pincers snapping menacingly. Su-mu's eyes sharpened. He sidestepped the creature's assault, his hands forming seals in a blur. A flash of spiritual light erupted momentarily, driving the scorpion back. Seizing the opportunity, Sushi scattered a circle of ice blue powder around them. The powder melted upon contact with the heat, releasing a wave of chilling energy that dampened the nearby flames, granting them a brief respite. "Shishi, push harder. The exit is right ahead," Su-mu urged. Sushi nodded, and without pausing they both dashed toward the valley's edge. The moment they escaped, a violent roar echoed behind them. Turning back, they saw the entire valley consumed by fire, and smoke. The scorpion vanished into the sea of flames. Gradually the flowers of the enchanting mist valley were reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a charred expanse of land and wisps of lingering smoke. The air was thick with the smell of burning, and the suffocatingly sweet fragrance that had once ensnared them was gone. Su-mu dispersed his spell, and the foxfire faded into a wisp of ethereal light before disappearing completely. Both of them breathed sighs of relief, yet they were acutely aware that more unknown dangers lurked within this mysterious forest. They collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, and Sushi spoke with lingering fear, "Su-mu, that was close." Su-mu patted her shoulder reassuringly, and said, "Don't be afraid. We made it out. But this forest is getting more treacherous by the minute. We need to be even more A gentle breeze from outside the valley swept over them, carrying a long mist coolness that brushed aside their sweat-dampened hair. A stark contrast to the fiery hell they had just escaped. Dawn had fully broken by now. Golden sunlight struggled to pierce through the dense layered canopy of the misty forest, casting a few sparse, mottled, and dim beams of light onto the ground, as if this enigmatic realm was offering its final reluctant concession to the outside world. Weary from their overnight ordeal, Sushi and Su-mu nonetheless wore expressions of unwavering determination as they resumed their journey into the unknown depths of the misty forest. The broad daylight pierced through the dense, impenetrable foliage of the misty forest, casting a few faint mottled shadows, as if the land itself yielded reluctantly to the outside world. Sushi and Su-mu, weary from a night of struggle, but with unwavering determination in their eyes, resumed their unknown journey through the misty forest. The ground beneath their feet was damp and soft, exuding a decayed scent of rotting leaves and soil. Each step seemed to disturb secrets that had slumbered for millennia in this land. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the occasional cries of unknown birds, ethereal and distant, as if from another realm, vanishing into the deep woods, as though devoured by some mysterious force. Su-mu walked ahead, holding a long sword that glinted with a cold gleam in the faint sunlight, like a star in the night sky. He carefully parted the obstructing branches, alertly observing the surroundings. The wisps of mist clinging to the branches swayed gently, like spectral strands. Sushi followed closely behind, her gaze penetrating the layers of fog as she tried to sense any magical fluctuations ahead. Yet she only felt an ancient, enigmatic force watching from the shadows, elusive and untouchable. Sumu, this forest grows too quiet, perhaps hiding greater dangers, Sushi murmured, her voice tinged with worry. In the silence her words seemed to echo, lingering endlessly. The ancient trees beside them bore strange symbols that emitted a faint, ethereal glow, as if whispering the forest's mysterious past. Here and there luminous plants flickered like enigmatic beacons guiding paths to unknown destinations. The swirling mist occasionally formed blurry images, half-human, half-beast, fleeting, making one wonder if the forest spirits were wandering. Sumu nodded slightly, his expression grave, and replied, "Yes, we must be cautious and never let our guard down." As he spoke, a faint rustling sound came from the bushes on the right. They both halted instantly, every nerve taut, ready to face the unknown. Within the bushes a few flickering specks of light were barely visible, like hidden eyes watching their every move with cold indifference. Sushi whispered to Sumu, "It's a wolf pack." A pack of wolves silently encircled Sushi and Sumu. Their fur blazed like flames, tongues licking with fiery breath, eyes gleaming with ferocity. With agile, swift movements, they gradually tightened the circle, emitting low growls that made the surrounding air sear with tension. The air grew hotter, the ground trembling faintly under the wolves' paws. The dry grass crackled under the heat as if on the verge of bursting into flames. Sumu swiftly positioned himself in front of Su, his long sword held horizontally, the blade humming as if echoing its master's vigilance. His eyes cold and sharp, he scanned the encircling wolves, assessing the situation. These flame spitters are no easy foe. I must be wary of their fiery attacks and ensure Sierra is unharmed. I will protect her at all costs. Sushi gripped her staff tightly, her trembling hands betraying her inner tension, but her gaze remained resolute. She whispered to Sumu, "Sumu, they are many, and their flames are so troublesome. We need to find a way to break out quickly." As she spoke, a scorching wind carrying sparks blew past, singeing a few strands of her hair. She instinctively ducked her head, anxiety filling her heart. The wolves seemed unwilling to give them much time to think. A larger wolf, the pack leader, raised its head in a long howl, and in an instant several wolves lunged at them simultaneously, their fiery breaths weaving into a net of flames. The trees around them were lit up by the fire, branches twisting and distorting in the heat, leaves crackling and burning, falling like a dangerous rain of fire. Sumu dodged to the side, evading the frontal flames, and swung his sword swiftly, sending several sharp sword aura arcs that drove back the nearest wolves. But more wolves attacked from the flanks and rear, flames rushing toward him, the searing heat stinging his cheeks. His heart raced with urgency, knowing they would eventually tire. He had to find the wolves' weakness quickly. Seeing this, she quickly cast a water spell, raising a water barrier before them to temporarily block the wolves' fiery assault. Water and fire clashed with a sizzling sound, sending up a thick veil of steam that blurred the surroundings further. While maintaining the spell, she thought, "I can't just defend passively. I need to use the environment to find a way out of this predicament." But as she gazed at the raging fire around her, doubt crept in. Where in this harsh environment could there be a glimmer of hope? Yet the flame-spitting wolves were relentless. Under their alpha's command, they altered their tactics, scattering to launch attacks from multiple directions in an attempt to breach the watery barrier. Sumu and Sushi stood back to back, fending off the pack's relentless assault. They knew this crisis was more dire than any before. If they failed to find a way out soon, they would be cornered into a desperate situation. Sushi and Sumu were encircled by the flames-pitting wolves, their situation precarious. A glint of determination and courage shone in Sumu's eyes as the long sword in his hand hummed, its blade gleaming with a cold light, as if echoing its master's fighting spirit. With agile movements he charged toward the oncoming wolves, shouting, "CC, be careful. They'll break through their line first." He resolved silently to protect Sushi at all costs, even if it meant using every ounce of his strength. Sushi gripped her staff tightly, her gaze focused and calm. Despite her inner turmoil, she knew this was not the time to panic. She swiftly chanted an incantation, and with a wave of her hands the moisture in the air rapidly coalesced into a shimmering watery screen before them, shielding them from the wolves' blazing flames. "Sumu will cover you," she called out in response while silently calculating how to coordinate their escape, a hint of resolve flashing in her eyes. A massive wolf alpha let out a thunderous roar, commanding the pack to attack. Several wolves leaped simultaneously, spewing streams of searing flames that interwove into a fierce net of fire, lunging towards Sumu. Sumu remained undaunted. With a swift shift of his body, he elegantly dodged the frontal assault, his long sword slicing through the air, with several sharp sword chi precisely striking the encroaching wolves. However, the wolves were cunning, constantly changing positions and attack patterns, striking from the flanks and rear. The flames and scorching heat seared his cheeks, but he gritted his teeth and held his ground tenaciously. Seeing this, Sushi intensified her water magic, thickening the watery screen. Seizing the opportunity, she cast a wind spell, transforming the screen into countless sharp ice shards that shot toward the pack. The ice shards collided with the flames, producing a sizzling sound. In an instant, the battlefield became a chaotic maelstrom of ice and fire, thick with steam. But the flames-pitting wolves did not retreat. Driven by their alpha, they attacked with even greater ferocity. Sumu and Sushi stood back to back, coordinating seamlessly, desperately seeking an opening to break through the encirclement. Their clothes were soaked through with sweat and the heat of the flames, and their stamina was waning, yet their eyes still burned with unyielding determination. In this life-or-death battle, the synergy between Sumu and Sushi grew ever more perfect. Sumu's longsword blazed with intense light, his sword techniques surging like a dragon, each strike carrying immense force as he viciously cut down the frenzied, flames-pitting wolves. With the sharp whistle of the blade, he repeatedly repelled the pack's advances. Wounded wolves let out mournful howls, writhing in agony on the ground. Sushi was equally formidable. Her gaze was focused and calm as she wielded her staff, unleashing even more intricate and powerful spells. She rapidly formed hand seals, chanting under her breath. In an instant, the surrounding moisture coalesced into massive orbs of water that crashed down upon the wolves with a resounding boom. The water orbs collided with the flames, producing deafening explosions. Steam billowed everywhere, sending many of the flames-pitting wolves reeling. Seeing the tide turning, the wolf alpha let out a furious roar and personally led the remaining robust wolves in a final frenzied charge. The flames it spewed were even hotter and more ferocious, howling as they threatened to consume Sumu and Sushi entirely. But Sumu was prepared. With a swift movement, he circled behind the wolf alpha, and as it turned, he thrust his long sword deeply into its back. The wolf alpha let out a tragic howl, struggling violently, but Sumu twisted his blade within its body, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain. With the loss of their alpha's command, the remaining flames-pitting wolves fell into disarray. Seizing this perfect opportunity, Sushi cast a wind spell, whipping up sand and stones from the ground into a powerful howling tornado that swept the scattered wolves into its vortex. The sand and rocks battered the wolves' bodies with a crackling din. Before long, the flames-pitting wolves were battered into submission, collapsing to the ground lifeless. Sumu and Sushi surveyed the ravaged battlefield, gasping for air, their clothes drenched in sweat. Sumu and Sushi stepped out of the misty forest with heavy yet resolute strides. Sunlight pierced through the gaps in the foliage, casting light upon their dust-covered, weary faces and etching out the resilient contours born of their harrowing journey. Sumu's tattered garments were torn, the edges of the gashes left by wolf fangs stained with dried blood. The long sword in his hand was chipped and dull, yet he gripped it tightly, each scratch a testament to the ferocity of the battles fought. Suzui's hair clung messily to her cheeks, her forehead damp with sweat. The gem atop her staff flickered with a faint glow, a sign of nearly depleted spiritual energy, but her eyes still blazed with unwavering defiance. The moment they stepped out of the forest, the dense mist that had always shrouded the woods in mystery and danger began to churn and writhe violently, as if yanked by an invisible force. The thick, suffocating fog was drawn up into the sky in wisps like a grand curtain call, gradually dissolving under the sunlight to reveal a clear azure. At the same time, a startling transformation unfolded in the distant county town. The deadly, poisonous mist that had permeated every street and alley began to recede at a visible pace, as if obeying some mysterious command. People who had collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony from the poison's erosion, began to tremble slightly. The sickly pallor faded from their faces, a hint of color returned to their pale lips, and their tightly shut eyes slowly opened, filled with the dazed confusion and joy of being granted a new lease on life. The laughter of children was the first to break the silence. Soon the clamor of the market and the cries of vendors intertwined, rousing the entire town from its deathly stillness and restoring its former vitality and vigor. Sumu and Sushi gazed upon the scene before them, weary smiles spreading across their exhausted faces. They knew that this arduous adventure had not only secured their own safe return, but also heralded a rebirth for every resident of the town. Having endured countless trials, their hearts were now filled with hope for the future, ready to embrace a new chapter in their lives. Sumu and Sushi, dragging their weary bodies, slowly made their way into a seemingly tidy inn within the town. Sumu's voice was hoarse as he addressed the innkeeper. "Boss, give us 2 superior rooms. We'll be staying for 2 days." The innkeeper looked up, startled by their dusty clothes and ragged appearance, but quickly nodded and summoned a waiter to lead them upstairs. Entering the room, Sushi collapsed onto the bed. The quilt was a bit coarse, but at this moment it felt incredibly comfortable to her. Gazing at the slightly yellowed mosquito net, she cherished this moment of peace, whispering softly, "Sumu, this journey has been so exhausting. Finally we can—" Sumu nodded slightly, sitting down on the edge of the bed. He placed his battered longsword gently on the table with a dull thud. Rolling his aching shoulders, he replied, "Yes, let's get some sleep and regain our strength." Soon the waiter brought in 2 basins of hot water and some simple food. Sumu rose, washed the grime from his face, and as he watched the water turn murky, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within him. He walked to the table, picked up a steamed bun, and despite its dry, hard texture, he devoured it in large bites. He knew that only by recovering his strength quickly could he face any potential upheavals that lay ahead. Sushi also forced herself up, washed briefly, and ate a few mouthfuls before lying back down. She soon drifted into sleep, her face peaceful and serene, her breathing steady, and the furrow between her brows gradually smoothing out. Sumu looked at the sleeping Su. She pulled the blanket up over her, and then walked to the window, gently pushing it open. Sunlight streamed onto his face. He watched the town slowly reclaiming its vitality, a hint of relief shining in his eyes. Yet he knew this brief calm was only temporary. The road ahead was long, but for now they needed to rest well and gather their strength to meet the unknown challenges that awaited them. Sushi and Sumu rested for 2 days at the inn, their depleted spiritual energy fully restored. In the inn's main hall, patrons gathered in small clusters, engaged in idle chatter. Just then a burly man clad in an escort's uniform strode in. The moment he took his seat, he drew the attention of everyone present. Sumu noticed the escort's grave expression, his eyes betraying a hint of weariness and vigilance. A few moments later, several more individuals entered, their attire suggesting they hailed from the capital. They walked directly to the escort's table. After exchanging appraising glances, they began conversing in hushed tones. "I hear the capital has become quite unstable lately," one of the capital visitors whispered, a trace of fear in his voice. "Demons and monsters roam rampant, and no one dares venture out after dark." The escort furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is that truly so? I've heard some rumors myself, but know little of the details. How could it be false?" Another man from the capital interjected, "It's the talk of every street and alley. Each night grotesque demons of all shapes and sizes appear, some resembling colossal spiders scaling the eaves, others drifting like specters, formless and erratic. The terrified citizens keep their doors and windows tightly shut, afraid to step outside." Overhearing this, Sushi and Sumu exchanged a glance, astonishment filling their hearts. Sumu silently pondered whether such things as demons truly existed in this world. Sushi, on the other hand, subtly clenched his fist, a look of concern spreading across his face. "Has the government taken any measures?" the escort pressed on. "They've sent patrols, but these demons are elusive and unpredictable, impossible to track down. What's more, some are said to wield dark sorcery that can bewilder the mind. Panic has gripped the populace." The man from the capital shook his head in resignation. By this time, other patrons in the inn had gradually drawn closer, straining their ears to catch every word of the conversation. Fear was etched on every face, and the atmosphere in the hall grew heavy and oppressive. Sumu stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute. "Gentlemen, might I ask if these demons possess any distinguishing—" The capital native glanced at him, noting his distinguished bearing, and replied, "They say these demons emit an eerie glow, and wherever they pass the temperature plummets, accompanied by a chilling, sinister—" Sushi couldn't help but ask, "Has anyone been harmed?" "Indeed," the man from the capital sighed. "Many have been terrorized at night, and some have even been attacked and wounded, remaining unconscious to this very day." Sumu and Suzai's hearts grew heavier upon hearing this. They understood that if the demonic threat was real, it would inevitably bring catastrophe upon the world. At that moment, a white-bearded elder spoke up slowly. "In my humble opinion, the appearance of these demons may be a result of an imbalance in the world's spiritual—" A scholarly-looking man among the capital visitors chimed in, "It could also be that someone has disturbed an ancient relic that sealed these demons, allowing them to break free." The escort frowned and said, "Regardless of the cause, if this isn't resolved swiftly, the common folk will continue to suffer." A wave of anxiety washed over everyone present. Sumu and Sushi exchanged a look, their eyes filled with resolve. Sumu spoke first. "We cannot stand idly by. Let us head to the capital and invest." Sushi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, perhaps we can find a solution and restore peace to the people." With their minds made up, they were determined to journey to the capital to uncover the truth behind the demonic. They approached the innkeeper to inquire about the route to the capital. The innkeeper, his face etched with worry, cautioned, "My dear patrons, the journey to the capital is long, and with demons on the prowl, it is fraught with peril." Sumu saluted the innkeeper, appreciative of his concern, and said with unwavering conviction, "We are grateful for your kindness, innkeeper. But with demons running rampant and countless people suffering, we siblings cannot turn a blind eye now that we know of this crisis." Sumu and Sushi had made up their minds to journey to the capital and uncover the truth behind the rampant demons and monsters. They inquired with the innkeeper about the road to the capital. The innkeeper said with a worried tone, "Honored guests, the journey to the capital is long and fraught with peril, for demons are running amok. It is truly a dangerous path." Sumu cupped his hands in gratitude for the innkeeper's kind warning, his gaze resolute as he said, "We appreciate your kindness, innkeeper, but with demons wreaking havoc, countless common folk will surely suffer. Since we two siblings have learned of this, we cannot stand idly by." Sushi nodded gently beside him, her eyes filled with determination. "Indeed, innkeeper. We have practiced martial arts since childhood and possess some skill. We will—" With that, the two returned to their room and carefully packed their belongings. A few fine weapons, some dried rations, and essential medicine for wounds. The next morning sunlight spilled across the inn's courtyard as Su Mu and Su Shi carrying their packs and leading their horses prepared to depart. The inn's waiter and several guests came out to see them off. Though they had only known the pair for a short time, they were moved by their courage. Su Mu mounted his horse, clasped his fist in farewell to the crowd, then cracked his whip. The steed let out a neigh and galloped forward. Su Shi followed closely behind. The two rode toward the rising sun, embarking on an unknown journey to the capital. Their figures gradually faded into the morning light, leaving only a trail of dust in their wake. In their hearts, they felt both tension and fighting spirit for the challenges ahead, hoping only to reach the capital, swiftly find a way to quell the demonic scourge and restore peace to the land. One day, Su Mu and Su Shi entered a small town that seemed peaceful on the surface, but harbored an eerie undercurrent. At first they noticed nothing unusual. But as they ventured deeper into the streets and alleys, they saw residents moving mechanically like puppets, their eyes vacant and lifeless. They realized something was terribly wrong. Su Mu furrowed his sword-like brows, scanning his surroundings warily, and whispered to Su Shi, "Cece, be on your guard. There is definitely something strange in this." Su Shi nodded, gripping her magic staff tightly, as spiritual energy circulated within her, ready to respond to any sudden threat. When Su Mu and Su Shi first stepped into the town, they only sensed a somewhat oppressive atmosphere, but noticed no obvious irregularities. Relying on his keen intuition, Su Mu noticed an old man by the roadside walking with an unusually stiff gait and an eerily hollow stare. He quietly said to Su Shi, "Cece, look at that old man. Something seems off about him." Su Shi followed his gaze and furrowed her brow slightly. To get to the bottom of it, they began to investigate the town, wandering from place to place. When they spoke with a middle-aged vegetable vendor, no matter what question they asked, she merely repeated the same answer mechanically, her expression barely changing. Su Mu pretended to leave, but secretly observed from a distance. He noticed that when no one was watching, the woman walked toward an abandoned old mansion at the town's center, her steps unsteady yet purposeful. The two followed discreetly behind her. As they drew closer to the mansion, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop, and a faint rank odor lingered in the air. As they neared the mansion's gate, she sensed a faint, elusive fluctuation of spiritual energy. She whispered to Su Mu, "Su Mu, there is likely some demonic entity inside, and it is desperately trying to conceal its presence." Su Mu tightened his grip on his long sword, and gently pushed open the mansion's door, stepping cautiously into the courtyard. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling sound, as if something was moving swiftly. Su Mu and Su Shi immediately stood back to back, warily scanning their surroundings. Just then a fiery red fox darted across the rooftop, moving so fast, it left only a blurred shadow in its wake. Su Mu shouted, "Come out, fox demon." A burst of shrill laughter echoed through the courtyard, and the fox demon finally revealed itself. It stood atop the roof, staring at them with cunning eyes, a sinister smile curling at the corner of its mouth. At last the fox demon was fully exposed before them. Without hesitation, Su Mu charged into the mansion, sword raised, and bellowed, "Evil fiend, your life is forfeit." The fox demon let out a sharp laugh, then vanished in a flash, instantly lunging at Su Mu, its razor-sharp claws gleaming with cold light as they aimed straight for his throat. Su Mu sidestepped the attack and swung his sword at the fox demon. His strikes were fierce, each one whistling through the air, forcing the demon to retreat step. During the fierce struggle against Su Mu and Su Shi, the fox demon, through its keen demonic senses, discerned that Su Mu's true form was also a fox, while Su Shi was of celestial maiden descent. This discovery ignited a cunning spark within the fox demon. Evading a sharp sword strike from Su Mu, it swiftly retreated, a sinister smile creeping across its face. "Su Mu, you are of the Fox clan, just as I am. Why do you side with this celestial maiden against me?" The fox demon hissed, attempting to unsettle Su Mu's resolve. Su Mu faltered for a moment, but kept his long sword firmly in hand, eyeing the demon warily. "Speak no more nonsense. Though I am a fox, I hold justice in my heart, and will not be swayed by your deceptive words." The fox demon, unperturbed, continued, "Look at this mortal world, full of prejudice and slaughter against our kind. If you ally with me, our combined strength could carve out a place for the demon race in this realm. Besides, this celestial maiden beside you may seem kind, but the heavens and demons have been irreconcilable since ancient times. One day she will turn against you." Su Mu remained unmoved. Glancing at Su Shi, who was casting spells to attack the fox demon, he saw only unwavering determination and a steadfast commitment to justice in her eyes. No trace of deceit or malice. He turned back and shouted at the fox demon, "Even though I hail from the Fox clan, I was raised in the Celestial Palace, and know well the difference between good and evil. For your selfish desires you have harmed innocent lives. Such deeds I will never tolerate." Enraged and humiliated by Su Mu's defiance, the fox demon resolved to unleash its full power. Demonic energy surged around it as its form grew more ethereal. It muttered incantations, and the air grew heavy as though countless unseen eyes watched from the shadows. "Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being merciless," the fox demon roared, lunging at Su Mu and Su Shi. Meanwhile, She chanted spells, the tip of her staff blazing with light. With focused intent, she channeled her power to unravel the fox demon's illusions. Beams of light shot from her staff, striking the enchanted residents and shattering their bonds. The townsfolk gradually regained their senses, though they remained weak and slumped to the ground. Seeing its illusion broken, the fox demon flew into a rage and unleashed its full demonic arts. A violent gale swept through the courtyard, whipping up sand and stones. Yet Sumu stood undaunted, his swordsmanship growing ever more precise, each strike aimed at the demon's vital points. Sushi, not idle, relentlessly assaulted the fox demon with powerful spells, sapping its strength. Under their coordinated assault, the fox demon gradually weakened, its demonic aura dimming. At last, seizing the opportune moment, Sumu drove his sword through the fox demon's heart. With a piercing shriek, it dissolved into a puff of black smoke and vanished. The town returned to its tranquil state, and the grateful residents were moved to tears of thanks. Sumu and Sushi gazed at the rejuvenated town and exchanged a smile. Though weary, their hearts were filled with solace. Sushi spotted a demon core where the fox demon had dissipated. She hurried over, picked it up, and offered it to Sumu. Absorb it quickly. Since you are both of the fox clan, this core should benefit you. Sumu pondered her words for a moment. After all, it belonged to the malevolent fox demon they had just vanquished. Though he knew it might be advantageous, he felt a lingering reluctance. Slowly he extended his hand and accepted the core, which still emanated faint waves of demonic energy. It felt warm in his palm, and he could sense the immense power within. Looking up at he saw concern and expectation in her eyes. Making up his mind, he steeled his resolve. He sat down cross-legged, cradling the core in his hands. Closing his eyes, he circulated his spiritual energy, guiding the core's power to merge gradually into his meridians. The core's glow softened, and wisps of demonic essence flowed through Sumu's palms, seeping into his body. A faint luminous aura enveloped him, resonating with the core's energy. Sushi stood guard nearby, vigilantly scanning their surroundings for any unforeseen danger. Watching Sumu absorb the core with intense focus, she silently prayed for his success. She hoped this core would elevate his strength, granting them greater security on their journey to the capital and bolstering their confidence to face the unknown perils ahead, saving more suffering souls. After a long while, the glow around Sumu gradually receded. He opened his eyes and let out a long, relieved breath. He felt a surge of vitality in his spiritual energy, and a newfound sharpness gleamed in his eyes. Rising to his feet, he said to Sushi, "Shishi, thanks to you, I feel my strength has grown considerably. From now on, we'll be better equipped to face any demons we encounter." Sushi beamed with joy. "That's wonderful. Let's continue our journey. The capital awaits our protection." With that, the two packed their belongings and set off once more on the road to the capital. After Sumu and Sushi successfully vanquished the fox spirit, the townsfolk gradually regained their clarity of mind. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they gathered around the duo to express their thanks. Some residents even brought out their meager rations of dried food and water, offering them as a token of their appreciation. Sumu and Sushi graciously declined the offerings. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey toward the capital. They traveled in fits and starts, encountering numerous monsters along the way, all of which they vanquished one by one. Beyond a vast desert lay their destination, the capital. As they ventured into the boundless expanse of sand, the journey began smoothly. The scorching sunlight blazed down upon the golden dunes, and an eerie silence enveloped them, broken only by their footsteps and the occasional tinkling of camel bells. Before long, a murky yellow haze surged across the horizon. A howling gale swept in, and within the blink of an eye it whipped up the sand into a blinding, sky-obscuring storm. The raging wind was like a ferocious beast, roaring as if to devour everything in its path. The sand stung their faces with biting pain. Sumu and Sushi quickly clutched each other, pressing their bodies close to avoid being torn apart by the gale. They squinted, barely able to discern the path ahead. Relying purely on instinct, they trudged forward in one direction, each step requiring immense effort, as though countless unseen hands were pulling them back. Just as they struggled against the elements, a colossal tornado materialized in the distance. Carrying a massive torrent of sand, it bore down upon them with terrifying ferocity. Seeing this, Sumu grabbed Sushi, desperately seeking shelter, but there was nowhere to hide amidst the endless dunes. In the chaos, the sandy ground beneath their feet suddenly gave way, and the two plummeted into an underground palace without warning. With a dull thud, they landed on the floor of the subterranean structure, a cloud of dust billowing around them. As the dust settled, Sumu hastily checked Sushi for injuries, finding only minor scrapes. They rose to their feet and surveyed their surroundings. The walls were etched with strange runes and enigmatic patterns, faintly emanating a mysterious glow. The air was thick with a stale, musty odor. They had no idea where this underground palace came from or where it led, but with no other option, they steeled themselves and cautiously advanced into its depths, hoping to find a way out and continue their journey to the capital to fulfill their mission of saving the world. Su Shi and Su Mu crept deeper into the underground palace. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the echoes of their own footsteps reverberating through the hollow halls. Suddenly a putrid stench assaulted their senses, followed by a faint grating sound, a slow dragging noise as if something were inching its way toward them. The pair instantly tensed. Su Mu tightened his grip on his longsword, while Su Shi held her staff before her, channeling her spiritual energy poised for battle. Before long, several figures emerged from the darkness ahead, Jiangshi. Their faces were ashen and pallid, their eye sockets sunken, and sharp fangs protruded from their mouths. Clad in tattered, decaying garments, they exuded a nauseating stench. The Jiangshi spotted Su Shi and Su Mu and lunged at them with guttural roars. Though their movements were not exceptionally swift, their ferocity was enough to send a chill down one's spine. Su Mu charged forward to meet them, a cold glint flashing from his blade as he thrust it viciously at the leading Jiangshi. A resounding clang echoed. It was as if he had struck a sheet of iron. The creature merely staggered slightly unscathed and retaliated by swiping a claw at Su Mu. Su Mu sidestepped the attack, altering his technique from a thrust to a slash, aiming at the Jiangshi's arm. The strike successfully severed the limb, but even as it thudded to the ground, the detached arm continued to writhe, as if still animated. On the other side, Su Shi chanted incantations under her breath. The tip of her staff blazed to life, and a torrent of flame shot forth, targeting the approaching Jiang. The flames engulfed the creature, igniting it in a furious blaze. The Jiangshi howled in agony, its movements slowing, yet it stubbornly pressed on, refusing to halt its advance. Seizing the opportunity while the Jiangshi was hampered by the fire, Su Mu dashed forward in a flash. He drove his longsword deep into the creature's crown, twisting it violently. Finally, the Jiangshi crashed to the ground, dissolving into a pool of foul black liquid. But the other Jiangshi showed no fear, closing in relentlessly. Su Shi and Su Mu stood back to back, coordinating their efforts. Su Mu engaged in close-quarters combat, striking at vital points, while Su Shi unleashed a barrage of spells, searing flames, and crackling lightning, to disrupt the creature's movements and keep them at bay. After a fierce and grueling battle, the pair finally vanquished the entire horde. Gasping for breath, they were covered in the foul remnants of their foes. But they paid it no mind, for upon the ground, they discovered 2 rings. Su Shi and Su Mu probed the rings with their spiritual energy, discovering that within them lay vast spatial realms, each spanning roughly 1,000 square meters. Overjoyed, they swiftly dripped blood onto the rings to forge their bonds. After absorbing the blood, a crimson dot materialized on the base of each of their ring fingers. Su Mu wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, then turned to Su Shi and said, "Shi, we shouldn't linger here. We must press on and search for a way out as quickly as—" Su Shi nodded slightly, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and gripping her staff tightly, she replied, Su Mu, let's go." And so they resumed their slow advance deeper into the underground palace. As the light in the passageway grew dimmer, Su Mu produced a luminous pearl from his robe, casting a soft glow around them. By this faint light, they noticed the runes on the walls becoming increasingly intricate and enigmatic, hinting at unknown dangers, or perhaps clues to an exit line. As they walked, the faint sound of babbling water reached their ears, sparking a glimmer of hope. Where there was water, there might be a greater chance of finding an exit. Quickening their pace, they soon arrived at an underground river. The water shimmered under the pearl's glow, and an ancient stone bridge arched across it, though its weathered surface seemed perilously close to collapse. Su Mu stepped onto the bridge first, testing each stride with care, while Su Shi followed closely, her eyes scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Halfway across, several grotesque fish burst forth from the river below their mouths, bristling with sharp teeth, lunging straight at them. Su Mu swung his long sword horizontally, precisely deflecting one fish's assault. The clash of teeth against steel sent sparks flying, accompanied by a grating screech as a foul stench permeated. Simultaneously, Su Shi lightly waved her staff, conjuring a watery barrier that momentarily ensnared the fish attacking from the side. Su Mu, look. These fish seem driven by something. They're incredibly aggressive. Su Shi shouted, her gaze sharp with alarm. The radiance of her magic intensified as she unleashed several ice shards at the fish, attempting to slow their onslaught. While parrying with his sword, Su Mu kept a wary eye on the bridge beneath him, fearing it might collapse amidst the chaos. Shi, don't let them get close. Let's make a dash for the other side. His swordsmanship was swift and unpredictable, each swing producing a whistling gust that forced the approaching fish back. Yet their numbers swelled, darting agilely through the water, seizing every opportunity to strike. In a moment of carelessness, a fish grazed Su Mu's arm, tearing his sleeve and drawing blood that stained the fabric crimson. Su Mu. Seeing this, Su's heart raced with urgency. She redirected her magic toward the fish that had wounded him, enveloping it in a blaze of intense flames. It thrashed briefly before sinking into the depths, motionless. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Su Mu pressed forward. Shi, don't worry about me. Push through. They quickened their steps, advancing with difficulty amid the splashing water and relentless attacks. As he fended off yet another wave of fish with sweeping strokes of his sword, Sumu called out, "Shishi, be careful. We need to find what's driving them to break free from this." Sushi pursed her lips, her gaze locked on the fish. She waved her staff continuously, sending ice shards flying like arrows toward them. The ice shards pierced the water, chilling it considerably, and sending ripples of cold through the river. Several fish struck by the projectiles slowed markedly, their movements growing sluggish, and their assault losing coordination. Yet those strange fish seemed unafraid, and after a brief obstruction, they surged madly toward them again, their sharp teeth glinting coldly in the dim light. Sushi frowned deeply, knowing this could not continue. They had to find a way to resolve it once and for all. While continuing to cast her ice spike spell, she diverted her focus to carefully observe the surroundings, trying to discern what was secretly driving these strange fish to attack them so ferociously. Sumu also sensed the gravity of the situation. Seizing a gap, he leaped forward a few steps, attempting to reach the other side of the bridge in hopes of escaping the encirclement of these strange fish. But the strange fish pursued relentlessly. Sushi quickly followed the light of her magic, growing brighter. She switched to a different spell this time, summoning a powerful torrent from her staff's tip, which surged like a thick water dragon toward the swarm of fish, scattering many of them and buying them a brief respite. Yet the mysterious driving force still shrouded the waters, refusing to let the fish give up, and the battle continued. While fiercely battling the strange fish, Sushi and Sumu kept a close watch on the surroundings, trying to locate the source that was driving these creatures. After cutting down several fish that lunged at him, Sumu's gaze suddenly fixed on the riverbank, not far away, where he vaguely spotted a dark, squirming object exuding a faint, eerie aura. "Cece, something seems off over there. Cover me, Bill, go check it out," Sumu shouted. Hearing this, Sushi immediately intensified her spellcasting, sending waves of ice spikes and water torrents toward the fish, temporarily suppressing their assault. Sumu took the opportunity to dash over in a few strides. As he drew closer, he saw it was a massive toad. Its body was covered in warts that faintly shimmered, and its bulging eyes gleamed with cunning and ferocity. It croaked as if commanding the strange fish to attack. "So it's you, ugly creature, causing all this trouble," Sumu roared, raising his sword and thrusting it toward the toad. The toad responded by opening its massive mouth, spitting out a sticky liquid that flew towards Sumu at incredible speed. Sumu quickly sidestepped to dodge. The liquid splattered onto the ground, instantly corroding small pits and emitting a pungent green smoke. Sushi arrived just then. Seeing the toad, disgust filled her eyes. She raised her staff, chanting incantations, and in an instant a bolt of lightning magic struck toward the toad. Sensing the danger, the toad leaped aside, easily evading the lightning attack, and croaked at them as if taunting. "Let's see how long you can stay arrogant." Sumu attacked again, with his sword coordinating with Sushi. He engaged in close combat, disrupting the toad's movements, while Sushi seized the opportunity to cast spells, alternating flames and ice spikes, aiming to break the toad's control over the fish and eliminate this nuisance once and for all, so they could continue searching for the underground palace's exit. Sumu and Sushi coordinated their attacks, launching a fierce offensive against the toad. Sumu moved with agility, his long sword thrusting repeatedly toward the toad with swift and ruthless strikes, each accompanied by a whistling sound aimed directly at the toad's vital points. The toad hopped left and right to evade Sumu's attacks while spitting out its corrosive slime, trying to block his approach. But Sumu was prepared, nimbly dodging and weaving to avoid the slime, leaving no opening for it. Meanwhile, Sushi seized the moment, waving her staff and chanting rapidly. In an instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning shot from the staff's tip, striking precisely toward the toad. The toad failed to dodge in time. The lightning hit its back, causing it to shriek in pain as black smoke rose from its body. Its once arrogant demeanor visibly diminished, yet it still refused to give up, its large eyes bulging as it emitted a strange call, as if summoning more reinforcements. Seeing this, Sumu quickened his attack tempo. He dashed forward, and with all his might drove his long sword deep into the toad's side. The toad struggled wildly, twisting its massive body and trying to claw at Sumu. Sushi quickly cast a freezing spell, and a wave of frosty air enveloped the toad, instantly freezing its limbs and restricting its movements. Sumu took the opportunity to twist his sword and yank it out, drawing a stream of dark green blood. Badly wounded, the toad's cries grew more piercing, but it could no longer resist. Sushi then cast a powerful flame spell, engulfing the toad in roaring fire. It writhed in agony for a few moments before falling still, eventually burned to a pile of charcoal. The strange fish it had been commanding, as if losing control, all submerged into the water and vanished. Sumu and Sushi let out a long sigh of relief, exchanged a smile, and retrieved the toad's demon core from the stone bridge. Seizing the moment, they sat cross-legged on the bridge to absorb it. This toad demon core is indeed a rare treasure for them. After absorbing the demonic energy from the core, Sumu's spiritual power was enriched, his foundation further solidified, and his future sword techniques would carry stronger spiritual energy, making them more. Skills that temporarily enhance perception could allow them to detect hidden enemies or dangerous environments in advance, enabling better strategies, whether facing sudden demons or exploring unknown realms, providing an extra layer of security. As for Sushi, after absorbing the demon core's power with her staff, her elemental spells, such as fire, lightning, and ice, would have a much larger area of effect. A fire spell that once covered only a small region could now engulf a vast area, making it difficult for enemies to evade. Moreover, the duration of her spells would be extended, allowing her to more effectively restrain opponents in battle. The improved precision in controlling elemental spells was even more crucial. She could accurately direct the trajectory and intensity of her spells, such as launching ice shards unerringly at an enemy's vital points, or striking the weakest spot, with lightning greatly enhancing her lethality in combat. If they obtained special materials to craft protective talismans, or enchant their weapons, the enhancement to their defensive and offensive capabilities would be considerable. Wearing a protective talisman could automatically ward off mental attacks from low-level demons, or some physical damage, safeguarding them in critical moments. Enchanting their weapons would make Su Mu's longsword sharper when slashing demons, and the added magical damage would inflict greater harm on enemies, helping them face the journey to the capital and various unknown challenges with greater ease. Su Mu and Sushi continued deeper into the underground palace along the passage, disabling several small mechanisms along the way until they finally reached the end. At the end, they saw an ancient stone platform emitting a faint glow, as if silently awaiting the arrival of a destined one. On the platform lay a peculiar artifact, oval in shape, its surface covered with intricate and mysterious runes. The runes shimmered with a faint light, seemingly containing boundless power. One end of the artifact was embedded with a deep blue gem, within which nebulae seemed to slowly rotate, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Su Mu and Sushi exchanged glances, both seeing surprise and anticipation in each other's eyes. Su Mu cautiously stepped forward, reaching out to touch the artifact. Just as his fingertip was about to make contact, a gentle force surged forth, as if testing him. Sushi watched nervously from the side, gripping her staff tightly, ready for any sudden danger. Fortunately, nothing perilous occurred, and Su Mu successfully picked up the artifact. The moment it touched his hand, a surge of immense spiritual power rushed through his arm into his body, making him shudder. He quickly circulated his spiritual energy to adapt to the overwhelming force. Sushi leaned in and exclaimed with delight, "Su Mu, this artifact looks incredibly powerful. It will surely help us face many dangers on our journey ahead." Su Mu examined it carefully and nodded lightly. "Indeed, but we still need to figure out how to use it to unleash its full potential." With that, he began to channel his spiritual energy into the artifact to sense its properties, while Sushi assisted in analyzing it. Both were filled with hope that this unexpected treasure would become a great asset on their road to the capital, empowering them to face the unknown trials with confidence and safeguard the peace of the world. Su Mu examined the artifact intently, attempting to channel more of his own spiritual energy into it, seeking to unravel its mysteries. Yet as the spiritual energy poured in, the runes upon the artifact flickered with increasing frequency, their light pulsing erratically, as if responding, yet seemingly on the verge of losing control. Sushi watched nervously from the side and cautioned, "Su Mu, be careful. The power of this artifact is immense. Don't rush it. If it spirals out of control, we'll be in trouble." Su Mu furrowed his brow slightly and nodded, ceasing the infusion of spiritual energy. He gave the artifact a gentle shake, wondering if there might be another way to activate it. At that moment, the artifact began to tremble violently on its own. An invisible force radiated from it, forming a small vortex of spiritual energy that pulled at the surrounding rubble and dust. Even Su Mu and Sushi felt their bodies being dragged inexorably toward the swirling center. Su Mu hurriedly steadied himself, trying to set the artifact down, but it seemed glued to his hand, utterly impossible to shake off. Seeing this, Sushi quickly planted her staff against the ground, grabbed the hem of Su Mu's robe with her other hand, and rapidly chanted incantations to calm their minds and disperse the spiritual energy, striving to break the unexpected deadlock, free Su Mu from his predicament, and help them both regain command of this artifact that was meant to aid them. After a strenuous effort, the pull of the spiritual vortex gradually weakened, and the artifact slowly returned to a state of calm. Yet both of them were shaken, realizing that truly mastering this immensely powerful artifact would require far more effort to understand its nature and usage. Su Mu focused his full attention, carefully probing the runes on the artifact with wisps of spiritual energy. Each time the energy touched a rune, its glow responded, either intensifying or flickering faster. He observed these subtle reactions meticulously, silently recording how each rune behaved under the influence of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Sushi tapped her staff lightly on the ground, and several gentle beams of light spread from its tip, gliding along the surface toward the artifact. As they drew near, the beams seemed to be attracted, swirling slowly around the artifact. Through their rotation, Sushi could clearly sense the fluctuations and patterns of the artifact's spiritual energy. Sumu, I've noticed that the artifact's spiritual energy fluctuates noticeably when it approaches these runes here. Perhaps they are closely connected. Sushi pointed at several runes on the artifact as she spoke. Sumu followed her gaze, channeling his spiritual energy toward those specific points once more. Indeed, this time the artifact reacted far more intensely. Threads of spiritual energy even seeped out, forming faint luminous silhouettes around it, as if responding to their probing. Encouraged by this, the two grew more intrigued and continued their collaborative exploration, overlooking not a single subtle change. They speculated, verified, and gradually pieced together the clues to controlling the artifact. Though progress was slow, every discovery brought them closer to truly mastering this mysterious treasure. Sumu and Sushi continued their focused study of the artifact. Following the method of spiritual energy infusion they had deduced earlier, Sumu attempted to activate its various functions. However, despite trying every approach, the artifact merely emitted a faint shimmer without revealing any remarkable power. Just then Sushi curiously reached out and gently touched the artifact. In an instant the runes blazed with dazzling light and a deep azure glow enveloped her. Her eyes turned vacant as if she had fallen into a trance-like state. After a moment, she snapped back to reality, her eyes filled with shock and delight. Sumu, I saw visions, glimpses of what we are destined to face in the future. The artifact's foresight ability, only I can trigger it. Sushi exclaimed with excitement. Sumu was stunned at first, then a joyful smile spread across his face. This is wonderful news, Cici. With this foresight, we can anticipate dangers and prepare in advance. It will be immensely helpful on our journey to the capital. Cici, you'd better store the artifact in your space ring. It's far too conspicuous out in the open. Sushi happily tucked the artifact away into her spatial storage. Though he felt a tinge of disappointment at being unable to use this ability himself, Sumu was genuinely happy for Sushi. From then on, they decided that Sushi would take the lead in wielding the artifact's foresight ability, while Sumu would stand guard beside her, together confronting whatever challenges lay ahead. Armed with the unique power of this remarkable artifact, they steadily advanced along the uncertain road toward the capital, pressing on to fulfill the mission entrusted to them. Sushi clutched the artifact that could foresee the future, took a deep breath, and once again focused her mind to activate its mysterious power. As a faint glimmer of light flashed, her gaze turned somewhat dazed. A moment later, a spark of light flickered in her eyes as she saw a hazy, yet hopeful vision. A stone door engraved with runes and radiating a strange luminous glow. Sushi said excitedly, lifting her head to look at him. I saw the exit. It's a stone door with special runes. Let's head that way. Her voice trembled slightly, carrying both the thrill of finding the way out and a hint of tension about the unknown path ahead. A flame of hope ignited in Sumu's eyes, and he nodded firmly. All right. He gripped the long sword in his hand, took the lead, and carefully surveyed their surroundings, wary of any hidden dangers that might suddenly emerge. The two advanced swiftly along the passage. Along the way, Sumu occasionally used his sword to push aside scattered stones on the ground to avoid triggering traps, while Sushi followed closely behind her. When the stone door finally came into view, Sumu's heartbeat quickened. He stepped forward gently, running his hands over the stone surface, carefully examining the shimmering runes while murmuring to himself, where could the mechanism be? His gaze was focused and resolute, his brow slightly furrowed, not missing a single detail. Standing to the side, she planted her staff on the ground and began chanting softly. Gentle rays of light emanated from the top of the staff, slowly swirling around the runes on the stone door. With her eyes tightly shut, she concentrated on sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations of the runes. Suddenly her eyes lit up, and she called out, Sumu, below the third rune on the right, there seems to be an unusual convergence of spiritual energy. Hearing this, Sumu immediately moved his hand to that spot. After a moment of groping, he indeed felt a small protrusion. He pressed down hard, silently praying, please let this be the exit. With a dull rumble, the stone door shook and slowly creaked open. Dazzling light flooded in, and Sumu instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, his heart brimming with joy. Finally out. This accursed place has really put us through the ringer. A radiant smile spread across Su's face as she retracted her staff and dusted off her clothes. Yes, Sumu, let's leave this place quickly and head to the capital. There's much awaiting us there. As Sumu and Sushi stepped out of the underground palace, the first thing that met their eyes was a lush ancient forest. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting golden beams of light that illuminated the thin mist drifting through the woods. The air was filled with the fragrance of earth vegetation and unknown wildflowers, while the crisp chirping of birds and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze reached their ears, a stark contrast to the lifeless gloom of the underground palace. Sumu stretched his arms, a look of contentment spreading across his face. Finally breathing fresh air. The world out here is far better than that underground palace. Sushi meanwhile crouched down and gently touched the tender green grass, her eyes filled with wonder. Yes, Sumu, but we mustn't let our guard down. This forest may look serene, but danger could be lurking anywhere. They rose to their feet and looked around, spotting a narrow, well-trodden path winding deep into the forest. Sumu drew his long sword and took the lead, clearing the way, while Sushi followed closely behind, gripping her staff tightly and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. As they walked, the gentle sound of babbling water reached their ears from not far ahead. Following the sound, they came upon a crystal-clear stream. The water shimmered under the sunlight, and the stones and small fish at the bottom were clearly visible. Sumu crouched by the stream, cupped some water in his hands, and splashed it on his face, instantly feeling refreshed. This water is so cool, so refreshing. Sushi, watching the direction of the flowing water, said thoughtfully, Sumu, if we follow this stream, we might find some sign of civilization and ask for directions to the capital. Sumu nodded and stood up. All right, let's do as you suggest. The two continued along the stream, and occasionally squirrels would leap and dart among the branches, drawing soft exclamations of wonder from Sushi. However, just as they were immersed in the tranquility and beauty of the forest, a low growl echoed from the woods ahead, shattering the peace. Instantly alert, they tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to face the unknown danger, for even this seemingly beautiful outside world was fraught with hidden challenges. Sumu's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, swiftly shielding Sushi behind him. His long sword pointed diagonally forward, the blade vibrating faintly with a low hum, as if echoing the impending danger. He crouched slightly, moving with steady yet agile steps, and whispered to Cece, be careful. Let me go check first. Sushi pressed her lips together, her expression solemn, as she nodded. Her hands gripped her staff tightly, a faint glow flickering at its tip. She was silently gathering spiritual energy, ready to support Sumu at any moment. Her gaze remained fixed on the direction of the sound ahead, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily, yet her eyes betrayed no hint of retreat. As the roar drew closer, the very air seemed to tighten with tension. Birds ceased their singing, small animals fled in all directions, and the tranquil forest was suddenly shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere. Sumu took a deep breath and cautiously crept toward the source of the sound, each step placed with extreme care, as if afraid of disturbing the unknown threat lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a massive black panther burst forth from the underbrush. Its sleek, glossy black fur shimmered with an eerie light under the sun, its yellow eyes locked onto Sumu and Sushi. Bearing its sharp fangs, it let out a series of intimidating roars. Sumu's heart tightened at the sight, but he did not panic. He swiftly adjusted his stance, holding his sword horizontally across his chest, and shouted, Cece, watch out for its attack. Simultaneously, his mind raced, formulating strategies to counter the Black Panther. His eyes gleamed with determination and courage, ready to engage in a fierce battle against this sudden beast, to protect both himself and Sushi, and to carve a path of survival through this forest fraught with unknown perils. Just as Sumu and the Black Panther faced off in a tense standoff, a crisp whistle echoed from deep within the woods. Upon hearing the whistle, the panther's ears twitched slightly. Its taut body relaxed a little, yet it still watched Sumu and Sushi warily, showing no intention of leaving immediately. The next moment, a figure clad in black combat attire emerged from the shadows of the trees, moving with light and agile steps. The newcomer was a young woman with a stern countenance and sharp eagle-like eyes. Her long jet-black hair was tied in a high ponytail that swayed with the breeze. A short blade hung at her waist, its scabbard adorned with exquisite and unique decorations, exuding an air of mystery. Shall I come back? At the woman's soft command, the panther retreated a few steps, but its gaze still lingered on the pair, seemingly reluctant to let the matter rest. The woman walked over to the panther, gently stroking its head to soothe it, while her eyes swept over Sumu and Sushi, filled with caution. Who are you? Why are you here? Her voice was cool like a clear mountain spring, yet carried an undeniable authority. Sumu lowered his long sword slightly, but maintained a vigilant posture. We are siblings on our way to the capital, and happened to stray into this place. We mean no offense, but this forest is fraught with danger, and we must tread carefully. His tone was sincere while he discreetly assessed the sudden appearance of this woman, speculating on her identity and intentions. Standing behind Sumusu, she had already concealed the glow of her staff, but her palms were slightly damp with sweat. She spoke softly, Sister, we are just passing through. We harbor no ill will. We mean no offense, but this forest is fraught with danger, and we must tread carefully. His tone was sincere while he discreetly After a moment, her expression softened somewhat. You don't seem like bad people. However, the depths of this forest are extremely dangerous. You should leave as soon as possible. Sumu and Sushi exchanged a glance, both breathing a sigh of relief. Sumu gave a slight bow with his hands clasped. Thank you for the warning, miss. We will be... Just as they were about to turn and leave, the woman suddenly called out, Wait. Her eyes were fixed on the staff in Suzai's hand. Hearing the sudden call, Sumu and Sushi tensed up. They slowly turned around, the brief ease on their faces vanishing, replaced by wariness and unease. Sumu instinctively tightened his grip on his sword hilt, positioning himself sideways in front of Sushi like a shield. His eyes were fixed on the woman, yet he also followed her gaze to the staff in Suzui's hand. Sushi tried to hide the staff further behind her, but the faint spiritual light on it still flickered intermittently. Her heart pounded rapidly, and cold sweat formed on her palms. Still she forced herself to remain calm, and said, "Sister, this staff is just an ordinary walking aid. There's nothing special about it. Why are you staring at it so intently?" The woman, however, took a few steps forward, her gaze never leaving the staff, her eyes brimming with curiosity and scrutiny. She tilted her head slightly, and said, "An ordinary object wouldn't possess such a unique fluctuation of spiritual energy. Don't try to deceive me. I've encountered many curious trinkets in this forest, but never one that emanates such a strange aura as your staff." Sushi frowned deeply inwardly, thinking this woman was fixated on the staff, and wouldn't let it go. She cleared her throat, trying to keep her tone as calm as possible, and said, "Miss, this staff was indeed given to us by our father before we left home. We don't know its exact origins, but it holds some use for us siblings. Please be generous and don't make things difficult for weary travelers like us." The woman frowned slightly at this explanation, seemingly unsatisfied. She drew even closer, nearly face-to-face with Sumu. Her gaze shifted from the staff to his face, sharp enough to pierce through one's heart. In a soft yet undeniable tone she asked, "Given by your father?" "Humph, ordinary folks wouldn't have such a magical artifact. If you don't tell the truth, I can hardly believe you're just passing through. Perhaps you harbor other secrets." At that moment the Black Panther also slowly approached, circling them twice, its nose sniffing constantly, a low growl rumbling from its throat. This only made the already tense atmosphere even more suffocating. Sumu and Sushi felt as though they were enveloped in an invisible net, their escape seeming increasingly difficult. The woman listened to Sumu's account, her suspicion undiminished, and was about to press further, when Sushi suddenly interjected, "Sister, this staff was indeed left to me by my father. He was a wandering cultivator, and he came upon this staff by chance. Feeling a connection with me, he passed it on. We don't know what's so special about it. Father only told us to guard it well, so we've kept it with us ever since." Sushi spoke with such sincerity, a glimmer of tears in her eyes making it hard to discern truth from falsehood. The woman studied Suzui's expression, carefully silent for a moment, as if weighing the credibility of her words. The Black Panther also ceased its growling, and sat quietly by the woman's side, though its eyes remained fixed on the siblings. "Since your father was a cultivator, did he ever mention the staff's origins, or how to use it?" The woman pressed on relentlessly. Seeing this, Sumu quickly added, "Miss, our father never spoke of it in detail. He only told us to treasure it. We always thought it was just a token of his affection. We never expected it to draw your attention today. We truly mean no harm, and we know very little about the staff's secrets." The woman narrowed her eyes, and paced back and forth a few steps. She felt something was amiss, but Suzui's expression didn't seem like that of a liar. "Very well," she finally spoke. "Since that's the case, take care of yourselves. But the depths of this forest are fraught with danger. Carrying that mysterious staff will inevitably invite other troubles. If you encounter a problem you can't solve, head east. There's a hunter's village there that might be able to help you." Sumu and Sushi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and quickly thanked the woman. The woman gave a soft whistle, and the Black Panther immediately rose, following her as she turned and disappeared into the woods. After she left, Sumu looked at Sushi and asked softly, "Cece, why did you suddenly say the staff was from father?" Sushi wiped the tears from her eyes and whispered, "I just thought it might stop her from asking more questions. And father did travel extensively, so it's not a complete lie." Sumu nodded slightly. "Let's hope so. We should leave this place as soon as possible and get to the capital." With that they quickened their pace, heading east, hoping to find the hunter's village soon to ask for directions to the capital and avoid any other dangers lurking in the forest. Sushi and Sumu stepped into the capital city. The once bustling, vibrant scenes of the past now seemed like distant echoes from an old dream. The formerly lively streets were now shrouded in deathly silence. Dust and fallen leaves blanketed the bluestone paths, rustling softly in the breeze, as if whispering of past prosperity. Most shops along the streets had their doors tightly shut. The paint on their wooden panels had peeled and chipped, revealing aged wood grain beneath. Only a few remained half open, their interiors dim and gloomy. Shopkeepers listlessly leaned over their counters, eyes reflecting helplessness and desolation. The once thronging marketplace now stood cold and desolate. Stalls were sparse and vendors called out half-heartedly, their voices echoing through the empty square with barely any response. Stalls that had once displayed fresh fruits, vegetables, and exquisite handicrafts now held only a few shabby leftover goods utterly ignored by passers-by. The once busy courier station had also lost its former vitality. Weeds overran the open ground in front of it, and the hitching post stood alone, devoid of neighing horses and the constant flow of travelers. Inside the station the attendants sat or lay about, their eyes glazed over as they stared at the sky, waiting for guests who would never arrive. The theaters and tea-houses which had once resounded with song and dance were now utterly deserted. The theater doors were sealed shut, and the posters outside had faded, their writing now blurred and illegible. The melodious tunes and cheerful laughter of patrons were. Tables and chairs in the tea house lay toppled and scattered with dust settled thick upon the tea sets. Only the faint wisp of steam rising from a teapot hinted at recent life, yet no one was there to taste it. The few pedestrians on the streets hurried past with haggard faces stripped of their former leisure and ease. Occasionally a few children would run by, their laughter startlingly loud against the quiet streets, yet it brought a touch of vitality to the lifeless capital. Su Shi and Su Mu knew that in this perilous capital the tavern was the place where news flowed most freely. Su Mu straightened his robes and stepped inside with a solemn expression. Su Mu stood tall and imposing, clad in a dark martial robe. The hem of his garment swayed gently with his movements, exuding an air of sharp efficiency. A broad leather belt was fastened around his waist, holding a longsword. The patterns on the scabbard were ancient and mysterious, faintly radiating a chilling aura. His face was resolute, with sharp slanted brows that swept toward his temples. His deep, piercing eyes gleamed like cold stars in the night sky, reflecting stern vigilance. Beneath his high-bridged nose his thin lips were tightly pressed, as if he were perpetually devising strategies to counter impending crises. His jet-black hair was neatly tied atop his head and secured with a white jade hairpin, further accentuating his dashing and heroic bearing. Su Shi, in contrast, moved with graceful elegance. She wore a moon-white silk dress adorned with delicate silver patterns that shimmered subtly as she walked like glistening ripples under the moonlight. A pale blue silk ribbon was tied at her waist, its bow fluttering gently with each movement. Her face was fair as jade, with eyebrows like distant misty peaks. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with radiant charm, yet a faint trace of worry occasionally flickered within them. Her lips, delicate as cherry blossoms, were naturally rosy without any rouge. Her soft flowing black hair cascaded down to her waist, loosely gathered with a simple wooden hairpin. A few loose strands fell beside her cheeks, adding to her tender and endearing allure. In the old days the capital streets were filled with ordinary folks in simple garments, their faces bearing the honest, weathered marks of a hard-working life. Back then Su Mu's resolute yet stern face and Su Zai's gentle, spirited appearance would have been utterly unremarkable amidst the bustling crowd, blending in without a trace of distinction. But now the capital was engulfed in deathly stillness, plagued by demons and monsters. The survivors mostly wore expressions of terror and despair, their eyes hollow and vacant, their clothes tattered, and their demeanor frantic. Su Mu remained tall and vigilant, his posture unwavering. Su Shi stayed serene and clear-eyed, her beauty unmarred. Together they stood in stark contrast to the pervasive decay and fear around them. As they walked through the streets, their clean robes and resolute expressions seemed out of place amidst the chaos and despair, as if they had stepped out of a world filled with hope and tranquility. Yet it was precisely this incongruity that made them a unique and radiant beacon in the darkened capital, bearing the mission to shatter the silence and save the city. The moment Su Shi and Su Mu stepped into the tavern, they were enveloped by a stench of decay. The interior was dim and gloomy, with a few scattered patrons huddled in the corners, their eyes darting about in terror. Suddenly a chilling wind swept through, rattling the doors and windows. In the corner a tattered drunkard pointed a trembling finger towards the window. "Look over there." Everyone followed his gaze to see a shadowy mass darting through the alleys, accompanied by eerie howls. Wherever it passed, a dense, ominous mist lingered, instilling a sense of dread. An elderly man, his face pale, whispered, "The capital has fallen to demons and monsters. It seems peaceful by day, but at night it becomes their domain. Even some of the patrolling guards have been possessed, making it impossible to tell friend from foe." Su Mu tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze resolute. "At this rate the capital is doomed. We must find the source of this demonic plague and restore peace to the capital." Su Shi nodded, slightly a trace of worry in her eyes. It seemed they had stumbled upon a monstrous crisis within this tavern. Su Mu's voice was low and powerful, echoing through the silent, eerie tavern. The patrons' faces grew more fearful at his words. Some even began to pray silently, hoping this calamity would not befall them. Su Zai's gaze drifted through the window to the mist-shrouded streets of the capital, her mind racing. She knew this demonic uprising was no accident. A nefarious plot must lurk beneath the surface. Perhaps some evil force had been awakened, or perhaps it was the deliberate work of someone. Regardless, they were now embroiled in the very heart of this crisis, and extricating themselves unscathed was no longer enough. "Let's first ask around if there have been any unusual occurrences or suspicious individuals in the capital recently," Su Shi said softly, her gentle voice carrying an unmistakable resolve. Su Mu gave a slight nod. "Agreed. This tavern is a melting pot. Oh, we might find some useful leads here." With that he rose and walked to the counter to question the trembling waiter, while Su Shi discreetly observed the patrons' every move, missing no detail. They knew this arduous battle to protect the capital was only just beginning. Su Mu's tall figure exuded an air of determination as he strode up to the counter. The waiter nearly collapsed in fright. Su Mu softened his tone and asked gently, "No need to fear, my friend. I just have a few questions. The capital has been restless these days. Have you witnessed anything out of the ordinary? Or seen any strangers lurking about? The waiter stammered, raising his head with terror-filled eyes, his voice quivering. Sir, I have seen some strange things indeed. A few nights ago when I got up I saw a dark shadow flash past the street corner, incredibly fast, accompanied by eerie sounds. Sounds I've never heard in my life. It scared me so much I didn't dare leave the house for days. Also lately there have been people in black robes with veiled faces loitering around. I didn't dare look too closely, and I have no idea what they're up to. Meanwhile, Sushi appeared to be idly strolling through the tavern, but in truth, she was taking in every expression and gesture of the patrons. In the corner, a hunched old man clutched his wine cup, his gaze repeatedly flicking towards the window. His fingers would involuntarily tighten whenever an unusual sound arose. Sushi edged closer, hoping to glean some clues from his murmurs. This unknown, arduous journey loomed over them like a heavy pall, yet the resolve in their eyes never wavered. They were determined to uncover the truth amidst the chaos and save the imperiled capital. Sushi moved with a graceful floating step, quietly approaching the old man in the corner. Her figure was as light as a gentle breeze, drawing no attention from anyone. Her gaze remained fixed on the old man. His wrinkled hand gripped the wine cup tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. The wine in the cup swayed, gently threatening. A chilling wind rustled the branches outside the window. The old man's body gave a sudden start, a flicker of barely perceptible panic flashing in his eyes. He swiftly turned his head towards the window. Though he tried to conceal it, his trembling fingers betrayed the fear within him. Seeing this, Sushi slowed her steps and casually took a seat at the nearby table. She pretended to idly adjust her sleeve, but her ears were keenly attuned to the old man's every movement. By now, fine beads of sweat had formed on the old man's forehead. He raised his sleeve to wipe them away, then took a deep breath as if striving to steady his frayed nerve. Then he slightly parted his lips and muttered a few words in a low, indistinct voice. Sushi could only catch fragments like retribution and its coming, which deepened her suspicion and steeled her resolve to uncover the truth from him. Sushi edged closer to the old man, without making a sound, leaning her body forward slightly, to hear more clearly. Yet the old man's voice was so faint as if he feared being overheard by anyone else. The old man's lips continued to quiver and sweat droplets rolled down his cheeks, falling onto his shabby clothes and leaving small dark stains. He cast another nervous glance out the window, his murky eyes filled with terror and unease. His hands unconsciously kneaded the hem of his clothes, as if trapped in a horrifying memory. Sushi pondered inwardly, convinced that the word retribution concealed a past unknown to others, perhaps intricately linked to the chaos of demons and monsters now rampant in the capital. She gently bit her lower lip, a stubborn glint in her eyes, determined to find a way to make the old man lower his guard and reveal the secret buried deep in his heart. Even a mere fragment might hold the key to resolving the capital's crisis. Just then Sumu finished his conversation with the shopkeeper and walked over to Sushi. Seeing her focused expression, he instantly understood the situation and turned his gaze towards the suspicious old man, as well, silently waiting for the right moment to uncover the truth. Suddenly, as if seized by an invisible malevolent force, the old man's muscles violently contracted and spasmed. His entire body shook like a leaf, and his back arched high like a frightened shrimp, his limbs flailing erratically, knocking over the tables and chairs around him. His face flushed, deep red veins bulging on his neck like sinister serpents writhing beneath the skin. His mouth gaped wide, yet only broken, piercing hisses escaped, as if an invisible hand were clutching his throat, preventing him from breathing freely or voicing the terror within. The old man was like a startled bird gripped tightly by a demon's claw. In an instant his body convulsed violently, as if struck by an electric shock. Every muscle was like a taut string twitching madly under the plucking of fear, emitting a silent wail. His eyes bulged wide like copper bells, filled with sheer terror and despair, as if he were gazing upon the most horrifying sight imaginable. Bloodshot veins crisscrossed the whites of his eyes like his mouth gaped uncontrollably like a bottomless black abyss, emitting only broken, feeble clucking sounds, like the final gasp of a worn-out bellows or the desperate howl of a dying beast. His already hunched frame curled up even tighter like a trembling leaf in a fierce gale, on the verge of being swept into the boundless darkness of despair. His terrified appearance suggested he was utterly submerged by the tide of fear, with only the faintest will to survive clinging on, yet even that was fading away in the endless dread. The old man huddled in the corner, his body convulsing violently like a wounded beast struck by panic. His fingers clawed at the tabletop, knuckles whitening, as if he were trying to gouge a chunk out of the rough wooden surface. His eyes were wide open, bloodshot and bulging, as if the god of fear had seized him by the throat. Only faint, dissonant whimpers escaped his cracked lips, desperate wails that seemed to rise from the depths of hell. Yet this harrowing scene barely stirred a ripple in the tavern. The patrons sat in a stupor, their gazes hollow and vacant. A few listless glances drifted toward the commotion before quickly turning away, as if the old man's terror were contagious. Not a trace of surprise crossed their faces. They had long grown accustomed to death and horror in this demon-infested capital, utterly desensitized to such spectacle. Some mechanically poured wine down their throats, letting it trickle down their chins and soak their garments without a care. Others simply stared blankly at their cups, their gazes distant and ethereal, as if the world around them had ceased to exist. A miasma of decay and despair permeated the entire tavern. This deathly stillness was far more chilling than the old man's terror, as if everyone were awaiting the apocalypse, powerless to resist their predetermined fate. Sushi swiftly drew a staff, radiating a soft, luminous glow from behind her. Griping it firmly with both hands, she spun gracefully the tip of the staff, pointing directly at the old man. In an instant she channeled the spiritual energy within her, watching as it surged down her arms and poured into the staff. As Sue's eyes, spiritual energy flowed forth, the staff blazed with brilliance. Ribbon-like streams of energy surged from its tip, swirling rapidly around the old man, and forming a bright, gentle vortex of spiritual power. The radiant glow fell upon the old man's terrified face, coating it in a strange, luminous film, yet it could not dispel the profound dread in his eyes. Sue's gaze was focused and resolute. She meticulously controlled the intensity and direction of her spiritual energy, ensuring the encircling barrier was both stable and harmless to the old man. In that moment she resembled a guardian spirit watching over the mortal realm. Under the tender, gentle embrace of Sue's spiritual energy, the mysterious force that had been rampaging through the old man's body, inflicting endless agony, gradually became bound by a soft, yet unyielding light, losing its power to wreak havoc. The old man's violently trembling frame seemed to be soothed by a pair of gentle, yet firm hands. His convulsions slowed like a worn-out machine, his legs, which had been thrashing uncontrollably, gradually settled back to the ground. His taut toes slowly relaxed, scuffing faint sounds against the floor. His hands, once clenched so tightly that his nails had nearly dug into his palms, slowly uncurled. The deep white marks left by prolonged tension began to regain their natural color under the soothing influence of the spiritual energy. His facial muscles relaxed, the wrinkles carved by fear and pain smoothing out. His eyelids ceased their frantic twitching, and his eyes stopped their panicked darting. His eyes, once bulging nearly out of their sockets, gradually returned to their natural shape. A flicker of confusion passed through them, as if bewildered by the sudden cessation of his convulsions, before being replaced by the relief of a survivor. A faint yet unmistakable glimmer, like a star emerging from the darkness. He tentatively drew a deep breath. The air flowed into his lungs as smoothly as a babbling brook, pouring a refreshing spring into his parched chest, and washing over him with unprecedented ease. He lifted his chin slightly, his throat bobbing gently, as he savored the breath circulating freely through his body, as if every cell were greedily devouring this hard-won fresh air. Then he slowly raised his arm, first curling and uncurling his fingers to test their flexibility. The once numb stiff digits now seemed reborn, bending and straightening with ease. He rotated his wrist, and a faint crack echoed from his aged joints, as if celebrating the joy of renewal. Next he rolled his shoulders. The lingering soreness from his long huddle faded under the spiritual energy's influence, and the newfound lightness prompted him to give his body a gentle shake. Meanwhile, the patrons, who had been so apathetic and indifferent moments before, now seemed drawn by an invisible force. They set down their cups and chopsticks, a ripple of astonishment stirring in their previously vacant eyes. Their gazes converged on the old man's, mouths slightly agape as if about to speak, yet struck dumb by the incredible sight before them, frozen in place. The old man's striking transformation was like a boulder plunging into a tranquil lake, instantly sending ripples of shock through the tavern. Patrons who had been lost in their own worlds were now drawn by an invisible force, their gazes converging on the old man, and sushi faces etched with a blend of astonishment and bewilderment. Some set down their cups, letting wine spill across the tables, others gaped, mouths agape, as if words were trapped in their throats, silenced by the sheer incredulity. In an instant, exclamations and murmurs swelled the tavern, erupting like a boiling cauldron plunged into an unprecedented uproar. Meanwhile, freed from the throes of prolonged agony and terror, the old man's mind gradually regained clarity. Traces of lingering fear remained in his eyes, but they were overshadowed by a profound gratitude towards Sushi. He shuffled forward with unsteady steps, each movement cautious, as if afraid to disturb the hard-won peace. Upon reaching Sushi, his trembling hands rose as he moved to kneel in deference. Quick as a flash, Sushi reached out to steady him, her voice gentle. "Elder, what are you doing? Please rise." But the old man insisted, his voice choked with emotion. "Young lady, you are my savior. Had it not been for you, I would have met my end today. Such a great kindness, how could I ever repay it?" With those words, murky tears welled up and streamed down his deeply wrinkled cheeks, falling to the floor. Sushi offered a warm smile, gently patting his shoulder. "Elder, there is no need for this. First, calm yourself. If you know anything about the current state of the capital, sharing it with me would be the greatest repayment of all." Hearing this, the old man nodded repeatedly, wiping his tears with his sleeve. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, but under Su Zai's sincere and unwavering gaze he steeled himself, ready to speak the secrets buried deep within his heart. Sushi leaned forward slightly, her eyes brimming with concern and patience. A smile like the warm spring sun dispelling shadows graced her lips as she sought to soothe his agitated emotions. She gently raised her hand and placed it on his trembling shoulder, patting it softly. The light touches seemed to carry a magic of their own, conveying silent comfort and encouragement, while she secretly hoped he might hold vital clues to resolve the capital's peril. Her lips parted, her voice soft and melodious like a clear mountain stream flowing through the clamorous tavern. Elder, there is no need for this. First calm yourself. If you know anything about the current state of the capital, sharing it with me would be the greatest repayment of all. The sincerity and hope in her tone were laid bare. She mused that perhaps this elder was the key to unraveling the mystery, and even the faintest glimmer of hope was worth grasping tightly. Upon hearing these words, the old man's murky eyes flew wide, filled with shock and deep emotion. He raised a withered, bony hand, wiping the remnants of tears with his frayed sleeve, and sniffled, striving to compose himself. Yet his heart churned like a tempest. On one hand, he knew that voicing those buried secrets could invite unforeseen trouble, for the forces behind them were mysterious and formidable. On the other, Su Zai's life-saving grace weighed upon him like a mountain, making silence feel like a betrayal of conscience. Caught in this dilemma, hesitation flickered in his eyes. He averted his gaze, unable to meet the sincerity in Su Zai's eyes. But when his eyes met hers once more, he saw a resolute stare blazing like a torch, a beacon in the darkness that illuminated his wavering heart. He pressed his lips together, as if summoning immense courage. Inwardly, he resolved, enough. This young lady risked herself to save me, and she must be determined to save the capital. How can I cower now? At last the old man steeled himself and spoke slowly. Young lady, to be honest, the chaos in the capital is likely tied to that abandoned mansion in the western part of the city. As his words unfolded, the tavern's clamor seemed to subside. Everyone held their breath, afraid to miss the startling secret about to be unveiled. Young lady, to be honest with you, the chaos plaguing this capital is inextricably linked to that forsaken manor on the city's western edge. As of late, every night when darkness falls, a strange, eerie light emanates from within that estate, sometimes accompanied by faint, mournful sobs that send chills down the spine of any who hear them. The city's children cry without reason, adults grow restless, and irritable calamities strike with increasing frequency, and commerce has withered. Summoning my courage, I ventured to scout the perimeter of that old manor and witnessed shadowy figures darting about with a ghostly, unnatural grace. These are no ordinary beings. Moreover, these past few days I've noticed several suspicious individuals frequenting the place. They exude an aura of malevolent energy, and it's plain to see they are not to be trifled with. I've been covertly tracking their movements and discovered that every time they enter the manor they carry peculiar instruments. Bronze mirrors etched with cryptic runes, black cloth bundles reeking of decay, and bone-like objects that shimmer with an eerie luminescence. I cannot fathom what kind of sorcerous relics these might be. One night my suspicion got the better of me, and I stealthily followed them. The moonlight was dim, and an oppressive silence hung in the air, broken only by their footsteps echoing ominously through the still night. After they slipped back into the manor, I crept closer, peering through the half-ajar, decaying door. Inside, swirling clouds of sinister mist filled the hall. The figures stood at the center, chanting incantations under their breath, their instruments glinting with a cold, baleful light within the fog. As their incantations grew louder, a massive dark crimson formation began to materialize on the floor, its lines pulsing with energy, as if something was about to burst forth from beneath. Terrified, I clamped my hand over my mouth, terrified that the slightest sound would betray my presence. Just then a chilling gust of wind swept through, thinning the mist. Through the haze I caught a glimpse of a colossal, shadowy figure writhing and struggling at the heart of the formation, as if bound by some unseen force, yet desperately fighting to break free. Seeing this, the suspicious figures quickened their chanting, their faces a mix of tension and manic excitement. Suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek tore through the night air from the depths of the manor, leaving my ears ringing. In the next instant, a gigantic black claw burst forth from the formation, slamming heavily into the ground, and sending dust and debris flying. The figures seemed momentarily startled by the sudden upheaval, but quickly regained their composure and continued to manipulate the formation. I knew then that this was no trivial matter. If these evil entities were allowed to emerge, the capital would be plunged into a bloodbath. So suppressing my terror, I turned and sprinted desperately back towards the city. My only hope was to find the old Taoist hermit living beyond the city walls, whose legendary mastery of the arcane arts might be the capital's sole salvation. As I ran, the wind howled past my ears, my heart pounding in my throat, the horrifying scene from the manor replaying endlessly in my mind. The path beneath my feet was rugged and uneven, but I dared not slow down, knowing that every moment lost brought greater peril to the capital. After what felt like an eternity, I finally spotted the dilapidated Taoist temple where the old master resided. Gasping for breath, I pounded desperately on the temple door, screaming for help. After what seemed like an age, the door creaked open, and a pair of cold, penetrating eyes fell upon me. There stood the old Taoist, his bearing ethereal and otherworldly. Without a moment's hesitation, I grabbed his sleeve and pleaded urgently, "Master, you must save the capital. An evil entity is about to be unleashed from the old manor in the west." The old Taoist's expression turned grave, his eyes reflecting both solemnity and resolve. He swiftly grabbed his peachwood sword and said, "Lead the way." We raced back to the western manor. By now the light emanating from within had grown blindingly intense, and the malevolent aura was so thick it seemed to devour everything in its path. The old Taoist charged into the manor without hesitation. With a sweep of his peachwood sword, a beam of golden light shot forth, momentarily dispersing the noxious mist. The suspicious figures, enraged at the intrusion, glared at him and lunged forward. Unfazed, the old Taoist began to chant, his sword whirling with formidable force as he engaged the sinister cultists in a fierce and breathtaking battle. Yet despite his formidable magical prowess, the dark forces seemed to be an inexhaustible wellspring. The shadowy figures continued to manipulate the formation, summoning ever more dark power. The air of evil permeated every inch of the manor. In a flash, more malevolent creatures swarmed over him, and the old Taoist was engulfed by the darkness, falling silent forever. I watched in horror, my leg, but the evil was too strong. A massive black tendril suddenly lashed out from the formation, wrapping around the old Taoist's legs and violently dragging him. In a flash, more malevolent creatures swarmed over him, and the old Taoist was engulfed by the darkness, falling silent forever. I watched in horror, my legs giving way as I collapsed to the ground. Despair consumed me. What was I to do now? What would become of the people of the capital? With the old Taoist gone, nothing stood between the evil within that manor and its freedom. It would soon break its bonds and wreak havoc upon this land, bringing untold catastrophe and death. And I, powerless, could only wait in terror for the fate that lay ahead. The moment the old man's words faded, a fire dragon materialized in the sky above the capital. In an instant, the once clear heavens were dyed a blinding crimson. Waves of searing heat radiated outward, invisible ripples distorting the very air. The fire dragon was colossal, its sinuous form blotting out the sun. Wreathed in raging flames, every movement it made whipped up fierce gales that howled across. Its scales gleamed with a metallic sheen in the firelight, like countless burning shields, exuding an aura of bone-chilling dread. Its eyes, like twin golden suns, blazed with fury and majesty. They fixed upon a single point in the capital, as if heralding an impending catastrophe. In that moment, the entire city plunged into panic and a suffocating silence, its people frozen by the terrifying sight above. The people stood as if struck by a paralysis spell, staring blankly at the sky. Their eyes were wide, filled with terror and disbelief. Their mouths hung slightly agape, yet no sound escaped. Their bodies were rigid, limbs frozen, as if encased in ice, unable to move an inch. Some children clung tightly to their parents' legs, their faces ashen. The parents mechanically shielded their children, yet they themselves were paralyzed by fear. The bustling marketplace fell into absolute silence. Only the dragon's roars echoed through the air, as if mocking the people's insignificance and fragility. This moment of terror was seared into every heart, and time itself seemed to stand still. The old man's time-worn face turned deathly pale. The deep wrinkles seemed to etch themselves even deeper. His eyes bulged with shock and fear, his mouth fell open in astonishment, his chin trembling uncontrollably as he muttered unintelligible words. His body began to sway involuntarily, as if struck by an unseen force. He staggered backward, his arms hanging limp at his sides, fingers slightly curled, as if trying to grasp something for support, but finding nothing. His tattered robes fluttered noisily in the sudden hot wind, his white hair whipped into disarray. It seemed all his vitality had been drained in an instant. He could only stare blankly at the terrifying dragon above, the light in his eyes dimming, leaving only endless despair and bewilderment. After circling wantonly in the sky, the fire dragon suddenly opened its massive maw. Several blazing orbs of flame wrapped in scorching heat howled as they shot downwards. The fireballs streaked across the sky like meteors slamming into the earth. Houses and trees where they landed were instantly engulfed in flames, accompanied by the crackling of burning and billowing smoke. The fire dragon circled once more, its colossal body coiling and twisting, kicking up a scorching gale that scattered the clouds around it. Its tail, wreathed in raging flames, traced a dazzling arc across the sky before it shot off towards the west of the city like an arrow from a bow. Along its path, firelight blazed, illuminating half the sky. The powerful air currents battered the houses and trees below, rattling windows and doors, and sending branches whipping wildly. As it passed, the air sizzled and crackled from the intense heat. The people on the ground watched the colossal beast recede, their hearts filled with the lingering dread of a narrow escape. Yet they were also deeply worried about the unknown fate of the Western District, wondering what turmoil this fearsome dragon would unleash there. Sushi and Su-mu watched the fire dragon speed towards the west, its blazing light leaving a long trail across the sky. Having heard the old man's words linking the capital's chaos to the mansion in the west, they were filled with doubt and unease. Sushi frowned, her eyes filled with worry, pondering what secrets lay hidden within. What was so peculiar about that mansion in the west that it could trigger such bizarre and terrifying phenomena? Su-mu meanwhile clenched his fist slightly, a look of determination appearing on his face. Within him stirred both a wariness of the unknown danger and a resolute desire to uncover the truth and unravel the mystery. They exchanged a glance, and without a word knew each other's minds. They decided to head towards the western district to uncover the truth shrouded in layers of fog, even if what awaited them were unimaginable perils and unknown supernatural forces. At dusk, the dying sun bled crimson, draping the streets and alleys of the capital in an ominous shroud. The tranquil thoroughfare was suddenly shattered by a cacophony of shrill squeals as a horde of colossal rats surged forth from nowhere. These vermin were robust in build, their filthy, greasy gray fur glistening with a nauseating sheen under the dim light. Their eyes blazed with an eerie crimson glow, and long fangs jutted from the corners of their mouths, scraping against the stone pavement with a grating, chattering sound. Like a surging black tide, they flooded the streets, biting at anything in their path. Street stalls were instantly toppled, fresh fruits and vegetables tumbling to the ground, swiftly devoured into a mess of splattered juices and unrecognizable pulp. Wooden doors and windows fared no better, gnawed into deep grooves by the rodents' razor-sharp teeth, sending splinters flying. In an instant, chaos engulfed the capital's main avenue. Shouts and screams intermingled as panic-stricken people fled in every direction, yet many were still bitten by the frenzied rats, their agonized cries echoing through the air. Driven as if by some malevolent force, the swarm, after wreaking havoc, scurried swiftly towards the western part of the city, leaving behind a ravaged street and shell-shocked survivors casting a thick pall of terror and foreboding over the once bustling capital. Standing by the roadside, Sushi and Su-mu watched the direction the fire dragon had vanished, still reeling from the shock, when another horde of enormous rats came charging past, claws bared, sprinting madly towards the city's west. The street was utter pandemonium, the cries of the people and the crash of shattered objects ringing in their ears, yet they remained oblivious, their minds utterly consumed by the bizarre spectacles unfolding one after another. Sue's eyes were filled with confusion and vigilance. She bit her lower lip, lightly pondering inwardly. The fire dragon headed west, and now these rats are scurrying there with such urgency. How can this be mere coincidence? There must be a profound connection between the two, absolutely, not serendipity. Her gaze followed the surging tide of rats, searching for any clue, her knitted brows furrowed so tightly they seemed. Su-mu, on the other hand, clenched his fist, his gaze resolute, yet worried, and whispered, "What secret lies hidden in the west? What could draw such bizarre phenomena to appear in succession?" Fire and rats. One a symbol of celestial dominion, the other creatures of filth from the earth, yet both are drawn to the west. Something momentous is bound to occur there. We must hasten, lest the situation worsen. With that, he turned to look at Sushi. Their eyes met, each seeing the unwavering determination mirrored in the other's gaze. They knew the path ahead would be fraught with peril, but to uncover the truth and avert the impending catastrophe they had no choice but to press forward, even if it meant venturing into a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. Sushi and Su-mu resolved to investigate the ancient mansion in the western district. They had heard of the recent disturbances plaguing the capital, and from fragments of others' conversations gleaned hints of the mansion's mystery and danger. That morning they packed their belongings hastily and set off towards the west. Along the way the sunlight bathed them, yet it failed to dispel the gloom weighing upon their hearts. As they ventured into the outskirts of the western district, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate and silent. Overgrown weeds lined the path, and occasionally startled birds would burst into flight with shrill cries as if warning of the perils ahead. When the silhouette of the derelict mansion gradually emerged in the distance, Sushi and Su-mu exchanged a glance, each perceiving a mix of tension and excitement in the other's eyes. The mansion's grand doors were shut tight, the bronze lock heavily corroded with rust, and several sections of the surrounding wall had collapsed, exuding an air of decay and desolation. They approached cautiously. Sushi gently brushed aside the weeds obstructing her path, while Su-mu vigilantly scanned their surroundings for any sign of movement. Just as they were about to push open the doors, a chilling gust of wind swept through, rustling the trees around the mansion with a whispery sound, as if countless unseen eyes were watching them from the darkness. Sushi and Su-mu slowly pushed open the dilapidated door, and a wave of stale, decaying air rushed toward them. The door creaked loudly on its hinges, echoing in the silence of the ancient house, resembling the pained groans of the structure itself. Upon entering the ancient house, the first sight that greeted them was a desolate, chaotic courtyard. Weeds grew thickly, nearly reaching their knees, interspersed with broken tiles and worn stones, remnants of a house that had long since collapsed. The path in the courtyard had long been obscured by overgrown grass, making it hard to discern its original shape. The walls of the surrounding houses were covered in dark green moss, and the erosion of time had left cracks all over, with some areas flaking away to reveal a patchy brick structure beneath. Most of the doors and windows were in a state of disrepair, the paper on the window frames long since torn, trembling in the wind like struggling butterflies. Looking up, the roof tiles were missing in places, with rays of sunlight filtering through the gaps, forming dim columns of light that failed to breathe any life into the gloomy ancient house. A faint musty smell filled the air, mingled with a hint of an almost imperceptible stench of decay that made one feel nauseous. Occasionally, a few mice scurried past in the corners, making squeaking sounds that shattered the momentary silence before disappearing into the dark corners, leaving behind a chilling stillness. In the depths of the ancient house, a faint mist seemed to linger, obscuring their vision and adding an air of mystery and terror, as if countless eyes were hidden within the fog, watching every move of the intruders. Su-Shi and Su-Mu cautiously made their way along the courtyard walls, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. The dry grass rustled underfoot, and a gentle breeze occasionally brushed past, stirring the edges of their garments. Their figures appeared somewhat lonely under the dim sky, as their gazes swept across every corner of the courtyard, leaving no potential hiding place unchecked. After circling around, apart from the few startled mice that darted past the corners, the courtyard was eerily quiet, devoid of anything else they had feared or hoped to see. Only the mottled walls, a dry well, and a desolate firewood shed, all immersed in a suffocating silence. With anxious hearts, they slowly pushed open the door, and a wave of stale, putrid air engulfed them. A swift glance inside left them stunned and rooted to the there. A circle of enormous dark-furred rats with fierce eyes bared their sharp teeth, producing squeaking sounds, as if guarding something. At the center of this circle of giant rats sat an extraordinarily bizarre creature. Its dragon head held high, majestic eyes closed, a human face pale, yet exuding an eerie calm, a lion's body robust and muscular, its four limbs like eagle's claws, sharp and curved, deeply embedded into the ground, seemingly ready to leap into the air and devour. The entire scene resembled a horrifying picture from hell, sending chills down one's spine and causing the scalp to tingle. Su-Shi and Su-Mu stepped into the room trembling, and upon raising their eyes they were stunned by the horrifying sight before them, nearly having their hearts leap out of their throats. They saw a circle of plump, menacing rats surrounding the area, their sharp claws scratching the ground, producing a spine-chilling sound. At the very center of this circle of giant rats sat a creature of the most bizarre appearance, its dragon scales glinting coldly in the dim light, its human face devoid of color, while the lion's fur seemed to bear mysterious patterns, and its eagle-like limbs resembled steel hooks, exuding an air of danger. At that moment, the creature slowly opened its eyes, its gaze locking on Su-Shi, and then it curled its lips into an exceedingly eerie smile, as if harboring endless secrets and malice, speaking in a deep, chilling voice. "Girl, long time no see, I hope you've been well." The voice echoed within the room, making the atmosphere even more oppressive, suffocating those present. The monster, like a long-lost acquaintance, seemed lost in recollection. "By my reckoning, it has been 1,300 years since we last met." Su-Shi was stunned, her face instantly paling as shockwaves roiled within her heart. She mused inwardly, "How is this possible? I am but 1,200 years old. Why would it say such a thing? Could it be that deep within my unawakened memories lies a hidden past I know nothing of? What entanglement could I possibly have with this monster? Why do I have no recollection of this at all?" Suzui's eyes were filled with confusion and unease as she warily regarded the creature, searching its grotesque visage for any clue to unravel this sudden mystery. The monster glared at Su-Shi, its eyes blazing with a fury that seemed to devour her. It roared, "You sealed me beneath Mount Wu Wang, forcing me to endure the agonizing torment of the flames of Wu Wang every single day. Every inch of my flesh, every shred of my soul suffered in that hellish fire. And you simply reincarnated, remade as the daughter of the heavenly emperor, basking in glory and living a life of ease and pleasure." A distant, hazy memory flashed through Suzui's mind like lightning. In her past life, it was this very monster that had unleashed a bloody storm upon the world, plunging the once peaceful realm into chaos and ruin. It possessed a malevolent and formidable power capable of summoning all beings, humans and demons alike, who harbored wicked thoughts, beguiling them into absolute obedience and driving them to mercilessly slaughter the innocent. Wherever it passed, devastation followed. Thriving cities crumbled into ruins, the people were displaced, and their wails shook the heavens. Those harrowing scenes seemed as vivid as yesterday. Su-Shi gazed at the monster, the shock in her eyes gradually giving way to resolve. She began to understand that her past self had sealed it beneath Mount Wu Wang as a desperate measure to save the mortal world. But now the monster had resurfaced while she had lost most of her memories. The road ahead was fraught with peril, yet she had silently vowed that the tragedy of her past life would never repeat itself. Su-Shi clenched her fists, her eyes radiating unprecedented determination. She reasoned that the seal of her past life had never truly solved the problem. It had merely forced the evil into dormancy, leaving an endless hidden peril for the world. This time she would not repeat the same mistake, for leniency and hesitation would only invite greater calamity. Recalling the slaughtered innocents, those tragic scenes were etched into her heart like brands, an indelible wound that now transformed into an unyielding source of strength. She knew full well that the monster before her was cunning and powerful, wielding the terrifying ability to manipulate dark desires. Yet she was prepared. Whatever the cost, she would find its weakness, rally all her strength and wisdom, and annihilate it utterly, restoring true peace to the world, sparing mortals from this undeserved doom and fear, and letting justice and tranquility reign once more. Sushi tilted her chin slightly, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her lips as she regarded the monster with amusement. Oh, look who we have here. My, you actually crawled out from Mount Wuwang, did you? I thought you'd be scorched by the flames of Wuwang for all eternity with no hope of escape. Seems that place couldn't hold you after all. But mark my words, you've chosen the wrong time to emerge. Don't think you can run rampant as you once did. I won't stand idly by and let you wreak havoc upon this world. As she spoke, a faint glow of spiritual energy began to radiate from Su, she a silent declaration of her unwavering resolve, and an unspoken warning not to be trifled with. The monster's face flickered with irritation upon hearing her words, and it sneered. Sushi, don't celebrate just yet. Today is the day you pay your dues. I will make you suffer dearly for everything you did to me. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense, as if a great battle was on the verge of erupting. Sushi furrowed her brows, her eyes blazing with indignation as she glared coldly at the monster. Look at what you've done to this world. Demons and monsters run rampant, and the people suffer beyond measure. All of this is because of you. For your own selfish desires, you've trampled upon the lives of every living being. Today I will eradicate you completely and restore peace to this world. With that, the spiritual light around Su, she blazed ever brighter, as if she were pouring every ounce of her power into settling this once and for all. The radiance cast a determined glow upon her resolute features. The monster in response let out a series of harsh cackling laughs, utterly unperturbed by her words, and prepared to launch another ferocious assault. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Sushi took the initiative, her figure like lightning enveloped in her surrounding spiritual energy, charging towards the monster like a burning meteor. With a swing of her longsword, a sharp sword, she instantly sliced through the air, emitting a piercing scream as it targeted the monster's vital points. The monster did not evade, crossing its arms before its chest, thick black smoke swirling around it, forming a black shield that forcefully blocked the blow. Where the sword chi collided with the shield, a deafening boom erupted as spiritual energy and black smoke intertwined and churned, creating visible ripples of energy that spread outward, causing the ground around them to crack and collapse. Immediately after, the monster opened its gaping maw and spewed forth a jet of black flames, within which countless vengeful spirits wailed, carrying a strong stench of decay as they lunged towards Sushi. Su's eyes expression sharpened, her hands quickly forming seals, and a light curtain woven from spiritual energy appeared before her as the flames struck the curtain, crackling like firecrackers, sending up sparks. Seizing the opportunity, Sushi pushed with both hands the curtain, thrusting back the flames with immense force, enveloping the monster. Seeing this, the monster stomped fiercely, causing the ground to tremble violently, and from beneath the earth erupted numerous thick black tentacles covered in sharp barbs, entwining towards Sushi with the mud and debris of the ground, attempting to block the flames' counterattack and trap her. Sushi remained calm, lightly tapping her toes on the ground, her body leaping gracefully. She flipped in the air to avoid the tentacles' attack. At the same time, she chanted incantations, and several spiritual energy daggers flew from her palms, spinning in the air, radiating a chilling light, like a pack of hungry wolves pouncing toward the monster's eyes and other critical areas. The two sides exchanged blows. The battle was extremely fierce, and for a moment it was difficult to determine a victor, while the surrounding space began to distort and blur under their immense power, as if it would collapse at any moment. Just as Su Shi and the monster were at a stalemate, a shadow rushed in from the distance. It was Su Mu. He moved with agility like a bolt of black lightning, instantly entering the battlefield. Sumu tightly gripped his longsword, its tip glinting with cold light, exuding an unstoppable momentum as he aimed directly at the monster's back. The monster noticed the attack from behind and turned to swing its robust arm to block. However, Sumu adeptly sidestepped, evading the monster's counterattack, while his sword quickly slid along the monster's arm towards its shoulder. With a powerful thrust, he managed to tear away a chunk of black flesh, splattering black blood mist. Seeing Sumu come to assist Su, she felt her spirit lift, shouting, "Sumu, today, we shall join forces to completely eradicate this vile beast." With that, she once again unleashed her spiritual energy, her longsword radiating brilliance, surrounded by strands of light, like the flickering tongue of a serpent attacking towards the monster's abdomen. Caught between attacks from both sides, the monster grew even more frenzied, throwing back its head and roaring, its muscles tensed and bulging, seemingly gaining even more strength. It suddenly spat a wave of black energy towards Sumu while using its other hand to unleash a powerful gust of wind towards Sushi, attempting to force both. Sumu was undaunted, quickly rotating his sword in front of him, forming a silver vortex that engulfed the black energy wave, neutralizing the attack. Meanwhile, Sushi stepped into the void, using the force to flip in the air, avoiding the gust, and swung her sword towards the monster's neck, the sword wind howling with Sushi and Sumu displayed perfect coordination, momentarily battling the monster to a standstill as spiritual energy intertwined and flashed across the battlefield. The fierce combat scene was breathtaking. Huh. The monster let out a maniacal screech filled with hatred and delight. Foolish beings, did you naively think that the over 1,000 springs I endured in the dark and desolate Wuwang Mountain were meaningless delays? Wrong. In that endless darkness, every moment my soul was scorched by the flames of vengeance. Every second I struggled and fused with the power of the Wuwang fire, until I thoroughly tamed it, making it a part of my being. Now open your eyes wide and feel the despair licked by the flames of Wuwang. With that, the monster suddenly opened its gaping maw, and in an instant a torrent of surging seemingly from the 9 hells Wuwang fire erupted forth. The flames were not the usual crimson, but flickered with an eerie bluish glow, with ghostly white flames leaping amidst them, as if they aimed to devour everything in existence. Wherever the flames passed, the space was scorched, emitting a hissing cry. The air was instantly ignited, turning into a torrent of scalding airflow, racing everywhere, as if even time was about to stagnate and distort under this terrifying heat, sweeping towards Sushi with endless destructive force, causing dread in all who witnessed. Sushi closed her eyes tightly, her brows deeply furrowed as she strained to search through the chaotic depths of her memory for any trace of the demon. Fragments of the past flickered like shattered light in her mind. She saw the breathtaking battle scene. The demon was enormous, its body wreathed in black mist and surging flames. Every movement stirred a wave of heat, distorting the surrounding air. Its power seemed to emanate from an endless abyss, overwhelming and terrifying. She forced herself to concentrate, trying to trace a clearer outline and more details of the demon. The wrathful flames spewing from its gaping maw were devastating. Wherever they touched, rocks instantly melted into pools of scorching lava, bubbling and hissing with a spine-chilling sound. Sushi recalled every attack she and Sumu had launched, the techniques easily deflected by the demon, its impregnable defense. Where then was its weakness? Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, her breathing quickened. With intense concentration, she scrutinized every moment in her memory. The demon's horns were razor-sharp. During their clash, they effortlessly blocked Sumu's full-force strike. Its scales glowed with an eerie light, as if harboring some mysterious power that rendered their spiritual attacks ineffective. Sushi gritted her teeth and silently vowed to find the demon's weakness. She would not let it rampage again, nor allow herself and Sumu to fall into the same desperate situation. Most of all, she would never let the terrifying, wrathful flames threaten their lives and the peace of the world again. Sushi closed her eyes, her forehead drenched in sweat, fully immersing herself in the tangled, chaotic depths of memory. Scenes of the past flickered and pieced together like shattered glass shards in her mind. She saw in the river of memory that the demon's original form was actually a lion. It once had a majestic mane flowing freely in the wind. Its powerful limbs trod heavily on the earth, each step producing a dull thud, exuding the dawn. Its amber eyes glittered with a sharp light under the sun, as if they could perceive every movement in the world. Its roar was deep and mighty, causing the surrounding forests to tremble, and all beasts submitted upon hearing it. But now this lion had completely changed. Its body was shrouded in eerie black mist, and its once agile form was twisted and deformed by the wrathful flames. The fire leaped and flickered, exuding an aura of destruction that filled all who saw it with dread. Its once bright eyes were now filled with blood and darkness, stripped of their former agility and purity, leaving only endless savagery and cruelty. Suzai's heart was full of confusion and anxiety. She pondered deeply over the reason behind this drastic transformation. What had turned this lion from an ordinary beast into an evil entity with such terrifying power, nearly invulnerable? Was it some twist of fate, or had it been corrupted and controlled by some dark force? Her breathing became rapid and heavy, and her fists clenched unconsciously. She must find the key to uncover the method to defeat it, starting from this seemingly insignificant original form. She must not be intimidated by its current terrifying appearance. Amidst these tangled and elusive clues, she must find that glimmer of hope that could save her Sumu and the entire world. Sushi pulled her consciousness back from that dreadful vision of the future. Fear and unwillingness still lingered in her eyes. Before she could recover, a sinister, piercing laughter suddenly rang in her ears. Ha ha ha, Sushi, do you think you can find my weakness? What a delusion. The demon's voice seemed to come from the deepest abyss, icy and bone-chilling, dripping with sarcasm and disdain. Sushi followed the sound, and saw the wrathful flames around the demon burning even more fiercely. Its form flickered in and out of the flames, looking increasingly grotesque and terrifying. It raised its huge head high, its gaping mouth twisted into a grin, revealing a row of sharp fangs. Black mist spewed from its mouth, spreading through the air with a nauseating stench. This body of mine was forged by absorbing the essences and powers of countless demons. Now I am an invincible being. The demon roared triumphantly, each word hammering like a heavy blow on Suzai's heart. You and Sumu are nothing but ants. You can't even oppose me. Just accept your death. Suzai's hands clenched into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, blood dripping through her fingers. Flames of anger burned in her eyes. Though despair filled her heart, an unyielding stubbornness made her straighten her back. No, I refuse to believe you have no weakness. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I will give everything to find your flaw and save this world. Sushi said through gritted teeth, her voice trembling slightly with anger, but radiating an unwavering determination. As the monster exhaled the fire of calamity, the surrounding world instantly plunged into a scene of hellish torment. The earth beneath their feet cracked rapidly under the scorching heat, with wisps of black smoke seeping through the fissures, as if the very ground was groaning in agony. The air was heated to an extreme, becoming scorching and thin, forming visible heat waves that twisted and surged in layers, blurring the surroundings into a mirage-like ethereal haze. The fire of calamity was like a hellish python that had broken free from its chains, its entire body ablaze with eerie blue flames, its scales glinting with sinister light as it lunged ferociously toward Sushi and Sumu. Wherever it passed, the space was scorched with a sizzling sound, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart by this violent force wailing in agony. It was like a raging torrent of fire, a surging tide of destruction that mercilessly devoured everything in its path. The leaping flames resembled furious waves, each one imbued with a cataclysmic power capable of annihilating heaven and earth. With the resolve to reduce all things to ashes, it swept forward, madly chilling the soul, as if it were a demonic herald from the deepest abyss, proclaiming the arrival of death and despair. A nearby boulder under the tongue of the flames first emitted a dull rumbling sound, then its surface rapidly cracked and peeled away, dissolving into pools of molten rock that emitted acrid smoke as they slowly flowed. The trees nearby were even more vulnerable. They ignited instantly, their dry branches crackling and bursting into fierce flames, turning into drifting ashes that scattered in the air. Those once verdant leaves upon the approach of the fire were instantly scorched and curled, becoming black fragments that were carried away by the hot wind, drifting in all directions. The blazing fire of calamity unleashed powerful energy waves that caused the surrounding space to tremble, as if the entire world was shuddering and wailing under this terrifying force, on the verge of being dragged into an abyss of eternal damnation, truly conveying the horror and despair of this hellish flame. In an instant, the raging fire of calamity, like a primordial beast gone berserk, ruthlessly pounced upon the nearby buildings. The wooden beams ignited the moment they touched the flames, the fire spreading at a visible speed, devouring the entire roof in the blink of an eye. Thick black smoke billowed skyward, sparks flew everywhere like a rain of fire. The brick wall, subjected to the intense heat, first emitted a series of faint crackling sounds, then cracks spread like spiderwebs, with glaring light seeping through the gap. Soon after, large chunks of the walls began to peel and collapse, with dust mixing into the thick smoke, filling the air and making it hard to breathe. The furnishings inside the building were reduced to nothing under the rampage of the fire of calamity. Tables and chairs were instantly ignited, turning into burning wreckage. A delicate porcelain shattered and broke under the high temperature. Precious fabrics turned to ash and scattered with the wind. The entire building, under the burning of the fire of calamity, let out a series of agonized groans, wobbling precariously before finally collapsing with a thunderous crash, leaving only ruins and flames still blazing fiercely, as if narrating the brutality and mercilessness of this disaster, truly conveying the chilling, destructive power of the fire of calamity. The fire of calamity lunged menacingly towards Sushi and Sumu, instantly turning the air around them searing hot and distorted. Sushi felt a wave of oppressive heat rushing toward her, a sharp needle-like pain stinging her skin, as if thousands of fine steel needles were piercing her at once. Her hair began to curl and singe under the high temperature, emitting a pungent smell. The evil power contained within the flame seemed to have countless invisible hands pulling at her soul, trying to corrupt her consciousness, plunging her mind into decay. Sumu fared no better. His clothes were singed by the flames, instantly igniting in tiny sparks. Sweat evaporated as soon as it emerged from his pores, leaving white salt stains on his face. The intense heat of the fire of calamity made his breathing rapid. Each inhale of scorching air felt like swallowing red-hot coals, leaving his throat parched and painful. Moreover, the eerie fluctuations emitted by the flame disrupted his spiritual energy circulation, significantly affecting the speed and force of his attacks. Every punch, every step became exceptionally difficult, as if trapped in a quagmire, his body growing heavy and sluggish. Yet his eyes remained resolute, fixed on the monster, gritting his teeth against the myriad negative effects of the fire of calamity, refusing to yield to this terrifying power. Suzai's longsword dimmed, its blade scarred with traces of the Wuwang fire scorching. Yet her gaze remained sharp, vigilantly tracking the creature's every move. The creature was colossal, wreathed in black mist and leaping flames. Each step it took sent forth waves of searing heat, warping the very air around it. Seizing the moment, she let out a sharp cry and swung her sword, unleashing an arc of spiritual energy. The blade of Qi howled toward the creature, but upon touching its body, it was instantly devoured by the Wuwang fire, vanishing without a trace. Sumu clenched his fists, veins bulging on his knuckles, his clothes already tattered and singed by the flames. He stomped the ground and shot upward like a cannonball, his boulder-sized fist wrapped in a whistling gale, slamming hard toward the creature's head. Yet the creature merely flicked its head, blocking the strike with its hard horns. The immense force sent Sumu flipping backward through the air, and he only managed to halt himself by digging 2 deep furrows into the earth with his feet. Su Shi and Sumu stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes grim and fixed on the rampaging creature before them. Their garments were reduced to rags by the Wuwang fire, and their exposed skin was covered in searing burns. Wisps of black smoke curled up from their bodies. Su Shi gripped her trembling sword tightly. Sweat mingled with blood trickled down her cheeks, dripping onto the parched earth, and instantly evaporating into... She gritted her teeth and spat venomously. How is this beast so troublesome? Our attacks are utterly useless. What are we to do? Sumu clenched his fists, veins standing out on his knuckles, his exhaustion and helplessness barely concealed. His brow furrowed deeply as he replied, "Don't panic, Cece. Let's observe more closely. It must have a weakness we haven't discovered yet." However, they had already endured for so long in this fierce battle, unleashing every technique they knew. Each attack was fueled with all their spiritual energy and resolve, yet the creature stood like an immovable mountain, casually deflecting their efforts and retaliating with increasing ferocity, driving them to the brink. Sushi ground her silver teeth, her heart filled with resentment and despair. Her mind raced through all the knowledge she had ever acquired about demons and monsters and past experiences battling such creatures. But facing this beast that had escaped from Mount Wuwang, it was as if she were trapped in a thick fog, utterly unable to discern its weakness. It seemed like a flawless embodiment of darkness sent to proclaim the invincibility of evil to the world. Su Shi and Sumu stood in the desolate, scorching courtyard, their surroundings growing ever more dire. The gale still howled in their ears, lashing their battered bodies with sand and stone. Above, the sky, stained crimson by the Wuwang fire, loomed like a gaping maw poised to swallow them whole. The cracked earth beneath their feet, with plumes of thick smoke erupting intermittently, added a layer of despair to this desperate situation. The longsword in Suzai's hand was nearly shattered. The once radiant glow of spiritual energy had faded to a dim flicker, the blade mottled with the scars of the Wuwang fire's burning. Her face was blackened by smoke, sweat and blood intermingling as they slid down her cheeks. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion and anxiety. Despite this, her gaze remained locked on the mountain-like creature before her, not missing a single twitch of its form. The black mist and surging flames around the creature seemed like a herald of darkness and death. Every shift of its body brought rolling waves of heat, causing the air to distort violently, as if space itself was being torn apart by this malevolent force. Sumu fared no better. His once sturdy robes had been reduced to wisps of ash, revealing skin covered in burn marks and abrasions, bruised and mottled, some wounds still oozing bloody blisters. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and the veins on his arms bulged like earthworms, betraying his inner fury and frustration. The full-force attack he had just launched was effortlessly deflected by the creature, and the immense recoil sent his chi and blood churning, a coppery taste rising in his throat. Sushi felt her mind tangled in a knot of confusion as she pondered desperately, what kind of evil entity is this creature? Every method of demon subjugation we know is completely useless against it. Is there truly no flaw to be found? Her eyes betrayed a deep sense of despair. Her mind churned through the records of various demons she had read about in ancient texts, and her past battles with monsters, yet facing this mysterious beast from Mount Wuwang, she felt as though she had fallen into an endless abyss of darkness, unable to find a single glimmer of light. Sumu was equally frantic. His temples throbbed as he screamed inwardly, "What are we supposed to do? Our attacks are like mere tickles to it. At this rate we're doomed. But how can this creature be so utterly perfect? There must be something we're overlooking." His gaze swept over the creature's form, trying to find a single clue beneath its seemingly flawless exterior, but every attempt ended in failure, leaving him feeling even more defeated and powerless. The creature, however, gave them no time to catch their breath. It let out another earth-shattering roar, the sound waves vibrating through the air like a physical force, causing Su's eyes and Su Mu's ears to ring painfully. Then from its cavernous maw it gathered an even thicker and more devastating pillar of Wuwang fire. The pillar shot toward them like an enraged dragon, claws bared and fangs gnashing. As it passed, rocks were instantly melted into pools of bubbling magma flowing with a spine-chilling hiss like a countdown to death. Su Shi and Su Mu's hearts tightened. They knew that if they couldn't find a way to counter this, the next moment would bring their complete annihilation. But at this moment their thoughts seemed trapped in an invisible cage. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free from the predicament, unable to find the key to resolving the crisis before them. They could only watch helplessly as the shadow of death crept closer, their hearts a maelstrom of unwillingness and despair, yet utterly powerless to change their fate. At this moment in the real world, Su Shi lay unconscious, her brow furrowed, and her body trembling slightly, clearly ensnared in an extraordinarily arduous dream. Deep within that dream, she found herself once again amidst the estate ravaged by the flames of Wuwang Ji, who was struggling desperately at the brink of life and death alongside Su Mu. She watched the despairing version of herself in the dream, screaming hoarsely, "What are we going to do?" The voice, filled with helplessness and terror, echoed through the void of the dream, yet received no response. Meanwhile, Su Mu, who was keeping watch by her side, felt a tightening in his chest at the sight. He knew that Su Shi must have awakened her past life memories, and was now trapped in that breathtaking and brutal battle of her former existence, unable to break free. A flicker of worry and anxiety passed through Su Mu's eyes. He reached out and gently held Su's hand, attempting to pull her back from the terrifying nightmare of her past life. He murmured, "Cece, wake up. This is just a nightmare from a past life, it's all over now." Yet Su Shi remained immersed in the dream, unable to perceive Su Mu's calls and comfort in the real world, continuing to wander and struggle in that past despair, as if bound tightly by an unseen force, unable to escape. In the room where all was silent, as if time itself had frozen, Su Mu was like a solidified statue, kneeling half prostrate beside the bed. Only his faintly trembling frame betrayed the turbulent emotions surging within him. His gaze, as if drawn by a magnet, was fixed on Su's face with her closed eyes. Deep affection and lingering attachment surged and interwove within his look like a river of longing accumulated over 500 years, vast and endless. His broad and calloused hands carefully cradled Su's delicate hand, as if cherishing the most fragile and precious treasure in the world. His fingers unconsciously tightened, as if this grip could keep her firmly by his side forever, never to part. "Sierra, wake up." Su Mu's voice, forcing its way out from the depths of his soul, was low, hoarse, yet brimming with boundless tenderness. Every syllable was entwined with threads of longing, drifting softly through the deathly still space, like a mournful song, traversing time, telling of over 500 years of loneliness, searching despair, and unwavering devotion. Through these 500 springs, summers, autumns, and winters, I wandered through countless unfamiliar worlds, every step teetering on the edge of life and death. In ruins shrouded in smoke and war, heedless of the hail of bullets, I weaved through crumbling walls, searching for even a trace of your presence. My body was covered in wounds, blood staining the earth beneath my feet, yet I never paused for a single moment. In worlds completely devoured by dark forces, where demons were fierce and specters ran rampant, I fought alone against the endless horror. My soul was eroded by evil curses, my life flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing, but the mere thought of your smile gave me the courage to press on. Tears welled up in his eyes, blurring his vision. The hardships and pains of the past surged like a tidal wave, flooding over and overwhelming him. In each teardrop was reflected a shattered world, a journey teetering on the edge of life and death, and an unwavering love for Su Shi. Now that fate has brought you back before my eyes, how could I bear the pain of losing you again? Cece, you are the morning star of my life, the sole guide, leading me through this long darkness. Without you, my world would crumble into a desolate wasteland, plunging into an abyss of endless darkness, with no peace ever again. I beg you, open your eyes, look at this heart that has beaten for you for over 500 years. Come back to me, and let me spend the rest of my life protecting you. Su Mu slowly leaned down, gently pressing his forehead against Su's eyes, as if trying to melt her sleeping soul with his warmth and dispel the darkness around her with his love. His breathing was light, yet heavy, carrying a hint of cautious expectation, as if awaiting the arrival of a miracle to continue their love story that had been repeatedly toyed with by fate, yet remained as steadfast as a rock. Su Shi lay quietly on the bed, her brow deeply furrowed, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clearly deep within a breathtaking dream. In the dream, the surroundings were a desolate and scorching sight. The land was barren for 1,000 miles, and thick, pungent smoke intermittently erupted from the cracks in the parched earth. The sky was dyed a blood red by the intense flames of Wuwang Jihua, as if it were the prelude to Doomsday. Standing nearby, Su Shi watched anxiously as her past self and Su Mu were cornered by the Wuwang Jihua in the dream. At that time, they were clothed in rags, covered in wounds, their eyes reflecting deep despair and helplessness. The Wu-Wang-Ji horde raged ferociously, each leap accompanied by billowing waves of heat that distorted the surrounding air, making it seem almost tangible, as if it would devour everything in its path. In reality, Su Mu sat by the bed tightly holding Su Zai's hands, his eyes filled with worry and deep affection. His voice gentle, yet urgent, softly called out by her ears, "Cece, wake up. Come back to me." Yet this affectionate call could not penetrate the barrier of the dream to reach Su Zai's ears. In the dream, she was frantic. She wanted to shout, but found her throat parched and dry, unable to make a sound. She watched helplessly as her past self and Su Mu struggled desperately under the threat of the Wu-Wang-Ji horde. The fear and despair of the past surged like a tide, enveloping her tightly, preventing her from breaking free from the shackles of the dream. Trapped in this illusory scene, she could only feel the bone-deep anxiety and unease alone, continuing to sink into the endless nightmare, unable to respond to Su Mu's loving calls in reality. Su Zai's thoughts surged wildly in despair and chaos when suddenly a flash of spiritual light streaked through her mind like lightning. This was the mysterious artifact she had painstakingly sought in the depths of the underground palace. The artifact emanated an ancient and mysterious aura, its surface inscribed with intricate and obscure runes, as if whispering the secrets sealed away during ancient times. Its texture was neither metal nor jade, feeling icy to the touch, yet it subtly contained a strange power, as if connected to some unknown law of the universe. Sushi vividly remembered that when she first touched this artifact, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and then it trembled slightly, emitting a soft glow. Within that light, hazy images flickered like fragments of the future flashing before her eyes. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, it was enough to make her realize that this artifact possessed the miraculous ability to perceive the future. Now at this critical juncture of life and death, the artifact had become her only lifeline. Perhaps with its power she could catch a glimpse of a flaw in the monster or find the key opportunity to subdue it. Hope rekindled in Su Zai's eyes as she silently vowed to make the best use of this artifact. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, she would strive to find a way out of this dire situation, saving herself and Su Mu, as well as rescuing this world shrouded in an unwarranted inferno. Suppressing the tension and fatigue within her, she swiftly concentrated all her spiritual energy, gathering it at her fingertips. Then she slowly closed her eyes, attempting to awaken the mysterious artifact that lay dormant in the corner of the underground palace. As the spiritual energy flowed into it, the artifact began to tremble slightly initially, with an imperceptible quiver resembling the stirring of a giant beast awakening after a millennium of slumber. Soon the runes on its surface lit up one by one, emitting a mysterious blue glow. Initially faint like threads of silk, the light gradually became rich and intense, as if responding to Su Zai's determination, beginning to unleash its ancient power. Illuminated by the glow of the artifact, Su Zai's visage appeared increasingly resolute. Her consciousness was fully immersed within, like a traveler groping through darkness, attempting to navigate through layers of fog to uncover the secrets hidden deep within the future of this world. At this moment, everything around seemed to come to a standstill. Only the connection of spiritual energy between her and the artifact continued to strengthen, as if constructing a bridge across time and space leading to an unknown tomorrow. In her heart, she silently prayed, hoping to find even the slightest clue about subduing the monster from the future visions presented by the artifact. A glimmer of hope that could save this world from the unwarranted inferno. Time flowed slowly in this tense atmosphere, each second feeling extraordinarily long, while Su Zai's consciousness delved deeper into the mysterious realm opened by the artifact, awaiting the arrival of destiny's revelation. Su Zai's consciousness tightly followed the ethereal light emitted by the artifact, traversing layers of fog, filled with eager anticipation to capture a glimmer of hope. However, as the future scene gradually unfolded before her, her heart sank into an endless abyss. The world laid out before her seemed cursed by demons, trapped in a place of no return. The unwarranted inferno surged like a raging tide, rampaging across every inch of land. The once prosperous town had turned into a wasteland, its ruins teetering amidst the fierce flames, thick smoke billowing skyward, darkening the heavens like a dirge for the end of the world. On the streets, people fled in all directions, crying out in desperation, their voices intertwined like blades piercing Su Zai's heart. But the merciless flames instantly consumed them, leaving behind twisted, smoke-emitting remains. In the face of this violent force, life appeared so fragile and insignificant, like ants easily crushed. In the wilderness, the once lush forest had vanished, replaced by a desolate expanse of black stumps standing like tombstones on the barren earth. Rivers had evaporated under the extreme heat, their dry beds cracked, resembling the anguished wrinkles of the earth. The entire world seemed to have been destroyed by an invisible hand, filled with malice, reduced to a true hell on earth, with no corner escaping the ravages of the unwarranted inferno. Su Zai's body trembled violently, her eyes filled with fear and despair. This cruel vision of the future struck her like a heavy hammer, nearly suffocating. Was this their unchangeable fate? Was this world destined to meet its end in the unwarranted inferno? No, she would never resign herself to this, never give up. Even if there was only a thread of life, she would fight with all her might to overturn this dreadful fate. Sumu watched Sushi struggle in agony and despair, her furrowed brows, trembling frame, and the glistening tears in her eyes piercing his heart like sharp. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck his chaotic mind like lightning. He remembered his foxfire. That foxfire, cultivated over 1,000 years, was pure and benevolent, born from devoutly absorbing the essence of sun and moon and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through every sunrise and sunset, every cycle of seasons. It danced and flickered in Sumu's palm like a lively spirit, radiating a soft and sacred glow, as if containing the purest power in the world, a stark contrast to the sinister, destructive flames of the Wuwang fire. In the past, this foxfire had helped him dispel darkness and repel formidable foes in times of peril, demonstrating extraordinary might. Now, facing this overwhelmingly powerful monster forged from countless demonic essences and seemingly invulnerable, Sumu's foxfire might be the sole remaining glimmer of hope. The fighting spirit reignited in his eyes. He resolved to use this foxfire condensed from a millennium of cultivation to engage the monster in a life-or-death struggle. Even if hope was slim, he would carve a path to survival for Su, Shi, and for this world. Sumu took a deep breath, his gaze revealing resolve and determination. He slowly raised his hands, and in his palms the pure and benevolent foxfire rose gently, radiating a soft, warm glow like a star in the night sky, shining brilliantly in this dark world shrouded by the Wuwang fire. The foxfire swayed, gently leaping with agility, as if responding to Sumu's resolve. With a low shout from Sumu, the foxfire instantly left his palm and shot toward the surging Wuwang fire like an arrow from a bow. Sensing the approach of this pure force, the Wuwang fire grew even more ferocious and rampant. It lunged at the foxfire with claws bared, attempting to devour this tiny light. In an instant, flames collided fiercely in midair, producing a deafening roar as powerful currents of air swept in all directions, whipping Suzai's hair into a wild frenzy. Though seemingly delicate, the foxfire tenaciously resisted the erosion of the Wuwang fire, relying on its pure essence and the spiritual energy it had absorbed. It tightly enveloped a portion of the Wuwang fire, diligently purifying its evil power, causing its glow to dim somewhat. However, the Wuwang fire, forged from the essences of countless demons, possessed immense and inexhaustible power, and soon launched an even fiercer counterattack. Seeing this, Sumu's forehead veins bulged. He clenched his teeth and poured all his spiritual energy into the foxfire, striving to amplify its strength. Feeling Sumu support, the foxfire blazed even brighter. It whirled and danced in the air, shifting shapes. Now a nimble fire serpent weaving through the gaps of the Wuwang fire, now a massive ring of fire attempting to encircle it. But the Wuwang fire refused to yield, constantly morphing its form. Now like surging waves crashing toward the foxfire, now like sharp arrows piercing straight. The two clashed back and forth, neither giving ground. This fiery duel warped the surrounding space itself, filling the air with a tense, scorching heat, as if the entire world trembled under the collision of these two mighty forces. Amid this breathtaking fiery confrontation, Sumu's foxfire gradually bloomed, with even more dazzling radiance. Its gentle yet resilient flames danced with agility, slowly beginning to suppress the Wuwang fire's brutality and rampage. Wherever the foxfire passed, the black aura of the Wuwang fire seemed restrained by an invisible force, and its once roaring blaze momentarily stalled. Its pure and benevolent spiritual energy, like a fine drizzle, silently seeped into the Wuwang fire's core, purifying its evil impurities, causing a faint orange glow to emerge within its red, its brilliance no longer so intense and blinding. Seeing this, a glimmer of surprise and determination flashed in Sumu's eyes. He dared not slacken for a moment, swiftly channeling all his spiritual energy into the foxfire. Nourished by this influx, the foxfire instantly expanded, transforming into a magnificent curtain of fire that enshrouded a vast expanse of the Wuwang fire. Within the fiery curtain, the foxfire darted and leaped joyfully, like sprightly spirits, continuously draining the Wuwang fire's energy, causing it to shrink. As time passed, the Wuwang fire's resistance grew increasingly feeble. Its once sky-obscuring blaze was now cornered into a small area by the foxfire, struggling and writhing futilely in the corner, letting out resentful roars. Meanwhile, the foxfire grew ever more valiant, its brilliance becoming increasingly resplendent, as if proclaiming the triumph of justice and pure power. Its bright radiance brought a long-lost glimmer of hope to this world shrouded in darkness. Sushi stared intently at the faint glow emanating from the artifact, her eyes filled with tension and concern. At that moment, the image displayed by the artifact gradually sharpened, revealing a vision of Sumu's future. In the vision, spiritual energy surged around Su Mu as he channeled every ounce of his power to ignite the pure and benevolent foxfire to its absolute limit. The flames blazed fiercely, their radiance nearly shattering the shackles of darkness, shining as brilliantly as a scorching sun. The monstrous creature opposite him was likewise engulfed in the flames of calamity. The two stood locked in confrontation, the very air around them seeming to solidify under the immense pressure of their opposing auras. Su Mu's face was etched with unwavering resolve. His gaze fixed upon the monster betrayed a decision already made. Suddenly he lunged towards the creature. The foxfire roared before him, a surging dragon of flame charging straight at the monster, brimming with malevolent power. The monster let out a furious howl, its calamitous flames surging wildly in a desperate counterattack against the foxfire's ferocious onslaught. Yet Su Mu showed no sign of retreat. With the courage of one embracing death, he drove the foxfire to interweave and collide relentlessly with the monster's flames. Powerful shockwaves rippled outwards, splitting the earth with deep fissures wherever they passed. Su'ai's heart clenched painfully. She realized Su Mu intended to sacrifice himself and the foxfire to destroy the monster in a mutual annihilation. His figure in the vision appeared so tragic and heroic, yet his eyes held only the unwavering determination to protect the world and to protect her. Su'ai's eyes reddened, tears welling up. She wanted to scream out and stop him, but she could only watch helplessly as the scene in the artifact continued to unfold, overwhelming anxiety and reluctance flooding over her like a tidal wave. Seeing Su'ai's tearful and worried eyes, Su Mu forced a gentle, yet firm smile onto his face. He raised his hand and used his thumb to wipe away the tears threatening to spill from her eyes, his gaze full of deep affection and certainty. "Sire, do not grieve, do not be afraid." Su Mu's voice was steady and powerful, carrying a strength that seemed capable of dispelling all gloom, resonating softly in the tense atmosphere. "I will surely triumph. You must believe in me." He took Su'ai's hand, squeezing it gently, as if trying to convey his courage and determination through that touch. "Look, my foxfire is pure and benevolent, having absorbed the essence of the sun, moon, and the spiritual energy of heaven. In our clash with the calamitous flames, just now, did it not subtly gain the upper hand? This is where our hope lies. As long as we do not give up, we will surely find the monster's weakness and defeat it completely." Su Mu's gaze drifted into the distance, as if he could already see the light of victory. "Throughout this journey, we have faced countless trials and tribulations. Which one did we not navigate safely? This time will be no different. I still have to travel the mountains and rivers with you, to walk through the years side by side. So how could I possibly lose? Rest assured, Sierra." As he spoke, he turned his head back to look at Su, she tenderly, his eyes filled with beautiful expectations for the future, trying to ease her worries and rekindle her hope. Su'ai's eyes brimmed with tears, crystal droplets swirling precariously on the verge of falling. Her voice choked with emotion. She clutched Su Mu's hand tightly, as if letting go would mean losing him forever. "Su Mu, let's leave. Let's get out of the capital." Her gaze was full of pleading and longing. Looking at him, her eyes reflected the weariness of enduring storms over the years. "Let's find a secluded place with beautiful scenery far away from these conflicts and terrors. We can just have each other and live a simple, peaceful life." As she spoke, large teardrops finally rolled down her cheeks, splashing into tiny blossoms on the ground. "I'm truly scared. I don't want to watch you take risks anymore or face battles where life and death hang in the balance. As long as I'm with you, even a life of simple meals, even living quietly in some remote corner, I would willingly accept it." Her body trembled slightly as she rested her head on Su Mu's shoulder, as if seeking one last shred of comfort and support. Su Mu gently embraced her trembling shoulders. Looking at her tear-streaked face, his eyes were filled with deep affection and pain, yet his voice carried an unyielding firmness. "Sierra, how could we simply abandon the world in its time of need?" His voice carried a helpless sigh. "The world has already been ravaged by the calamitous flames, turned into a living hell. The people are suffering, struggling in dire straits. If we only think of our own safety and retreat into seclusion, what will become of them?" He frowned slightly, looking up at the gray smoke-choked sky, and continued, "Besides, with disaster everywhere, where is there truly a peaceful haven for us to hide away? As long as that monster remains, this world will know no peace. We might evade it for a while, but in the days to come, can we simply stand by and watch as darkness slowly devours everything?" He lowered his head, his gaze meeting Su's eyes once more. His eyes were full of reassurance, yet also an unshakable determination. "Sierra, I know you worry for my safety. But we possess spiritual power. We have a duty to protect this world. Now is the time for us to step forward. Even if it costs me my life, I want to fight for a glimmer of hope for all living beings." Sushi stiffened at Su Mu's words, as if all strength had drained from her body. Slowly she released her grip on Su Mu's hand. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes before being engulfed by profound despair, which spread like relentless tides, enveloping her entirely. "No, I won't let you sacrifice yourself, absolutely not." Su'ai's voice trembled with sobs, each word forced out from the depths of her shattered heart. She gazed at Su-mu, her eyes brimming with agony and reluctance as tears once again flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Biting her lip, she left deep teeth marks, blood seeping through unnoticed. In the depths of her heart, she silently vowed that no matter what, she would find a way to protect Su-mu. Even if it meant defying the entire world or paying any price, she would never let Su-mu fall into irreversible ruin. Her gaze hardened with resolve as her mind raced, searching through past experiences, learned spells, and rare treasures for any glimmer of hope to safeguard Su. Hearing Su-mu's words, she felt as if an invisible giant hand was gripping her heart, squeezing it so tightly she could barely breathe. Her body turned cold and rigid in an instant, and the hand that had been clutching Su-mu's slipped away helplessly. A flash of panic and confusion crossed her eyes like a lone boat adrift in a vast ocean suddenly losing its bearings. Then overwhelming despair consumed her like an avalanche. Unbidden, the horrifying image of Su-mu charging at the monster engulfed by the ruthless flames of calamity flashed through her mind. Every detail was so vivid and cruel, each one like a sharp dagger piercing her heart. "No, how can I watch you walk to your death? You are the one I treasure most in this world, the very meaning of my life." She screamed inwardly, but her voice was trapped in her throat, escaping only as mournful whimpers. Tears streamed endlessly, blurring her vision, and Su-mu's figure before her became hazy. Yet through the veil of tears her gaze gradually grew resolute and determined. "No, I will never allow this to happen. There must be a way, there must be." She bit her lip hard, the taste of blood spreading on her tongue, yet she remained unaware. Memories of the past flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. The time spent with Su-mu, the obscure ancient tomes of magic she had studied, and the mysterious legends and rare treasures she had heard of, all became lifelines she desperately clung to. Her thoughts spun like a top at breakneck speed, weaving frantically through the labyrinth of her memories, leaving no stone unturned. Even if it meant fighting against destiny itself, defying the heavens, or breaking taboos, she would not hesitate. As long as Su-mu could be safe, she was willing to pay any price, even her very soul. Su-mu took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a burning determination to cross the Rubicon. The spiritual energy within him surged wildly, like raging torrents converging towards his palm without cease. He could feel his power being pushed to its absolute limit, his body trembling from the excessive output of spiritual energy, yet his gaze remained unwavering, locked onto the rampaging monster before him. As the spiritual energy continued to pour out, the very air around Su-mu seemed to ionize, crackling with a sizzling sound. His robes fluttered violently in the turbulent energy. The foxfire, already bright, now blazed with intensified brilliance. The roaring flames seemed to dispel the surrounding darkness, transforming into a magnificent and deadly pillar of fire that shot straight towards the monster's core. In this final desperate struggle, memories of his time with she flashed through Su-mu's mind, those beautiful recollections becoming the pillar of his conviction. He silently murmured in his heart, "Cece, you must live on." Then he channeled all his thoughts into this allure-nothing attack, trying with his last ounce of strength to carve out a sliver of hope for the world and for Su-shi. Watching Su-mu pour all his spiritual energy into a reckless final stand, Su's eyes turned bloodshot, completely red. At that moment, boundless panic and fear surged within her, as if an invisible hand had seized her heart, squeezing it until she could hardly breathe. Her mind went blank, filled only with the towering image of Su-mu's desperate gamble. Every beam of spiritual energy he emitted was like a blade mercilessly lacerating her heart. "No, you can't do this." Su-shi screamed inwardly, but the cry was strangled in her throat. Her hands clenched into fists, nails digging deep into her palms, blood seeping out unnoticed. Her body trembled from sheer tension and agitation. Her feet felt nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. Despair and helplessness filled Su's eyes as she watched Su-mu walk towards what could be his doom, powerless to stop him. This feeling pushed her to the brink of collapse, plunging her into an abyss of endless darkness, consumed by agony and terror. At this critical moment of imminent danger, she swiftly drew out the high-grade staff that exuded an aura of mystery. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed stirred by an invisible force, a fierce gale howling, and sand and stones swirling in chaos, while the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward she like a raging tide, as if summoned by her desperate resolve. She closed her eyes tightly, mobilizing every shred of spiritual power within her body with all her might. At this moment, her body became a vortex of spiritual power. The energy within her roared and surged like a river, bursting its banks, converging violently toward the staff. Her body trembled violently from the gathering of this immense power, beads of sweat densely covering her forehead, her teeth clenched, and the muscles of her face slightly contorted with effort, etched with unwavering determination and resolve. As the spiritual power continued to pour, invisible ripples spread across the space around the staff, layer by layer, as if a boulder had been cast into a tranquil lake, causing it to warp and distort violently. Powerful energy waves radiated outward from the staff in concentric circles, tearing deep furrows into the ground, wherever they passed, lifting debris and soil into the air, merging with the gale to form a chaotic and ferocious miniature storm. Sushi suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze gleaming with fearless radiance, a light that seemed to pierce through the chaotic heavens and earth. With every ounce of her strength, she swung the staff forward, and a blindingly brilliant light shot forth from its tips, surging like a mighty wave imbued with a world-shattering momentum, resolutely meeting the lethal onslaught hurtling toward her, shielding Su Mu with her fragile body, without a moment's hesitation. The light that Sushi unleashed with all her spiritual power, like the first ray of dawn piercing through the clouds at daybreak, carried pure and formidable force, charging straight toward the demon-like, menacing Wuwang flame. Wherever the light passed, the air was compressed sharply, emitting a hissing sound, as if space itself made way for this power. The Wuwang flame, sensing this formidable opposing force, instantly became even more violent. Its flames leaped wildly, black smoke billowed, and churned, constantly morphing into ferocious shapes, attempting to devour this power that dared to challenge it. At the moment of their collision, the entire world seemed to fall into a dead silence, followed by a deafening roar. The light and the flame intertwined and tore at each other, the immense energy shockwave spreading outward, leveling mountain peaks, fissuring the earth with bottomless cracks, and instantly evaporating rivers into a vast white mist that filled the air. Sushi clenched her teeth, her hands gripping the staff tightly, sweat drenching her back, yet her eyes were unwaveringly fixed on the epicenter of the clash, continuously channeling the remnants of her spiritual power to sustain the intensity of the light. Though her body was on the verge of collapse, she showed no sign of retreat, her sole intent being to use this primordial power to forge a safe barrier for Su Mu, shielding him from the ravages of the Wuwang flame. As Sushi ceaselessly infused her spiritual power, the light, representing the primordial power, grew ever more dazzling, like a radiant star descending upon the mortal world, radiating boundless brilliance and strength. Wherever the light reached, space was illuminated as bright as day, and the surrounding dust, unable to hide under this intense glow, scattered and dissipated. The opposing Wuwang flame, under the pressure of this formidable force, gradually began to show signs of decline. The once arrogant and rampant black flames started to retreat. The fire no longer leaped as fiercely as before, but grew faint and flickered unsteadily. The rolling black smoke it emitted was also scattered by the light, losing its original sky-obscuring momentum. The Wuwang flame was steadily pushed back by the light, its domain of destruction shrinking from a vast expanse to a confined area. Each impact of the light was like a sharp sword striking the Wuwang flame, severing and weakening it. Under the relentless advance of the light, the Wuwang flame emitted a sizzling sound, as if groaning in agony, which echoed eerily in the silent world. Finally, with a desperate roar from Sushi, the light surged forward. The Wuwang flame could no longer withstand this torrential force, and was completely repelled. Like a flame deprived of fuel, it gradually extinguished, leaving only a patch of scorched earth, and the acrid smell lingering in the air, bearing witness to this breathtaking clash of powers.